Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are officially past the halfway mark of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. Today, players go into Game 8. Let's check out where the action will take place. The match is tied at 3.5, 3.5, but we've seen a lot of fighting chess, including yesterday's game, which lasted over 5 hours, and Gukesh was so close to clinching victory. Today, he plays with the black pieces, Ding with white. Let's see what happens.
Hello and welcome. 7 down, 7 more games to go. Of course, it is Game 8 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in Sentosa in Singapore alongside Grandmaster David Howell. Now, David, yesterday was such a thriller. It was so close. Gukesh looking like he was going to win it, but Ding digging deep.
That's right. Gukesh did everything right until the final stages of the game. He couldn't quite land that killer punch. And Ding showing all of his resourcefulness to wriggle free, and actually just very impressive from both sides. Ding, for the first time, really showed how strong he is and the reason why he once went unbeaten for 100 games. Yeah, great defensive player. And today he gets rewarded for that draw with the white pieces, still level scores. It's going to be fascinating. We were on the edge of our seats yesterday, Jovanka. I wonder whether we'll see more of the same today.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of impact such a dramatic game like that will have on the match. So there we can see the playing arena where the spectators are watching. But let's have a look at some of yesterday's dramatic highlights with Charlize.
The champion Ding Liren dodged a bullet today at the 7th game of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. After a huge blunder on move 40, it looked like the challenger was about to make his claim to become the new FIDE World Champion. Gukesh's opening strategy was on point. His team prepared a strong novelty on move 7 in a well-known line, allowing him to stay ahead on the clock for most of the game. The champion defended accurately, but at a huge time cost, and with only a few moves to go, he was under acute time pressure. With only 7 seconds left on his clock, Ding Liren blundered on the last move before the time control. Instead of King E5, he should have played Knight C8, then Knight B6, with the blockade and very good chances to draw. But just when victory seemed locked up for the challenger, nerves kicked in. Converting the endgame was not an easy task, and, low on time, Gukesh was unable to find the win. With 7 of the 14 classical games under their belt, the match now remains tied with 3.5, 3.5. Next game takes place Wednesday, 4th of December, 5 p.m. local time. Ding will play with the white pieces.
It was quite the roller coaster of a game, but now we're looking forward. It's game 8 today. Ding will have the white pieces, Gukesh black. Well, what do you expect will happen?
Well, it's hard to pick an exact opening, Jovanka. The players have both been jumping around. We've seen, even as early as move 1, both players have chosen 3 different first moves. And Ding, no matter what he's tried so far, he's been very successful, I would argue. Not in terms of the result. We've had 3 draws when Ding has had the white pieces, but every time he's had an advantage after the opening. I think he's going to continue that strategy, jumping around, trying to surprise Gukesh. Surprise factor huge in this match so far. I will mention one fact as well. 3.5, 3.5 after 7 games. The reigning champion has never lost a match in the history of chess when it's reached this point.
Wow, those are promising statistics, David, for Ding Liren. But of course, it is game 8. Today, we are waiting to see what kind of player will show up at the board. Will Ding feel like reinvigorated from his draw yesterday, which, to be honest, actually felt like a win? And Gukesh, will he be even more determined to put the pressure on? Well, those are the questions that we are going to be finding answers to today. And there you can see on the left, the playing arena, the cube, the fish tank, the fish bowl, whatever you call it. We are waiting the arrival of the players. Now, the players do play in this particular box, but they do have access to some rooms where they can just rest, they can chill, they can eat some snacks. So let's go to Charlie's and she'll show us around the rooms.
This snack station looks fitting enough to feed a family, but it is actually just for one player. This is the snack station in the players' private rest areas. They have a lounge chair here to relax during the games and a TV that displays the game too. But of course, they've got water, tea, coffee, anything that can recharge them during the game.
Very much needed, especially when tension is so high. Yeah, I wish I could play with my personal snack station.
Yeah, the luxury of being a world-class player, qualifying for a World Championship match. We all dream of being there. And actually, historically, these areas where the players go to chill, go to kind of unwind, they've played a big role. Ding last year, he spent a lot of time in that area in his victorious campaign against Nepomniachtchi. This time, both players at the board for the vast majority of the games. We've seen 90+% of the players' time spent at the board. It's really refreshing to see them there, full focus mode. And also, I think that's just reflective of how complicated the games have been. There's no time to step away now. They're both just so focused, calculating every single minute.
Exactly. And especially Gukesh, I'm going to pinpoint that he's locked in. When Ding goes into the tank and starts thinking, Gukesh is very much present, very much trying to be mindful and just think about the consequences in a calm manner. But there we do see the chairs. I love the disparity in height. And Ding opting for the very sleek modern chair, whereas for Gukesh, it's all about comfort.
Yeah, again, it's reflective of the players' personalities, maybe. Gukesh, he's the younger player, but he wants to assert his ambitious style on Ding. He wants to assert some authority. There we go with the high back chair. Whereas Ding just likes to keep things simple. He likes to chill. And he's gone for the, very minimalist approach with his choice of chair. And yeah, I would say that Gukesh, you mentioned him being present. He's at least very present in his own mind. He's very, very rarely present at the board in terms of keeping his eyes open, at least, to Jovanka. We've seen over the past few days, I mean, the meditation's gone up a level. It's as if he's trying to actively stay calm more than ever.
Yes, and of course we do have a graph actually to show how much time Gukesh spends with his eyes closed. It's called the focus flow graph. And there we do see the lifts. We are awaiting the player's arrival any minute now. Ding has been the one arriving early lately.
True. Yeah, okay. I mean, I was going to ask you to guess opening, Jovanka, but first of all, 50-50, who's going to arrive first?
Ding.
Ding. Okay, we have 10 minutes to the game. We'll find out very shortly.
And in terms of opening, well, he's tried a London system. He went for a ret, he went for e4. What has he not tried? He's not tried an English.
And who is it? Is it Ding? Is it Gukesh?
Yeah.
It's the incumbent world champion, Ding Liren. There we go, followed by a bunch of fans as well, journalists, dignitaries, you name it, just behind his seconds as well.
Yes, there we saw Nihua and Richard Report accompanying their player to the playing zone. The door gets closed.
And of course, all the spectators also get scanned as well as they enter the playing arena. Yeah, fair play checks, security here of the highest order. And look at the cameras directed at the team. That is Ding's mother and his 2 seconds. Nihua, Chinese Grandmaster, and Richard Rapport, Hungarian Grandmaster.
Richard Rapport, famed for being a creative, unorthodox chess player. His opening ideas are very well worked out, but very unusual. And here comes Gukesh. With him, also accompanied by his father, and Gregor Skajewski, his second.
There we go, striding very confidently towards the playing hall. The players will get checked. You mentioned Richard Rapport. I was going to say fashion icon, both in terms of dress sense and in terms of openings. Actually, the seconds have played a huge role. Gukesh has to wait in the meantime for Ding to vacate the fair play office. But yeah, the openings I've been highly impressed by, I've got to say, in this match, Jovanka. Very creative. Not always the most orthodox, but there's always an idea, which is hard these days in modern chess, to come up with these original concepts.
Yeah, yesterday was an example, just perfect opening novelty there by Gregor Skajewski, coming up with his rookie one, never been really seen before. And there, Ding makes his way into the light.
Yeah, step into the light. He does have the white pieces, so slightly symbolic, potentially. Yeah, very pensive. We're used to that type of body language from Ding these days. Ding chilling on our screens.
Yes, and Ding is very philosophical by nature. I remember him giving an interview where he said he gets enjoyment just by looking out of the window and seeing the rain. And there, you can feel his quiet but creative character.
Yeah, he's really soaking up every moment of this second World Championship match. Meanwhile, I wouldn't be surprised right now if we saw Gukesh standing by the window, but with his eyes shut. It's a very different approach by both of these two warriors. And Ding often actually staring down his opponent, checking out what Gukesh is doing, very aware of his opponent during the games.
What a beautiful shot that is of the world champion Ding Liren. It's a perfect picture. And
artistic, yeah, Oscar-worthy.
Completely. And talking about photos and pictures and videos, we do request that you who are watching the match, we would love it if you joined in the fun, joined in the action by posting on social media using the hashtag #DingGukesh and of course tagging at FIDE Chess, and just sharing with us how you are watching the match. This is all going to be compiled into this beautiful collage where we can also demonstrate our artistry and you can be featured on the show.
We're lonely here, Jovanka. We want some company, at least virtual company, and we want to be able to see where you're watching the match from. We want to be able to imagine you as we guide you through the action.
Absolutely. And there we see Gukesh. He's about to get seated, and now it is time for his ritual. He just simply gets onto his chair, adjusts the height. It seems to be something both players perhaps do. And then it's time to close their eyes, wait for the calm to descend.
Often we see Gukesh, once he's written down a few things on his score sheet, he closes those eyes. He often doesn't react to our Master of Ceremonies, Maurice Ashley. In the meantime, Ding, does he know the game's starting in 5 minutes? I wonder what's going through his mind. Maybe running through those last opening notes, maybe just enjoying the weather here in Sentosa.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has ever been late in recent years to a World Championship match.
No, but I wouldn't want to be the, I don't know, the FIDE volunteer who tells Ding, interrupts that flow. You got to go into the box. You got to start that game. Here we see some sneaky glances around the corner. People, guests of honor arriving.
Yes.
And of course, Gukesh just adjusting his pieces.
And there, once again, we see Ding in a contemplative mood. I don't think I pronounced that word correctly.
I could watch this all day, Jovanka.
Yeah, it's very calming to see Ding. No, but okay, he has to sit down and he has to face the battle head on. He'll have the white pieces, and I wonder whether this is the calm before the storm as Ding makes his way into the playing arena. And there we also see Emil Satovsky, CEO of FIDE. The first moves today will be made by Mr. Kingston Kwek and Grandmaster Kevin Go. Kingston Kwek is a cryptocurrency entrepreneur and founder of Academic Labs, or AAX. And we can see Maurice getting ready to introduce the guests, so let's go straight to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to Game 8 of the FIDE World Championship, presented by Google. Held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa here in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Dommaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 3.5 points apiece. Now going into the second half, the players have regaled us with their incredible fighting spirit and industrious play. It has indeed been a treat to watch this match so far. We have two VIPs to play the ceremonial first move. First, he is a cryptocurrency entrepreneur and the founder of Academic Labs, or AAX, a sponsor of these championships. AAX is an educational Web3 project that creates a gamified learning ecosystem online where learners and content creators can gather and develop games and videos to aid the learning of AI, crypto, blockchain, and chess. An avid chess player himself, he enjoys playing against chess engines and on online platforms. Please welcome Mr. Kingston Kwek. And our next VIP. He really needs no introduction, but you should know who he is. He is a chartered accountant in his professional life and was the CFO of one of the fastest growing biomedical startups from Singapore before joining the Singapore Chess Federation as its CEO. Founded in 1949 by Professor Lim Kok An, the Singapore Chess Federation celebrates its 75th anniversary this year and is one of the oldest national sports associations in Singapore. But as a player, in 2020, he became Singapore's first chess grandmaster since 1999. He is an 8-time Singapore national champion and has represented Team Singapore in multiple major events, such as 8 World Chess Olympiads and 3 Southeast Asian Games, where he won 3 bronze medals. He also happens to be the main organizer of this local organizing committee and has made all the magic of this amazing event actually take place. Please put a big hand together for the organizer of this event, Kevin Go Wei Ming. Gentlemen. And with that, let the game begin.
And there we have it. Sorry, I was a bit taken aback by, once again, my prediction being correct. It's an English on the board. And English is, of course, when white opens up with C2, C4, and, of course, Gukesh responding with E5.
Yeah, you're the queen of predictions, Jovanka. It's as simple as that. I mentioned beforehand that Ding has played 3 different first moves in his 3 first white games. This is his 4th white game. It's a 4th different first move. Yes. And it's the English opening. After playing the London system, I'm hoping this is a shout out to us. But no, it's just, it's a key cog in his repertoire. And okay, the black bishop jumps out. This isn't the mainline theory necessarily, but it's very trendy stuff. And you would assume that Ding has prepared for this move.
Yes, I would certainly assume that. It's kind of like a hyper accelerated reverse Rossolimo.
Yeah, that is a Rossolimo Sicilian. That knight was attacked, it jumps forward, attacking the black bishop, which is likely to retreat. Goes all the way back. Wow, this is one of my childhood favorites. I learned this after watching the games of Alexei Shirov many years ago. Got some great wins, and it is the Sicilian. Just to point out this position, or at least this position, Jovanka, just to kind of highlight what you were referring to there. Instead of C4, if white had, for example, played E4, we would see a Sicilian. And normally you bring your knight out to F3, black replies, and you actually have the same exact position, just with colors reversed. Except here, because you're white, you've got an extra first move. Very useful move to have as well, knight to the knight on F3. But if you compare it to this position, same idea, except now knight to D5 is possible, whereas in the other position it was less recommended. For example, a knight would have been able to capture on this square. So knight D5, bishop E7, and I don't know, we were talking about the bishop pair the other day, Jovanka, actually yesterday. Feels like ages ago, but the bishop has such a key concept in chess, especially if the board is open, and Gukesh is just asking Ding to take his bishop.
Yes, and well, the question now arises is what kind of plan white goes for. Like, because you might get the bishop pair, are you looking at accelerating play as quickly as possible with D2, D4? Are you kind of looking to take it into more traditional lines with fianchettoing? Actually, we learned today that there's 2 types of Latin. German Latin, it's fianchetto. In Italian Latin, it would be fianchetto.
Fianchetto.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Either way, it's I love it. And I also got some lovely DMs from people giving me some advice on how to say it. But yeah, whether you could fianchetto the light square bishop with G3 and then bishop G2 and then keep it closed, or you just develop your knights. But that's quite provocative.
Yeah, this knight jumping out would also make a lot of sense, hitting the pawn in the center, but that would very much ask for black to step forward with the pawn and gain a bit of time. So Ding taking his first pause. Yeah, the English opening, I've been playing it throughout the last 10 years quite regularly, and the one downside is, especially in these variations with black playing a quick E5, the opponent has so many options. So when preparing, when studying, I often find I'm going down these rabbit holes and I'm going 20 moves deep in certain variations. Then the opponent surprises me on move 2, move 3, and suddenly you're on your own again, or suddenly at least you find yourself in waters you haven't kind of refreshed or researched recently.
And on that subject, here I'm checking the Masters database. Bishop to E7 isn't the most popular response. It's the second most popular one. It's much more likely to play bishop C5 and go that direction.
Yeah, I mean, even in modern times, black has been playing the move A5 a few times. Some grandmasters even play the move knight to A6, which when I first saw, I thought that must be just simply a bad move. Knight's in the Rimadim, but I lost a game against Vallejo Pons, Spanish grandmaster, as white, a blitz game in that variation. But yeah, the most common is to retreat the bishop. You don't want to necessarily kind of be too fanciful with this bishop. It might get hit, it might get trapped in some variations, so dropping it back. Second most popular move, and at least in the old days, Jovanka, when I was playing this around 20 years ago as black, Oh, God, I sound old. Pawn to d4 was the main attempt for white.
It's still the main attempt. From this database, I can see that d4 being played 66% of the time, knight f3, 21%, and then g3, 7%. So g3 not so common. And we have knight coming out to f3. And now the fianchetto on the board.
Okay, interesting. So Ding doesn't want to even attempt to refute Gukesh's opening, or by refute, I mean get a small advantage. He just wants to get a position in play, and he knows he will most likely bank the bishop pair, and the kind of tension will transfer to the middle game instead. Just to point out, so d4, I do believe there's a lot of theory here these days. Pawn to d6, the knight comes out, and if I remember correctly, black can even push forward or just capture on d4, and there would have been some very direct opening confrontations. A position like this has been analyzed a lot, and black seems to be okay. So instead, if we go to the game, Ding's knight has been challenged. He's not fighting for the center yet. But big question, Jovanka, do you step back and admit you've lost a bit of time, or do you capture this bishop?
No point stepping back. No retreat.
No retreat.
Knight takes bishop. Take it off the board. That's my opinion. But I'm unfamiliar with this line. I don't have actually the English in my repertoire. Because that's the thing. You have to be familiar with these open Sicilian type of positions.
Yeah, and pretty much if you play 1c4, the English opening, you have to know Sicilians, as you mentioned, quite in depth. You don't get open Sicilians where it's kind of opposite side castling mutual attacks, because with white you get an extra move, and often the opponent therefore cannot attack you. But the pawn structures can be very similar. And yeah, the reason here, Jovanka, I agree, I would play your move as well, take this bishop, is because if white drops back with the knight, ultimately we've lost a move. We've gone 1, knight to c3, 2, we've gone knight back to d5, and then back to c3. We've spent 3 moves with this knight, whereas black has spent 2 moves with the bishop. The bishop came out to b4, then back to e7. So white's wasted 3 moves, black's only lost 2 moves. It's been a very wasteful opening, but ultimately white is the one who's kind of cost themselves a bit of time here. So ultimately, taking this bishop, it's not ideal, spending 3 moves with the same piece, capturing a piece that's only moved twice, but it's better than retreating and passing your opponent the move. At least here, you get time to decide on the pawn structure, whether that's d3, d4, maybe you just ignore, maybe you just get castled. It's just a position, as they say.
Yeah, it is just a position, but you do need to navigate the next stages quite carefully, because I'm also expecting knight takes bishop. And here, it's going to be the question, right? What kind of pawn structure do you actually go for with the white pieces? Because you have the bishop pair, you ideally want to accelerate play, open things up, but it's not so easy to do. And black's plan seems to be pretty concrete. You know, you develop your pieces, castles, then just hold the center.
Yeah, if black's feeling very ambitious as well, you can push this pawn forward. Anyone who plays the Dutch defense would love to put a pawn on f5 and start attacking on the king side.
I wasn't sure about that. Yeah,
he would love that move.
He would certainly love that move. I wasn't sure about that kind of chess. But there we see knight takes e7, and now the bishop develops. Okay, so far so good.
Must admit, I'm very surprised the black knight took on e7. This is a very deep concept by Gukesh. Okay, this is definite preparation, not even a question about it. He's spent only 1 minute so far. And pawn to f6, that square is normally reserved for a knight. Highly ambitious. I guess he wants to push.
He wants to go d5. And also, it fits in with the principles that when you're fighting against the bishop pair, the unchallenged bishop, in this case, the dark square bishop, put your pawns on that particular color complex, and that way you can use the pawns to block it up.
Yeah, blocking the center also good if you have knights. So fighting against the opponent's bishop, trying to tailor the structure in favor of the white knight, the black knights here. And building a center. That's all the opening rules. Very logical once you see it, but never play f6 is the saying of Grandmaster Ben Feingold, and this is a very early example of that move.
Yeah, you do weaken your king, especially amongst the light squares. I mean,
long term and short term.
Exactly. So if somehow white were able to explode open the center, then d6 would be quite weak. So say, for instance, if white were to go d4, I don't think you should, but if you were, it would be a horrible mistake to go e takes d5. You just literally weaken the light squares, and also you made d6 into a vulnerability. So
this pawn very weak now and easily attacked. The white bishop will jump out. The white rook will swing. And yeah, you got to keep the center closed.
Yep, you have to do that.
And yeah, after d4, for example, black has choice. Black can just maintain the tension, maybe just move the queen to c7, or black can very ambitiously push forward. And this looks almost like a French defense now. Again, I'm going to stop talking about this pawn structure, but it's my favorite. And yeah, this bishop on g2 is not necessarily the best piece anymore. In the English opening, it's normally the pride and joy of white's position. Ding loves fianchettoing his bishop in the Catalan as well, but this bishop is blunted.
Yes, you're going to have to see all kinds of trades happen in the center. And the reason why I'm actually not a big fan of d4 is because black hasn't committed their pieces to any particular squares yet. So I almost feel that this is a situation like the Ruy Lopez. Why am I saying it in a Spanish accent? I don't know.
Why not? It's a Spanish priest. Mr. Ruy.
Yeah, sometimes the Spanish comes out. Okay, but there you're often playing for d2, d4 at the right time, usually when your opponent is least prepared for it. So I'm expecting white to castle, complete development, maybe even go e4 at one stage, and then when the time is right, now comes d4.
Yeah, I agree. Under ideal circumstances, you play it when black cannot fully block the center, and then once you get d4, for example, if black is complacent and a bit kind of compliant here, then yeah, now you hold the key, because as we've shown, black never wants to capture. So you hold the key, whether you capture, whether you step forward, gain some space. But I do wonder whether Gukesh is going to continue delaying castling. The knight on e7 doesn't necessarily make a great impression. The pawn on f6 doesn't either, unless he's going to expand. So if white castles, does black potentially try to gain a tempo on this pawn first?
Well, interestingly, just one game in the database. And that was played in 2023 between Sinswat Datuli, and Denis Nikolaev. I would say two international masters or international master strength. And there it was queen c2 was the response from white.
Okay. And did black fight for the center?
Yep, he did. And then that was met by d3.
And pawn to d3. And the other day I was talking about the bathtub formation, Jovanka. And here it's like a massive hot tub. It's this. Look at this. It's maybe like a vase, but I'm going to pretend it's a nice big bathtub, which they normally would say is a pawn structure like this one, if we look at it from the white side at least. But here, yeah, the black pawns complete a beautiful formation.
Yeah.
Most of all, it's just the center. Pawn to d3, and I guess black is just totally fine, despite the lack of dark square bishop.
Yeah, and I guess white now tries to do Englishy things, such as b4. Yeah. You may want to connect your rooks before doing this type of thing, but often it's you fight this expansion in the center with queenside play.
Yeah, and you just allow the opponent, if they want, to lock things up now, because actually, if black were to ever step forward, this bishop, suddenly the diagonal is lengthened, and white holds the pawn breaks. White can break with e3 very clearly. White has the activity on the queen side. So I quite like this. I do wonder how deep Gukesh's preparation goes. That's the one question. If he's blitzing out this very rare stuff, then you would assume that he's studied the middle game plans as well. So if Ding were to castle now, which is maybe the most natural move, Gukesh will blitz bishop e6, he'll blitz out d5, he'll have looked at this, he'll know exactly what to do with this knight, which is slightly unclear to me at least. He'll know whether he wants to castle, whether he's going to go like queen d7 in the near future, try and trade off this bishop, which makes a lot of sense. If you've given up one bishop, try and get rid of the opponent's bishop pair. That would be conventional wisdom. Maybe h5, h4 attack.
Yeah,
you never know.
And also, white can't easily place moves like c takes d5 because David has delayed developing the knight on b8. It gets the c6 square, and that's something, again, that's going to be very good for Gukesh. So once again, like the two players, I feel like are playing cat and mouse with each other when it comes to opening preparation. Like one person comes extremely well prepared, launches a surprise. The other one really has to play extremely well to neutralize it. But we've seen both of them rise to the occasion.
That's right. Albeit after deep thinks. Usually the first player who's surprised spends about 20 to 30 minutes. So we can sit back, Jovanka, get the popcorn out, enjoy this moment. But you're right. In general, maybe other than Ding, he didn't immediately react poorly to the surprise, but he spent far too long on the clock. Maybe Ding in game 3, I would say that's the one big moment where psychologically it was clear that the surprise value had full effect. Ding already starting to shake his head, by the way, which isn't new for the match. It isn't too worrying, but yeah, very impressive from Gukesh. And that's why I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Ding to go to the English Opening this early. I think maybe he's getting impatient, wants to win, wants to get Gukesh out of book, but Ding plays the English so much. He's actually had some up and down results recently with it, even going as far back as his candidates tournament in 2022.
But it was surprising, though, that Gukesh managed to get the surprise as early as move 2.
Yeah, true. Yesterday it was near novelty on move 7. This knight takes e7 idea, pawn to f6, that's brand new to me, and at least at grandmaster level, it's totally new. Yeah, it's very impressive. Whatever Gukesh and his camp have been cooking up, it's yeah, it's modern chess at its best.
Yeah, and a lot of hard work behind the scenes. And Ding, well, he now has to come up with a plan that isn't the most natural move. And because when you're faced with this type of situation, you really want to just take your opponent out of book, and you almost feel like a moral, like a victory when they start thinking you're like, it might not be the best move, but you're on your own now, buddy. And that's always a good feeling. But there we see Gukesh in the flow.
I need to talk to Gukesh at one of these press conferences. Maybe I need to rush over there one day when the game is done. I just need to ask him how he stays awake when his eyes are closed.
Well, you can see, look, he's taking very deep breaths because it's interesting because I've been listening to some podcasts and they're all talking about how we don't breathe correctly and we don't use the diaphragm. And you can see he's using his whole body to breathe. And it is just it's just a fantastic thing. Oxygen, would you believe?
It's impressive. Oxygen. What is that? Chess players are used to stuffy rooms and not going outdoors, but no, of course. It's clearly paying dividends, his approach. He's so focused all the time, so calm, even in difficult situations. Maybe we can show that percentage again because I saw it creeping up literally by the second.
Yeah.
This is, yeah, the ratio. He's been closing his eyes during the game, and the longer this goes on, the longer Ding thinks it's that number's going to shoot up.
Yeah, and it has gone up as well. It was at 4, and now it's almost doubled, so incredible. But it's a new technique, and I definitely think it's worth our while to pay attention and take note of this. Because often in chess, everything is determined by the emotions. We get nervous, overexcited, and that's when we're prone to make blunders. If you're able to kind of be like Bruce Lee, your mind is like water, blah, 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 then you're able to deal with surprises in a calm, composed manner, and that's what you need.
Yeah, that percentage is shooting up. It's like my energy levels, except it goes the other way. It's like it starts at 100%. Every minute it's down by 1%. You get to move 40, it's like, 35% left battery levels. But for Gukesh, it's the opposite.
I always found with my chess, everyone would say to me, you play the opening as if you're super lethargic. And then you wake up in the middle game. I'm like, well, so be it.
Yeah, my spirit animal is a sloth, if I can say that correctly. So,
a sloth.
A sloth. So I know the feeling, lethargy, lethargy. Oh, wow, words are hard.
Words can be difficult, especially when they're combined with chess. But I have noticed your energy in particular kicks up. It goes massively, shoots through the roof. Around about move 20 to the end of the game.
Move 60 onwards.
Yeah, like I've seen David in action so many times, and I even I felt you were playing like 7 hours of chess, and I thought, oh my God, Damon's going to be so hungry. So I was going to go to the playing pool and like just put an energy bar. But then when I went to see it, you were like there, full focused, and it was your opponent that was just looking like they were like, no.
Everyone's different, right? I wish I had that kind of immediate verve that some players have at the beginning of a game, where they're just like Erigaisi, for example, Arjun Erigaisi. He's just bang, bang, bang at the beginning of a game. I wish I could get in the zone before that. Maybe it is the meditation. Maybe it is.
But do you think it's the style of play as well? Because if you sharpen things up, like this position could potentially get quite sharp.
Yes.
So you do have to be incredibly accurate right now, especially because there's a bishop-knight imbalance. And if you're playing in a more positional style, you've got a closed position, you know that the margin for error isn't that great. Sure. So, I mean, you can just simply make a mistake, and maybe that takes your position from equal to slightly worse.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Also, I guess it's how you visualize the game going, because I know when I sit down at the board, I'm going to play 5-6 hours most days. So the first hour or two, I'm like, oh, do I really need to focus if I'm going to be here come midnight anyway? But yeah, I guess some of the players, they see themselves winning early. Gukesh maybe sees himself as an attacking player, winning by move 30, by move 40 often. And therefore he knows early speed is important, early focus, early energy. Yeah. Ding, I would say, is somewhere in between, where he likes his long games, but is perfectly capable of playing dynamically if pushed earlier in the battle.
Well, it's very interesting observing Ding. You know, I feel that there's been a big difference between the Ding that we saw in game 1 with the Ding that we're seeing now.
Positive difference?
Yes. And well, I remember first game, he looked nervous. And especially when he was about to win, he was bouncing up and down on the chair.
Yeah. And
that made me a little bit concerned, because Ding is usually looking like this. You know, you can't really tell that much. Maybe you think he's suffering, but actually he's probably not. He's just calculating lines and just thinking about what is objectively the best move. Yeah. And I felt like yesterday he spent some time, but then he picked up the speed when it was necessary, and he found some incredible resources.
I mean, compared to 6 months ago, this is Ding exhilarated. This is not Ding chilling. This is Ding in a great mood. And actually, yesterday, we saw it, Jovanka, when he was able to hold the draw, when the hands were shaken, he was literally bouncing. He was smiling. It's as if he won a game yesterday, just saving that difficult endgame. In the meantime, we do have 2 moves. White does castle. Black, as predicted, gains a tempo by attacking the white pawn on c4.
Okay, so we're still following the game that I have in the Masters database. Incidentally, there was a reward waiting Ding yesterday. Some strawberry ice cream.
Oh, what a treat. I saw you got given a choice. I was jealous. I do wonder, Jovanka, is this a correspondence game? Because the other day they were following, the last time Ding actually had white in the London system, they were following some correspondence games. And I'm not sure whether it's possible to find out.
Yeah, this is where I have clicked on the game, and I'm not so proficient with this database to find out where it's actually... It says correspondence, but I never know.
Yeah, and we're getting a thumbs up from our production team. It's a correspondence game, and I'm not surprised, because over the board, unless you've done some fantastic preparation, over the board, I don't think anyone comes up with knight takes e7, which isn't the most active square for that piece. Normally the knight wants to sit on f6 and pawn on f6 as well. Yeah. Nobody comes up with that over the board. So it must be very much engine inspired.
Exactly, and the whole point of correspondence chess is, in the old days, it was basically that you'd actually post your moves to your opponent, and they would respond also by snail mail. And
weeks later.
Yes, it's actually quite an expensive hobby, right? You'd have to pay 30p per move. But anyway, nowadays, I think nowadays you do it by email, and there's some correspondence leagues. Now, I don't know on the etiquette or the engine use, but I think you can use engines. And they have a variety of engines to kind of, some for the opening, some for the end game, and they're just analyzing away with these machines.
Yeah, I think these days it's recognized that engines are freely allowed, all sorts of engines. Often it's a battle of whose engine is more powerful or who kind of understands how computers think better. And also there's some element of human error, of course. But I remember my first experience of correspondence chess, Jovanka. I was, I think, 11 years old, and I was quite strong at the time. I was maybe 2250 FIDE rating, closing on 2300 maybe. And I was about to go to a new school. I took an interview at this new school, and they had a chess teacher, specialized chess coach, who was a grandmaster. But they said, in order to get access to him, first you have to talk to this other teacher who's just an amateur chess player. I've probably told you this story before. But this teacher was like, okay, I don't trust my skills in blitz chess, or so let's exchange emails and let's play a game of correspondence chess. He was like, one rule though, no computers, no books, nothing. It's just me versus you, correspondence chess. And I found out later his rating was about 1400, but he crushed me. And after like weeks later, when I'd resigned, I checked the game. It was top engine move every single time. So I got swindled, and I chose not to go to that school.
Yes,
I was so bitter.
Good thinking. Yeah, I know a really lame joke. I'm not even sure whether I should even tell it about correspondence chess.
Go for it.
It's so bad. Okay.
It can't be worse than some of my puns.
It's pretty bad. So please don't judge me. So North Pole and South Pole are having correspondence games, and North Pole keeps winning. But for the first time in 10 years, the South Pole. Oh God, we're going to get some. No, it's not that kind of joke.
We promise we won't be cancelled. Well, maybe we will, but not yet.
No.
Not today.
And for the first time in years, the South Pole is winning.
Okay.
And so they're so excited. They've got a winning position. They're expecting that in the next letter is going to be resigns, and they've got this like celebration going on, and they were like, yes. And so they bring the letter, which they anticipate to be the resignation, on a silver platter, and there's massive festivities. They're really enjoying themselves, and then they open up the letter. The top chess player gets ready to read it out, and it says, "Je double." I told you it was bad.
I think we should get cancelled for that.
Yeah. Okay, I learned this joke when I was about 12 years old, but for some reason it never left my mind. But I told you it was bad, but you guys encouraged me.
I feel like I've also heard some correspondence jokes. I just need a bit of time to refer to computers to find out what those jokes were.
And for those of you that don't know what je double means, it means I adjust my pieces. Yeah, it's so bad.
So this is correspondence inspired this move. Actually, some of the top grandmasters these days, they trawl through these correspondence databases. They don't even look with their own computers these days. They often just go through the core databases. And I remember talking to Erwin Lamy, Dutch grandmaster. I remember reading some of his articles in the New and Chess yearbooks about correspondence games, and they're so rich with ideas.
Yeah.
And there's always an idea. There's always kind of a deep point behind some of these computer moves that these correspondence players have analyzed and foreseen.
Yeah, so shall we kind of like dig into this correspondence game? So
we know it's high level, at least.
We do know it's god level, right? You know, queen. So bishop to e6 came, attacking the pawn. You have to defend. So white chose to play queen c2, and then after d5, d3, a5, stopping b4. Bishop d2. Castle.
Yeah.
b4 anyhow.
Wow.
And then we just a takes b4, c takes d5, knight takes d5. Gosh, like willingly sacrificing the b pawn. But apparently d4, and you know the game continues.
Oh, I love it. d4.
How normal is b4?
That's not normal.
That's not normal, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these correspondence players were getting some assistance, which is allowed. But in the meantime, it's two moves ticking in. It's b3, not queen c2, which I actually really liked. Queen c2, I think it was a multi-purpose move. Instead, b3 does defend the pawn. It does open up white's bishop. somewhere along this diagonal, knowing Ding from previous experience in this match. He might land on a3, but Gukesh, of course, strikes in the center, and it's the big bathtub formation that we talked about earlier. It's a beautiful pawn center for black, compensating for the lack of bishop pair.
Yeah, and a very quick response from Gukesh. And the questions persist for Ding. What is his plan going to be? It's not an easy position because when black controls all the central space, it is difficult to challenge this, especially if you're not going to be fighting in a clear manner on the wings. Like, half of me actually just wants to accelerate play because I can't stand it when I've given all this space in the center.
And how would you accelerate the play?
D4.
D4.
D4, let's have some fun, but that might not be fun for me.
Well,
and then knight
interesting,
D2.
right?
Yeah,
it's not fun for this bishop, but
actually, I don't need to put my knight on D2. I can.
Don't put it on the rim.
No. If I do that, then I should not be playing chess because the knight is going to be trapped.
No. I mean, it could go this way.
Yeah, it could
come
go.
round. I agree, and this type of position, it's always hard to evaluate, right, Jovanka? It's blocked. That normally suits the side with the knights rather than the bishops. And yeah, it is Gukesh with the center with a bit more space, also with a lot more time on his clock. So just as predicted, Ding brings his bishop out to a3, not for the first time in this match. And we do see a very tense middle game. Big imbalances here, but will we see Gukesh slow down for the first time, have his first real think, or is he still in opening preparation?
Well, we'll find out. But meanwhile, we are joined by a very special guest in the studio, Grandmaster Kevin Go Wei Ming. Now, Kevin, you're an instrumental part of bringing this match to Singapore. How are you feeling? Is this match living up to your expectations?
No, of course, yeah. Just very, very happy that we have gotten past the halfway mark. Fans are still coming. Tickets are being sold. So yeah, very happy to be doing this.
Yeah. And what was the whole process for you like?
Well, it's just a mad rush, really. You know, I don't even know how to really put it in strong words. I think at the point when we knew that we were going to put in a bid, I was really hesitant because I wasn't really sure whether we wanted to win.
Yeah.
It was several months of work and preparation. Yeah, just a lot of coordination, lots of planning. I think I'm very grateful to the entire team, the Singapore crew, of course, the government authorities, FIDE, of course, you guys. You know, we signed our own contract at very little notice. Yeah, we got to get you to come to Singapore. All these things. They're just very happy that somehow it's all come together, and yeah, we are now in the middle of a rather tense match.
Yeah, and you mentioned that the tickets are fully booked. Have you been surprised that so many people have wanted to come here and just be a part of this?
Yeah, I think surpassed maybe our expectations. But on the other hand, we did put together quite a nice program. So chess fans can get a flavor of everything. We have master classes and we have simultaneous exhibitions. Lots of players also wanted to come to be part of the event. Yeah. So of course, Vichy was here. Vichy was a great sport. Very gracious in giving autographs and taking photos and selfies. And lots of world champions are coming. You still have more coming along the way. We have special guests coming on the 8th. So yeah, you can soon see her at the fan zone.
Yes, I remember your tweets where you
oh no, we shut on.
about how you were expecting Vichy to be popular, but not that popular amongst the Singaporean juniors.
Yeah, that really caused a bit of alarm because we never expected people to start rushing up, and a little boy fell. By the way, if you are still alive, I hope you are fine. Yeah, he fell while rushing for trying to catch Vichy when he was taking the lift. Yeah, we were really concerned, but I think he was good.
Okay, yeah.
So. Vichy got a lot of love from the Singaporeans.
Is Vichy still here? I forgot to get a selfie with him.
Yeah, I'll tell you his room number. He's still around.
Okay.
Still around. And meanwhile, we know that you're Singapore's first Grandmaster, so I'd love to get your thoughts on the position.
No, it was quite funny because we made the ceremonial first move early on, and Mr. Kingston played the move B3. and I played the move a5.
Was this
It was pre-planned?
It was kind of discussed, yes. But even my reply was, I took everyone by surprise, and Ding had a little smile. And in this position, I think when Black played, I think at some point bishop e6, so White played b3. Yeah, Black could have gone a5, and that would have been the true visionary on our part. Yeah, it's a really interesting position, isn't it? I guess White doesn't really want to go d4, because Black goes e4, and not quite sure how he's supposed to solve the problem of his light square bishop. So I suppose he wants to keep the central pawns flexible. So
Looks that way, but what else is the problem, I guess, for Ding? It's unclear what else his plan could be.
yeah, I guess he could play like something like queen c1, shuffle pieces around.
Wait, and
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the engine says like a small plus because of the bishop pair advantage. Yeah, but Black has an easy plan, right? Like he goes knight d7, maybe rook e8 or rook f7, things like that. I didn't catch your ideas early on, but
we were struggling for Ding, I think. We were very tempted to try and play d4 as well, but hard to evaluate those positions.
Yeah, d4, e4.
Could d3 and e4 be another potential plan, at least to force or determine the center?
Yeah, that's possible.
Yes, it's a question of whether you want the pawns blocked this way or the other way. He keeps his options open. He plays a rook to c1. Ding. I guess he wants to wait for this knight to move before he ever captures on d5, so the knight cannot jump to c6.
So Black goes rook f7 or rook e8. Some queen a5 ideas.
I was going to say, actually, a5 on move 1 against b3 is quite a good move. Like,
yeah. No, so when we were talking about this in the lounge, and you know Emil and his and his memory. Oh yeah, it was played in like 1976 or something against this, between this and that, and yeah, he wasn't even joking.
Yeah.
What have your thoughts been of the match as a whole? We're now at game 8, Kevin, and I don't know what your predictions were beforehand or what you expected. You don't need to stay neutral with us.
No, I think, obviously as an organizer, I always try to be objective, but it will be, it would be ridiculous for me to say that based on the form, based on whatever everyone's saying, based on the performances of both players, for me to say that, yeah, of course, Gukesh was the favorite, maybe even a hot favorite. And but I think we were just too busy trying to put things together, so we were not really concerned whether the match would be over in like 10 games, as what many experts have claimed. So, of course, from a neutral point of view, it's great that the match is going on. It's tense. Anything can happen right now, I believe. Gukesh has been in really impressive form, but in the last few games, it feels like you are seeing some maybe a tinge of vulnerability, if I can say that.
Agreed.
Yeah, and no, I really think that it's a very, very equal match now, and anything can happen. Yeah, we hope that this goes to tie breaks. Yeah, it'll be tough on everyone. But
one more day, one more tickets.
Yeah, more. Was that super obvious? But yeah, we know we want excitement, right? I think that's the whole point. And we want more chess fans to be aware of this match.
And maybe you can tell us a bit about your work with the Singaporean Chess Federation and how you got involved and what's been going on recently.
Yeah, so I got appointed a couple of years ago to sort of run the federation as a full-time employee. I left my previous appointment when I was the CFO of a biotech startup. I think, of course, chess has been my biggest passion, I would say, since I was 10. And I thought that it's just a nice time for me to maybe leave the corporate life a little bit and do a bit of chess. Given that I think in the past we never really had a full team of people trying to manage the Singapore Chess Federation as a professional organization, you know, with a proper structure. It has always been run as a volunteer basis. I think many federations in the world are probably like that. Yes. And then there's a limit to how much you can do when you're not being paid, basically, right? You still need to pay your bills. So I think that's really the objective, and I'm glad that we managed to implement new things. We have a training program now. We have strong grandmasters who are here to coach the players. We are starting some community initiatives. The Chess in Prisons, of course, one of my proudest maybe project outside of this one. Then, yeah, we may start some programs for young children, whether it's chess in schools or kids with disabilities. I think these are things that I think can really bring across, the nice things about chess and how it can help people.
Yeah, and what is the dream of the Singaporean Chess Federation?
I think we want to have good players.
Just good players,
yeah.
yeah.
You already
do.
But
you already
do. I mean, because I was actually shocked that you became Singapore's first Grandmaster in 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you have.
Now we have five. So we have two Grandmasters before this millennium actually. So so there was the latest before myself was Dr. Wong Meng Kong. He made it in 1999. Then we had like a big drought. I think the main issue is that a lot of young children, once they go to university or they start working, they just give up the game because they think it's really challenging. It's fair play. I think I think it's tough. Both of you know that it's a long road to become a GM. So we try to provide more access and give more opportunities, more training, more focus. So yeah, after we came on board, a couple of young players became Grandmasters. We hope that they can continue, but we want more. I think we are competitors. We are not nearly good enough. We kept losing to England, by the way. sorry. I had a nice experience with David. Sorry. No, we want to be somewhere. I mean, it's unrealistic for us to expect that we can be as competitive as England, of course, for now. But in the long run, we want to have something that we can at least compete on a regular basis. Yeah. And
is it inspiring then to see two Asian Grandmasters compete for the world title?
Definitely. I think I hope that the young players who are here, they see these guys, they see all the top masters who are in the fan zone and who are giving lectures and giving exhibitions. I hope they can be inspired to work hard and have some belief in themselves. Yeah. I think that's really the thing. You need to believe that you can do it and be willing to do the work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I have noticed with the Singaporean chess fans is that they find both Ding and Gukesh very relatable. So you find them cheering for both players.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. I mean, naturally, we have a lot of Chinese and Indians in our community, right? So it's very easy to find one of them to root for. And Ding, Ding is just this very, very goofy and so funny and
relatable, right?
Yeah, very charming in a way, right? The way he answered the questions, that we don't have to go. I think everybody has seen the press conferences and just very real, no filters. And Gukesh is just 18 years of age and demonstrating this maturity that's beyond belief, really. And even yesterday, when he missed like a big opportunity to take the lead, he was still pretty composed, answered in a very mature fashion. I don't even know where that's coming from. Yeah, a normal chess player would have lost his tantrum.
A5, your move.
I was going to say you
just one move after B3, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Or two moves after.
Two moves, yeah.
Yeah, he's crystal ball. And
so I guess black goes knight a6, knight b4 or something.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Makes sense, right?
Completing development.
Also flexible, just in case you want to play b5, but probably it's about development.
What will you do here, though? Like, we want to create more tension in the center, right? But,
I would offer a draw.
Well, the players are not allowed to do that. They have to wait until move 40.
Yeah.
Was that something that you, as a match organizer, insisted on, that the players couldn't just agree?
That's wasn't really up to us, but we kind of agreed with that. We don't really want, like, you sell out tickets, people come rush to the match venue after work, and then to have the game over after like 16 moves. That would be a bit disappointing. But I think the players are not going to do that. Yeah, I don't think there is any indication that they will go anywhere near that. Even if, let's say, the game is tied at game 13, I think game 14 will still be a fight. Yeah, so it's really good to see.
Yeah, every game's been very fighting so far, even the draws. And Yeah, it's very hard to know what pawn structure. You've got to choose basically where to put the E and D pawns, I guess. It's hard to know what else, to be honest.
Yeah. These type of positions are very popular with the Filipinos, by the way. The Filipino grandmasters, they like to play all this English stuff, c4, knight f3, and they go d3, e3, and just wait around and then decide on a good moment and play f4 at some point even, knight d2, f4. So,
oh wow.
Okay,
that's quite a cool idea.
Let's put that one on the board.
Oh, the bathtub again.
the bathtub. Oh yeah, I kind of
the advanced bathtub variation.
Actually, I almost feel like White's pawn structure is a Christmas tree at the minute.
The Christmas tree.
Even with the rook on c1.
Oh wait, I should do this arrow this way around and gold star at the top of the tree. Okay, anyway, back to serious moves. Knight d2. Let's say black just moves. Yeah, f4 makes some sense. I kind of want to just get some symmetry going and then big bathtub with f4. But
yeah, do you have knight b4?
Yeah, knight b4 is concretely a bit annoying. Right? Problems.
Yeah, and then go rook a1, knight a6, rook c1. And all that talk about fighting spirit gets thrown out of the window.
I think to get f4, I probably have to go this way, unfortunately. At least now knight b4 can meet with queen to d2.
I mean, it is a very committed decision. E3 becomes weak. Queen b6 check. Yeah, knight f5. Yeah, that's not really what you want to do. Maybe you go e3 and just wait around, right?
Wait around and then hint that you might play f4. But I don't think Ding would enjoy this so much. It feels like he hasn't gone for those types of positions where he keeps the tension for a long time. Normally he wants to resolve things. And
knight e1 played.
Knight e1.
Wow. Obviously. I guess maybe he wants to go. I put the pawn on d3 previously, but maybe he wants to put the knight on d3.
Oh, makes a lot of sense. Okay, but knight a6.
So knight a6, knight d3, yeah? Stopping knight b4. So, yes.
Yeah, but then after...
Do you want to change knights? Keep just in general?
Unclear.
Like, if you have a choice, will you go knight c5 now?
Maybe. If it's open, to me, maybe at some point I take, and as long as I can play knight c5, take with the rook and try to control the c file. And now, d4, if black blocks, now f4 makes a lot of sense. Now you can guarantee the opening of some lines.
Yeah, this looks nice for white.
And likewise, e4 is less scary, knight f4 or knight c5, one of them.
All the breaks, right? d3 and stuff.
Break it open.
Knight e1, knight d3, yeah.
Wow. Clever. I like it though.
It's not typical at all.
And what happens if you were to go e4 right now?
Okay.
So,
just to win connect 4 again.
Again, yes.
And pawn to d3.
F5.
Yeah, f5.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah.
Knight c2.
Yeah, knight c2.
Yeah, I was...
You want to go f4, right?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work now. It loses a pawn, but I guess you want to do that in the long run. And now...
Yeah, it's not quite well placed. So...
Also, I just realized I could win a pawn. That's white. I can take.
Oh, yeah, bishop e4.
Bishop takes e4. Well, I say win a pawn. Probably I didn't look far enough, but queen takes.
Rook d2.
Yeah, rook d2, rook c2. Maybe I win a pawn.
Oh, an intriguing moment. And you have a very interesting story about how you became Grandmaster.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful tale about hard work and inspiration.
Yeah, I think long story really.
Yeah.
It took me about 9 years when I started to try to be a GM. I took a year off work. My company was very kind. I should give a shout out, KPMG. Yeah, top 4 accounting firms in the world.
Big company,
so, yeah. They allowed me to take a year off, and they even gave me a stipend.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
it's nice.
It's just a little token to just help me sustain whatever, and they also say that I could go back to my job. Like, don't worry, your job is still here. So I'm assured that I can still make some money after that, right? Then I got myself a coach. I understood that there were a lot of weaknesses in my play. So, for example, I had lots of problems against 1d4. At that point, I was playing all sorts of nonsense. And finally, I settled on the Grunfeld.
Good choice.
Yeah, and I followed many of your games, by the way.
Maybe less of a good choice to follow.
Yeah. Yeah, somehow I made my first Grandmaster norm in the first 3 months of that 1 year, and I was very encouraged. And the following year, I made my second GM norm after I went back to work, but there was some spillover effect of the training. So I think that year I won the bronze medal at the Asian Team Championships in China. So that was pretty cool. So 2 GM norms, and I thought that, okay, it's almost there. It's going to be a done deal. And then I learned a hard lesson that, you know, when there's a momentum, you should keep pressing. You shouldn't take it for granted. Started to focus more on my job and didn't really do a lot of chess. Yeah, and then it took ages after that.
But how did you combine working along with chess, playing, chess studying? I mean, because it's actually very difficult.
Yeah,
to find time.
I couldn't. That's why it took so long. If I could just focus for another 2 years, I think probably I could, get that final norm and cross 2500 in an easier manner as compared to what I did. I was basically playing 2 to 3 tournaments a year. And that's not nearly enough. You have to play a lot more. So that's why I've been telling the kids at the Federation, you got to play more, gain experience, and you have more data to make some decisions on and judgment calls.
Right. But I'm sure there are a lot of our viewers who are adult improvers who are, again, also struggling with that work-chess balance. How did you streamline the training? Because I imagine that you had to say, well, I'm only going to spend 1 hour on tactics, 1 hour in games, or prioritize certain topics.
Yeah. So I think the way I approached that was I tried to have a time frame for everything. So when I plan my tournaments, I plan 2 or 3 tournaments in a row. But in order to do that, the boss has to be satisfied, right? So I kind of made a deal with them. There was some fundraising going on, and I was like, shall we just time everything? And then when I get it done, you don't have to pay me a bonus, but just let me go and play some chess. And somehow he agreed. I think he was pretty supportive. My previous employer, he agreed that he felt that this was like kind of national service for him as well. So we did. So I did the fundraise. It was closed, and then we did the training. So I was working 7-8 hours a day during weekends, and on weekdays I just spend every 3 hours a day, as much as I can. After work, I just do as much as I can. And then I traveled and I played, and somehow I made it. So it was more like a constructed plan, and it might never have worked, but somehow it did.
It paid off.
But unfortunately, because the way this was done, it was in such a haphazard manner. It essentially became like a practical thing, right? You are trying to find advantages where to suit that kind of hectic lifestyle. So I was always looking for some openings that might give me some chances, working on calculation. But in terms of like deep knowledge of the game, that was something beyond my ability to improve.
Struggles, I mean, that struggle is just for all of us, right?
And once that work decrease, the level drops. Can't be helped.
And what's next, Kevin? I mean, I see Singapore, they have so many young talents now. We had this 8-year-old who broke my record, youngest player who beat a Grandmaster, Ashraf. It's exciting, right? I think
it is exciting. I think a lot of parents are really happy with their kids coming to the Federation to learn chess from us. At the end of the day, I had a conversation with Vichy, and I asked him, what does it really take, So whatever we are doing, we're sort of like doing something here, something there, but what can we really do to really move things in a huge way? And he said that there's nothing quite like having a world champion. Obviously that helped. And he just said whatever you are doing is helpful, but it's going to take a long time. But if you have a world champion, that's going to spike things up really quickly. We are not really going that far. For Ashraf, he's a young boy. We don't want to put too much pressure on him. He's very talented, very committed. Family is super supportive, but things can change because he's only 9. He might discover other interests in due time.
And how does a federation nurture a talent like that?
So we have a structured training program. So now kids are supposed to come to the Federation 3 times a week. That's structured. They're allowed to come on other days as well, but we don't make that mandatory for now. Yeah, before we get arrested for abuse of human rights or something like that. Yeah, for 9-year-old kids having to come to the federation.
I would have loved that when I was 9 years old.
Yeah. So right now we are having a structured program with strong trainers, at least 3 times a week. They can come on other days, and they are very welcome to do so. The program, they still have to pay for the program, but it's not much. I believe it's quite good value. So that's really how we try to identify talents through tournaments. We have a qualifying system for the squads. They come for training. If they do well, then they get picked as official players for regional events. And we always encourage them to just play and play as much as they can. I think that's really the key thing. If you don't play, how will you know? Yeah, how will you know if you're improving?
Great advice.
Yeah. And are the lessons open for everyone, or just to select?
So they have to go through a selection process, yeah, and they have to write in. If they don't qualify through our criteria, we have to assess. So you send in. So we go to the extent of them sending me a PGN. We go through the PGN and we look at the games and we see like, oh, actually this guy knows where to put the pieces, but he's just blundering, and that's something we think we can fix, right? And then we're like, okay, you are in, Yeah. So we do this in a very thorough manner. It's hard work, really. My trainers work very hard for this.
So you're quite hands-on in several departments then, in your role.
I think in terms of the training side of things, I let the trainers do most of the work. They only come to me when they have a real issue, like something that they can't decide on, and I need to break the tie, like,
you have the power.
Yeah, the votes, and then they ask me for my opinion. But normally, I let them decide on the schedule, the way the training is done, and I don't really try to interfere too much because they are good trainers. Just a couple of things I insisted on is that the kids should greet the trainers when they see them. So they should be polite. Like, that's all I ask, So sometimes the kids, they see one of the trainers, they just walk past him. I will just grab him by the collar. Hey, we are here, we exist. Can't you say hi? It's like, okay, hi.
Sounds like school.
Sounds a bit like school, but we try not to make it too regimental. Yeah, like some of the kids who ask, put up his hand, may I go to the washroom? And we're like, stop asking these questions, just go. And make sure you come back. But we try to make it less school-like as possible.
Yeah, and wow,
Rookie 8.
It sounds very promising. But yeah, Rookie 8 has been played.
Running this night. Unclear what the next move is, but
is it tough commentating on games like this when people are just moving pieces in their own half? Like, they're trying to explain to like 300,000 viewers, and
I hope it's that many.
Just making numbers up now. Yeah, but
it's 2 different types of position, right? It's one where it's pure calculation, where we're trying to crunch the numbers and trying to crunch the variations as well. So sometimes we have to pause and think. Here we can talk forever, but it's very hard to predict, right? It's. What do you prefer, Jovanka? Which type?
I actually really enjoy chess commentary, whatever the position. I think the most challenging as a commentator is when the position is completely dry and the players are just grinding it out or trying to grind it out.
The match called Berlin.
or when it's a theory fest. I mean, I have done some commentary before where they've just blitzed out like reams of theory, and then someone makes a small surprise, and then the top player just looks up in the air and goes...
Trying to recall.
Yeah, just 2 minutes, and then they just bash out a fourth-thing line, and it's a draw.
And it's a draw.
It feels a little bit like chess has been solved.
Hard to get excited about that, right? And share the excitement.
But this type of position where, you have all these different levels of intrigue. So you always have the mind game going on. The fact that Gukesh has prepared this is taken Ding by surprise. Does he go for the most obvious moves? It adds that lovely dimension.
And we actually, up until today, Kevin, we've had 3 or 4 moves since you've been here, but up until today we had this curse. Anytime a guest came, there would be a 30-40 minute think. The players would just not move. It's as if they knew.
Am I continuing the streak?
No.
Well,
something's happening.
He might be jinxing our next guest.
Still early days here,
but I feel like this position is very suitable for Ding in general, like because if you have seen the promo, if you haven't seen the promo, go to the website and look at our promo. Very nicely done. I think he said that he prefers positions where you can there's a lot of maneuvering around. And I think this type of position is exactly what he meant.
It makes sense, right? Like he's playing against a fantastic calculator like Gukesh, who wants one narrow path where he can see the very end. But here it's like 5-6 possible moves every single turn. So I do wonder if knight to d3.
Knight d3 is a move.
Yeah. What Black's plan is? Is it b6? It looks a bit weird, but at least you control this knight.
Yep. Let's put it on the board. Again, this is one of the great things about commentary.
With the blunder pieces.
The power of take back.
That's a very powerful skill. I would like that.
I remember as a kid, one of my favorite variants of chess was refusal chess. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
You can kind of veto the opponent's move.
Yeah, you can veto it, but only one. But
once
only
per game.
No, not once per game. Like,
once per game?
No, once per move.
Oh, once per move.
Once per move, yeah.
Wait, once per game and once per move.
Yeah. No, but I just like this because, you know, suddenly if you did a capture or
the queen exchange,
they would just go.
Queen takes d8. No rook takes d8.
Yeah, exactly.
So just here, for example, White could have played here and said, no, you can't take me. You can't take my bishop.
It's a great game. What can I say?
Although I guess Black could say, no, you don't take my knight in the first place.
Yeah. But then there's like different layers with the captures you have to be.
Yeah, we should do a world championship for that.
Yeah.
That's
actually,
everything.
The variant that I'm desperate to resurrect is one that I used to play quite a bit when I was a teenager. It was very popular in clubs. It was buzzer chess or lightning chess. So the way that it worked was like every 20 seconds, a buzzer would go off and you had to make the move.
Okay.
And that was it. That was as simple as that. If you didn't make the move, that's it, you lost. It was also a little bit frustrating because sometimes.
Yeah, that could be like the world
goes off. It's like,
you have to make a move and
world bullet championships, we can have that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, but it's just beautiful because the optics as well, because people will have to start leaving if they don't make the move in time.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of buzzing though. You imagine you have 50 players and.
No. Only one buzzer.
I see. I see. Okay, for all the boards,
exactly.
right?
All the boards, everybody is going to have to collectively make the move.
Can you make the move before the buzzer goes off?
No, on the buzzer.
Okay.
It's the visuals. Just think about it.
Then we can have like alarms, red lights flashing. No, we have like Ember when it's going to reach like the buzzer time.
Exactly. I tell you,
visually appealing at least.
Yeah, totally. This could be one of the future variants of chess.
Kevin, do you think we'll see Singapore organise more big events like this in future? No pressure? I would love to see it personally.
Definitely love it. We need funding. Yeah, so definitely can use help to organize this. Of course, without the supporters.
Must have been cool though, teaming up with the likes of Google and hopefully those types of relationships.
Yeah, can extend beyond this, right? Yeah, for sure. I think they are very pleased with the way the project is going. Lots of impressions online, a lot of interest all over the world, not just Asia. So I think that's very promising. Yeah, hopefully we can continue discussions.
Yeah, personally, I just want to say thank you for having me involved. Like, it's so nice to be back in Singapore. I've loved every moment. So many friendly faces, and feels like home.
Delighted to have the two of you here, really.
Yeah, no, it's a big honor to be just even a small part of this. I think a big historic match. And there, look at the camera.
Ding finding a hat. And okay, final question, Kevin.
Yeah.
Predictions for the rest of the match. You mentioned you would love to see tie breaks, but who do you think is going to emerge triumphant, just based on what we've seen so far?
7-7.
7-7?
And tie breaks.
Who
will take the tie breaks?
Put Kevin under the spot.
Yeah, that's all right. That's
Okay. I'll let you off.
7-7.
Chess is going to be the winner. Yeah. Well, thank you very much,
Thank you very
Kevin,
much.
for
Yeah.
joining us in the studio, sharing with us your stories and, of course, your analysis. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very happy to be here.
Yeah,
Come back and join us anytime.
Yeah. And there we do see Ding Liren, the clock ticking down as he decides on a plan to continue.
And in the meantime, I think we're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back in the middle of Game 8 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. And this time we have another guest in the studio. Of course, it is International Master Eric Rosen. You're a content creator, photographer, all-round nice guy, and one of the most popular streamers. So, Eric, I have to ask, how are you finding Singapore?
Oh, it's been amazing so far. I've been here for 5 days now, and I'm like gradually recovering from jet lag. But the atmosphere here is just so incredible with so many chess fans. And I just gave a master class a few hours ago and was caught up signing autographs and taking selfies with people. So I think everyone's having a good time.
Yeah, you mentioned the atmosphere. I mean, I know you've also been to different world championships. Has the atmosphere here been extra special?
I think so. I think there's been a lot of like special attention put into the fan experience and the side events and the fact that there's so many chess personalities here and there's special events every day. Vishy Anand giving a simul and master classes with so many very strong players. So it's just amazing to be a part of it, and I'm super grateful to be here.
Yeah, and I have to ask you as well, what are your impressions of the match so far?
Yeah, as a chess fan, I don't think we could have asked for more like excitement. The fact that it's tied this far in, coming into the match, I honestly thought it was going to be a blowout in Gukesh's favor. But I mean, the incredible battle yesterday was with Ding surviving, basically coming back from the dead. I think we're in store for just a very close finish. And I haven't had a real chance to follow the game closely today, just because I've been caught up with the fan events. But I see a very funny position on the board after f4.
Oh, wow. Let's take a look at f4 being played. So, yeah, earlier on we were debating whether white would just like break out in the center with d4, e4, knight coming out to d3. This was on our radar, but not so quickly.
And we actually had Kevin Go Wei Ming with us, and he was saying it's the Filipino school of chess where you just kind of potter around, do nothing, retreat your knight, and then play f4. And then lo and behold, it happens immediately. So yeah, it does show that Ding's feeling ambitious, it feels like, Eric.
This reminds me of a variant I like to play called drawback chess, where when you start a game, you're given a drawback that's secret to your opponent. And they can vary in difficulty, but it looks like Ding's drawback is the fact that he can't move his center pawns. Maybe they're secretly paralyzed. I think it's very rare that you see a position this deep into the middle game with both center pawns not having moved yet. This might be a record for the World Championship.
Yeah.
I remember once playing a game and I was super proud where I didn't move those two center pawns the whole time. I didn't move my D, E, or F pawns the whole game. And yeah, I mean, Ding, he's moved his F pawn now, but that would be cool, keeping maximum flexibility.
Yeah, you should win a trophy for that.
Oh, no.
You didn't move the D pawn, the E pawn?
No. I brought my bishop out the other way and just brought all my pieces out. It was
And you won,
English,
right?
Yeah, an English opening as well. Maybe that's just characteristic of what we've seen. And okay, the first pawn's leaving the board. Instinct-wise, Eric, who would you prefer at this early stage of the game?
I felt like Gukesh just has a quintessential development. Like when you're teaching chess to a beginner, you show them this pawn center with the pieces developed towards the center. And Ding is doing the complete opposite with not moving the center pawns, having his knight back on e1. So I definitely admire Black's setup more, but I also admire the fact that Ding can potentially get away with playing such chess in such a high stakes match. And it's like hyper modern. The bishop's applying pressure from a distance. And yeah, there's sometimes cases where the center pawns, they can be strong, but they can also be targets. And f4 is an attempt to weaken Black's position. But yeah, it looks like we're going to see some big transformation with the trade of pawns.
I just want to point out, h5 would have been total symmetry for Black with his pawn structure, and White also has total symmetry for White's pawns, which is quite a nice pattern.
Very aesthetic,
yeah. Very aesthetic. I mean, h5 definitely a weakening move, but that would have been quite cool. Not sure what to call it, but okay, that has been broken now.
I haven't. What is that? Do you know when you go to a rock festival and you do that?
Devil's horns.
Is this? Oh no. Okay, I did not know that was what it was called. Okay.
So there's an opening called the crab, which is a4, h4, and it's like pinchers.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So this would kind of be a delayed crab.
I prefer that. That's a normal.
And then there's even something more ridiculous called the ha-ha, where you play H and then A and then H and then A, and you spell out ha-ha. But yeah, that might be too ridiculous for World Championship.
Yeah. So Eric, on that subject of eccentric openings, I mean, you're famous for your gambits, for your trappy openings. I mean, how do you come up with these ideas?
It's a big passion of mine. I kind of treat it like just collecting different treasures, and I really like to explore different variations. And I mean, I play a lot against low-rate opponents when streaming, and I try and provide instructional value when playing the low-rate opponents. And I really like to experiment with the offbeat and dubious things and play different traps. So I've stumbled upon a lot over the years, and I actually gave my master class earlier on different really beautiful opening ideas and traps, and got to share a lot of cool things with the fans.
How many queen sacrifices?
A good number, yeah. We didn't get to all of them, but yeah, there's at least one, oh no, my queen.
Oh no, my queen, yes. And yeah, such a fantastic catchphrase. And I was telling David when we were talking about you coming to the show yesterday that when you came to visit me in Bergen, I was shocked by how many kids surrounded you and kind of repeated back this kind of, oh, Eric, oh no, my queen. And they couldn't quite believe that you were here in Bergen.
I was slightly swarmed, yeah. But it was very flattering, and it's nice to see some of the chess memes have made their way all around the world.
Yeah.
So.
How does it feel having such a big fan base, kind of being an icon now and inspiring young players to take up take up chess, to sacrifice their queen, to go for the Stafford Gambit?
Oh, it's incredible. I'm super grateful that I'm able to share my passion of the game with the world. But it's also kind of weird, like doing it, because I usually just am in a room alone in front of my computer recording content, and then not realizing how many people it reaches. And then attending an event like this where I see so many people in person, and some people come up to me and say their Twitch username, which I recognize, and it's just it's very flattering to just see that there's so many passionate chess fans who, some of which got started just by watching chess content on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, and talking about the fans, there are a lot of fans here in the fan zone, and just there you can see. I know that you were playing was it a 6-year-old, 8-year-old?
Yeah, the other day and also yesterday, I was playing against all challengers, and the very first game I played on the first day I was here, I played a 6-year-old, and he was so talented. I played the Stafford Gambit against him. He told me he hadn't studied it, and he just found like one of the refutations to it. Oh, no. And I had to work in the opening. I was worse out of the opening, but I still managed to win and teach him a lesson. But I think he definitely has a very bright future.
Yeah, definitely sounds very promising. And there you do see the fan zone, and we can actually wave to the crowd. We can say, hey, can you hear us?
Give us a wave.
Yeah, they can. Oh, there.
There's a small delay.
Yes, there is a small. And
if we keep waving, maybe they'll wave back.
Maybe we can make a request for them to give us the Kalang.
The Kalang wave.
Kalang wave.
Mexican wave. Kalang wave.
Yeah.
Come on, everyone. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we need the hype.
It depends how many people are listening.
They've probably muted us. They're sick of our voices now by game 8.
Okay.
But maybe you can tell us, what it was like. You mentioned the masterclass. You played some games. Kind of, being at this World Championship. How's it different from the other World Championships you've attended?
Yeah, well, it's very different than the last one I attended in Dubai with Magnus and Nepo, because there I was actually the official photographer for FIDE. So I spent a lot of my time taking photos of the players through the glass and in the fish tank. And it was much, much different, where it's a bit more solitary, where you're just trying to capture the moment of the players and then spending a lot of time editing the best shots. So I'm grateful to have been able to do a balance of different things. And I did bring my camera to this event to potentially take some photos. But thus far, I've just been chatting with people nonstop, basically, and taking a lot of selfies. And after my appearance here, I'm doing an event with Nemo. We're going to be teaming up and taking on challengers. I think I'll put the blindfold on and be doing some blindfold blitz chess. So
wow.
That should be fun.
Oh, that sounds very scary. And talking about the chess, again, some changes have happened to the position. I mean, black center looks so impressive, but
it's gone.
It's gone.
Mm-hmm. And okay, there's
been a couple moves.
Been a capture on c4, and Ding's hesitating. I'm wondering what he could be considering other than taking on c4. Maybe a capture on e7, but that looks a bit odd to part with such a nice bishop. Should we try and figure out what happens if he just takes back? Knight g6, just tempo gainer. Hitting the rook. The rook goes somewhere. Looks quite nice for white, potentially.
Knight d7.
Knight d7.
Isn't knight e5 a possibility as well?
Maybe knight e5. Another.
Kind of hoping you go d3.
And then you want to do naughty things over here.
Oh no, I wasn't looking that direction. But yeah, that looks also very scary.
What were you
I was just looking at knight takes c4. Well, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Knight g4 is much better.
Yeah, at the moment there's almost a pin, but not quite a pin. But knight g4, looks terrifying for
3 squares, a gaping hole.
Yeah.
I feel like we could see the tables turn with the pawn structure. The fact that White's pawns have been hibernating on d2 and e2. And I think the season is changing, where like maybe in the next 3 or 4 moves, if pawns come to d4 and e4, and maybe it's Ding who has the space advantage.
Yeah.
But the question if he can achieve that concretely.
Concretely, I mean, this is very Gukesh, right? It's not a great idea strategically to give up the pawn center, but if there's a concrete reason to do so, and maybe he senses this is the moment to try and pounce. It's awkward to defend this pawn, actually. I really hope we're not going to see rook f4, knight back to g6.
Very anticlimactic. But what else is he considering? Because, yeah, b takes c4 is the most natural move.
You could take this knight off just to get rid of the knight g6 ideas, but it does feel weird to part with the bishop pair.
Especially the only dark square bishop on the board and position that's going to be like pretty open going forward.
Yeah, maybe after knight. Would you put your knight on d7? Yeah, put it on a6. Yeah, I couldn't
Keep
quite
the d file open. I like your, Eric, I like your kind of build the big pawn center, but white is a bit kind of behind here. White feels a bit loose.
Yeah, this knight wants to find a new home from e1, but yeah, where do you get it to?
Just don't like giving up the bishop pair. Maybe I'm too biased. I think it's my biggest weakness. Actually, I'm too attached to the bishop sometimes. But here it does feel like there's dark squared holes. There's going to be checks. There's going to be knight jumps. Okay, let's try and find a solution. I think Ding's trying to find a solution potentially to this knight g6 idea. I said rook f2 just because I wanted to avoid any checks, but maybe it's best not to be too close to this knight. We saw that knight g4 idea. Same thing?
Yeah.
Knight e5. Oh, it is awkward. Okay, maybe now I'll try d3 reluctantly.
Now, knight g4 doesn't come with attack on the rook, but it does come with still a threat of knight e3, so...
I was hoping I could defend... sorry, well, my arrows. No, my arrows.
Wait.
Just defending these squares.
Could we throw in a check?
Okay, first.
Yes.
d3, check.
Yes.
I'll hide.
Yeah, and now I'm
Now
Miss
knight
Cheapo
g4.
Queen, yes, and I'm going to ask you to go knight c2.
Yeah, I kind of missed this one. And just to show, knight f2 check. Have to take here. Unfortunately, you can't move the king and argue that there's no good discovered checks, despite the black queen being hit, because this is a double check. And Eric?
Get ready for it. Get ready for it.
This is for you.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, my queen. I don't think we've seen this pattern in a World Championship match, but in a lot of amateur games.
I had to do that just in your...
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sure some viewers appreciate it too.
Yeah, actually, this is a bit annoying, like concretely. I don't recall any World Championships either with the smothered mates. Yeah, it's just frustrating. B takes c4, knight g6. Unless Ding has to do something a bit odd with his rook. I mean... I hate it, but sometimes ugly moves are necessary. I'm just a bit afraid of like f5, f4.
It's so weird to have the rook in front of a center pawn in a middle game like this. You play rook d3 and you... I mean...
Rook d3. Yeah, it does look very odd with the knight sitting on e1 as well.
Black harmony.
Okay, I feel ashamed of that suggestion. Might now happen on the board, but knight g6 seems to be the issue. Gukesh asking questions.
Yeah. And can we revisit bishop takes knight? Because this knight to e5 is really annoying. So queen takes bishop.
Yep.
Pawn takes pawn.
Knight a6, just for example.
Yeah.
Maybe there's other moves as well.
And let's go for Eric's plan of controlling the center.
Expand.
Yeah.
d4.
Language, yeah. And then...
I'm loving black's half-open files in the center.
Yeah.
Like the fact that the two center pawns for black have gone away actually helps the rooks apply pressure to white center pawns.
I agree.
Center's always less impressive when there's fewer pieces, right?
I agree. But I'm going to be stubborn here.
Okay.
And I'm not going to heed your good advice. I'm going to keep going with e4.
e4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's say bishop f7. Just want to...
Yeah. Is this somehow I feel uncomfortable if I'm not...
They hanging pawns if there's 3 of them?
Yeah, what do you call that?
What do we call this?
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls. The girl gang.
Yeah. No, okay, I see the issue. I mean, you can't really go knight to f3 because the rook on f4.
Scared of g5 type ideas.
Not right now, but yeah, I'm scared that bad things will happen.
Maybe just knight c5 and ideas to come this way as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very awkward.
Yep, so this is why one should always follow good advice. But the big thing, though, is what next?
What next? I'm really fearful here. We've seen, what is it, 4 draws in a row now in this match. If Ding's best is to defend the pawn with a rook. I said it as a joke initially, but I don't really see anything else.
But Gukesh is not obliged to go knight g6.
True, he's not obliged to take a draw after rook f4.
So let's continue.
Is c5 possible instead after knight e5? Just grab some space. It doesn't combine well with the bishop on a3, but
long term it makes sense. The structure, clamp down on b7.
Yeah, I'm just imagining like some scenario in the distant future where the knight on e1 can teleport to d6. Probably a faraway fantasy, though.
You know what I'm going to suggest here, Jovanka?
You know what I'm going to suggest. Okay,
oh no, my pawn. Sorry.
I know what Yasser Sarwan would suggest.
Yeah, that's
pawn grabber. Yeah, I like pawn grabbing too.
Of course. It's like my middle name.
Boom.
Take it.
Take it.
I enjoy gammoning though. Like every pawn lost is a file opened.
How do you keep calm when you've sacrificed material? Because there's no way back.
That's true, but you have to appreciate the transformation and the position. And okay, bishop takes a2 gives white time to maybe seize initiative. I'm not sure if there's a concrete way of actually like taking over control, but there's some tempo moves like pawn d4 or like queen c2, and okay, maybe especially now that we've played c5, we've clamped down on the queen side. The b7 pawn is backwards, so maybe there's scenarios where we play queen c2, rook b1, target b7.
Well, looks like a lot of fun, but in the meantime, we have Charlize. She's ready for us in the fan zone.
We are live in one of the more popular spots around here. And I'm saying popular because a lot of the things here at the merch store are actually sold out. Now, we had some people working here, but I told them we're going live and they all kind of skedaddled out of here. So let me show you what we have. First of all, these very nice Ding Gukesh posters. I don't know if I can unravel this one, but we do have them behind, which Leslie will show us in just a minute. Other than that, there we go. And we actually have some of these that are signed at the press conference. We get the players to sign them, but for now they're sold out, obviously. Tomorrow we're gonna get some more. But other than that, some cool things. We have FIDE 100 merch. Remember, it is FIDE's centenary anniversary. And so this is literally the last month to get stuff like this. And of course, tote bags. We still have quite a few of these. So if you are in town and you want some memorabilia to remember your time here at the event, come on in. One of the cool things that we have here, we have online on the FIDE shop, is this actual 100 years of FIDE book. And this is the type of book that tells you all of FIDE's history. What is relevant in this match is because it tells you about all the world champions as well. Let me kind of show you over here. Through all the ages, and it tells you the history. Of course, some people have all of this information in their heads, but if you're like me and you really don't, this is a really cool kind of book to have. Now, I know we have one signed poster over here in the little secret corner, so come and grab yours if you are in town. We have some clothes as well. The hoodies are sold out, and I must say it's very understandable why this was the first thing to sell out. I have some of them my own. Umbrellas, t-shirts, anything a chess tournament needs to be remembered by. So if you're in town, come to the merch store.
It's one of my favorite places to go. Actually, I love gift shops and just collecting the merch. And yeah, I'm a dragon at heart.
I can't leave Singapore without picking up some merch. I'm hoping they give me some gifts.
Get them signed by the players as well, maybe.
Yeah. I love to collect things. And then when I get home, I'm like, oh. But anyway, yeah, I know what people are gonna get for Christmas. Oh no. I literally just gave the game away. I have a nephew and my sister-in-law is joining us here in the studio. So yeah, oops, hope you didn't listen.
In the meantime, Gukesh meditating. This is something we've become used to now, Eric. He spends a huge percentage of the games with his eyes shut, calculating variations most likely, not, as I speculated, having a nap, although that might occasionally occur.
I admire that. I don't know if you guys do this. I sometimes like to do it. It's just close the eyes and reduces the distractions and elevates your other senses and sometimes allows you to focus more deeply.
Do you practice that in life as well, or is it just at the chessboard?
Sometimes, like before I start a stream or a YouTube video, I do a meditation session just to get in that mindset. Yeah, it's very helpful to stay calm.
Yeah, actually, there we do see knight g6 attacking the rook. Ah,
my move.
Your move. Was this the one that you took back?
Yes, because I said it was too much of an eyesore. Sometimes needs must, right? Necessity. Is the only reason to explain this move, rook to e4. It's very clumsy. Like you said, Eric, just leading from the front with rooks, it's quite rare, actually, in the middle game.
At top level.
At top level,
At scholastic level, you'll find it quite...
A pure beginner level, you see the rooks entering the center very early.
Yes,
A4, rook A3. So.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about the psychology of this because when we all begin without really knowing the rules, we all open with A4, rook A3, swing the rooks to the center, then move them back somehow.
They're the easiest pieces to understand. Like sometimes when pure beginners are learning chess, like moving the knights are kind of intimidating and the rooks are just up, down, left, right. So yeah, we see Ding putting that on full display in this position.
I mean, I'm impressed. It looks so clumsy, though, this rook. It's not getting trapped, at least. We will step back with it in the near future. Just for argument's sake, I played that f5, f4 variation because it's very forcing, very linear in terms of the variation. But Gukesh could just ignore it and develop his knight.
Gukesh is prone to playing the most forcing move.
He really is.
So let's revisit that direct push.
Okay, no safe squares for the rook other than e3 again.
Let's get going, yeah.
Do you slide? Do you go back where you came from? Switch across?
Rook d3 feels natural to hit the queen, but then like once the queen moves, knight e5 is a nice tempo move to hit the rook.
Not sure where to go, but say f6.
Anywhere except queen c7.
Yeah, just to point out, queen c7 allows another tempo. Finally, the outpost on d6 comes in useful, and white looks like he's doing well, so queen f6. It's teleportation time, isn't it, for this knight? If it could just land somewhere in the center, white's doing fantastically well.
If it could even swap with the rook, like put the knight on d3, put the rook on e1, and at least there's some more harmony. But yeah, it feels so disharmonious with the rook on d3.
Yeah, somehow it's just very loose for white. Again, you'd love to put this bishop back on the long diagonal somehow, line it up with the white queen maybe, but it takes so much time. Knight e5 is coming, bishop f5 is annoying maybe.
Maybe you have to...
Or like queen b3, maybe start generating threats, attack b7, and there might be cases where if black plays knight e5, you play bishop b2 and have the pin.
Queen b3, could black try and be super greedy?
Wow.
Play b5. Not sure who's pinning who along these diagonals, but... Well, I don't know, maybe white can sacrifice some material and two bishops somehow, but I don't know, rook d6, it's still
pins all over the place. I'm counting 3 pins here between the rook and the 2 bishops, yeah.
Yeah. A weird and wonderful position. I just don't know who it's going to suit on paper. Ding has half an hour less, but he's been very good under time pressure, apart from game 3.
The thing that concerns me about Ding's position is that it's so unorthodox. It's so weird and wonderful, as you said, that it's not going to be instinctive to find the correct way to arrange the pieces.
Yeah, I think positions like this are very much time drainers where you'll want to save time for when things get even more weird as the middle game progresses. We've seen so much in this match, Gukesh just doing a better job with time management, and very often that stems from the strong opening preparation.
Maybe that's an argument for Gukesh not actually forcing the issue, because in that line we were kind of forcing Ding to actually play good moves, or at least put his pieces on certain squares. Maybe he should just play a move like knight e7, knight a6 and say, okay, it's weird, it's wonderful, good luck finding a home for that rook.
And I was very, very curious as to what the win, draw, loss probabilities were. Maybe we can put that up if that's possible, but I just switched on the engine for like a millisecond just to see what its assessment was. 0.1, minus 0.1 for black.
Okay, so forced win then.
Yeah, sometimes the engine evaluation doesn't do the position justice of how interesting and weird it is. Like you think of 0.1 and you think of like boring, kind of dry, equal-ish, but this is like so insane with imbalances and the setup of white's pieces. So I think we're in for a good fight.
Yeah. And do you thrive in chaotic positions? Do you enjoy them?
It depends. Sometimes like usually when I play online blitz, I love steering the game into complete chaos, because then I can usually try and drain more time from my opponent, especially if it's in an opening line that I'm more familiar with. But in classical chess, I have a way more positional controlled style. I like to make sure everything is easy to understand, because yeah, it can be hard to navigate through all the complications, especially against a good opponent in classical.
Yeah, and it's very interesting as well because you're talking about as if having 2 distinct personalities, one on the internet, where we've seen you do some of the dirtiest tricks, but just on the board, what I mean is like you managed to someone's the queen, someone's the queen up, and you still manage to get yourself stalemated, and you're like, how?
Yeah, I like to kind of be a chameleon and react to what the situation calls for. It's nice to, especially when it comes to opening preparation, it's nice to try and target an opponent who maybe is more aggressive, and I'll play something very dry and positional. Or a player who's very solid, and I'll play some crazy gambit and try and throw them off very early on. So I think I thrive in kind of being a moving target rather than a sitting duck.
Yeah, and well, you are one of our most famous chess content creators. I mean, how did that come about?
Yeah, it was very gradual. I graduated from university in 2017, and I really didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I was giving private lessons, just one-on-one coaching online, and I started streaming on Twitch and posting YouTube videos as kind of a passion project. I worked for St. Louis Chess Club early 2017, and some of my content made it on their YouTube channel, and it was very well received. So I started with my own content, and it snowballed into a very large following, which I'm really grateful for. And especially in 2020, with the boom, the chess boom during pandemic, and like PogChamps and Queen's Gambit, within the span of a year, the subscriber base on YouTube went from about 50,000 to 500,000. And it's really just a matter of sharing my passion with the world and providing instructional chess content. So I'm super grateful to be in the spot where I am today.
Yeah.
Do you have any tips for maybe young aspiring chess players potentially aspiring content creators and how they kind of build that type of career, how they get going?
Yeah, it's so important to have a growth mindset, not only when you're playing chess, but when you're pursuing any endeavor in life where you really want to keep learning and keep improving, whether it's game after game in chess, regardless of whether you're winning or especially losing. And when I started streaming, my first ever stream, it was very, very scuffed. There was no one watching. Audio and video were kind of not where it is today, but it was still like, it was still my first attempt to put something out there. And it's one of the first videos on my YouTube channel. It's still up today. And after that, I just tried to make every stream, every piece of content a little bit better than the last. And one of the great things with content creation is it forces you to just learn so many different skills that you wouldn't learn otherwise, between video editing and the design and the overall presentation and just the content strategy and marketing. So it's really taught me a lot about how to kind of be entrepreneurial and also just be hopefully a role model for people too.
No, it really shows how professional you are, especially on the streams. And I myself have tried my hand at streaming maybe once or twice, but I find that the chess is a disaster.
It's a learning curve to like multitask, to like play a chess game and talk through it and try and interact with chat.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd say Hikaru and Daniel Naroditsky are some of the most talented players of keeping their high quality chess and being able to just talk about the most random topics during a competitive chess game. I'm not quite on that level. Like when I stream, I think my quality of chess suffers a little bit, but it's a balance between entertainment and instruction and just having fun too.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with the multitasking. And meanwhile, Eric, no F5, which is surprising to me because it's so much in Gukesh style, but instead developing the knight to the edge of the board.
I think F5 would be a very big commitment from a positional standpoint, especially because Black doesn't have the dark squared bishop and pawns can't move backwards. So Black maybe wants to keep the pawn chain on the dark squares on the king side, just so the bishop on White's queen side doesn't generate so much pressure.
Also, it's that old cliche, right? The threat is stronger than the execution. Maybe Black wants to save this so that Ding has to start calculating it on every move. Why rush when the black pieces, they were asleep after all on the queen side? Maybe wake them up and then decide when or if to push the pawns forward.
And there we see at the top of the screen, you see the win, draw, loss bar. And it's telling us that Ding has a 22.3% chance of winning, whereas Gukesh only 19.2. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I trust our AI friends, overlords.
I really like this eval bar compared to the eval bar that spits out 0.01, because this actually gives us some sense of how sharp the position is in nature. Like if it's like 80% draw percentage, then okay, indicates maybe a bit more dry. But with kind of level percentage for either side having a victory, I think that indicates like a really exciting battle ahead.
And the smaller the drawing margin tends to be, the more complex it is. That's always a big giveaway. It's nice to see. And we also see the engine evaluation slightly better for White throughout the opening, understandably. That's normally how chess games go. But then maybe Gukesh slightly to be preferred until this last move, knight to a6. Maybe not the best, but still, yeah, somewhere roughly in the balance.
Actually, I've never seen a position where the win, loss, draw bar is like 50% win, 50%
loss.
Is like, there's always a big margin for a draw.
Yeah, I think I was looking at this in game one in this really exciting French opening with Gukesh playing g4, and pretty early on in that game, it was pretty split between 50% draw, 25% each side winning. So it's definitely an indicator of excitement.
Maybe one of those positions, Jovanka, where you have two legal moves, one wins, one loses, and no draw in between. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
okay.
unlikely that.
It would be cool to like find positions like that where the draw percentage is like as small as you can make it, and it's split between white and black winning. To get Google to do some more
Gemini, we need help.
Yeah, we absolutely need help for that kind of thing. No, but it's great. I remember a long time ago when we used to write in descriptive notation with pawn to king 4. They were trying to get R2D2. But that wasn't actually possible.
I've tried that before too. It's not possible. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, you can't get it.
You can't get it.
You can get rook DD2.
Yeah.
I think I once got that and I was very proud, but not quite close enough.
And
C3PO is not possible.
No, and there you can see the clock usage. You see there is a big difference in time. Ding Liren under the hour, whereas Gukesh, more time on the clock. I mean, is this significant, especially in light of the time control, where the players are not getting that increment per move?
Yeah, I'm wondering how much experience the players have playing games with like no increment until a certain move, because I've never played a time control in a classical event without increment or delay, and you really have to be careful not to get too low on time where you can't physically make the moves to reach move 40. So it's got to be something that they train for just in terms of time management.
Yeah. It was playing with no increment to me was pretty standard for a long time. And I do remember sharing the same feelings that former Women's World Champion Alexandra had, that when they brought on the increment, I felt like they were ruining chess. They were ruining the sportsmanship. Like, how dare someone get down to the final 2 seconds and then get this 30-second time bonus? It felt very unfair.
But now we're reliant on it, right?
Now it's completely different. Yeah, now I couldn't even imagine a world where you don't get that time bonus. But then, like, doing commentary for the Global Chess League, it suddenly dawned on me, you know, the old rules we used to kind of have. Like, for instance, you never let your clock get down to a minute. It was always 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and then you would kind of really, like, speed up. And yeah, and then like basic things like if you're really short on time, you make the move closest to the clock.
Yeah, we've seen some instances of that over the years. I know there was an Armageddon game, the World Cup a few years ago, where pieces were flying all over the place, and things got a little bit uncivil. So hopefully that doesn't happen in this match.
Yeah.
That's worth researching on YouTube. I think it was Olga Badelka against Anna Matnadze. That was dramatic.
I was actually photographing that for FIDE, and there was some amazing photographic moments with pieces kind of in the process of falling over. So.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I do like about that particular time control is that there's always someone in time trouble, and they're all like bashing the clock, and somehow the crowd, you know, like they're watching gladiators, have to come and crowd around it. So I remember one British Championships. I think you were definitely there, David.
Probably the one in time trouble.
No, it wasn't. We just started the classical game, and there were 2 kids, probably 8 years old, just like pop pop with the clock, pop pop. And at some point, it got irresistible. I mean, we all had to kind of like come in and crowd around these 2 8-year-olds who were actually playing a normal game, but just incredibly quickly.
Wish I had that confidence. But in the meantime, back to the chess. Knight a6. I do wonder whether now that black has turned down the opportunity to push the f-pawn, can white improve the knight? Worst place piece after all. Step it into the center. What is black's plan? At least now I feel a bit better about moving my queen out, maybe rook b1.
This knight on a6 is very restricted. Like, you want to move it forward, but maybe you have to eventually move it backwards to c7 and just kind of hold your ground.
Can you go knight b4 anyway?
Ooh, okay. Simplify. Am I about to blunder something? I could also think about knight c5.
Yeah.
Maybe, but it does feel scary, all these pins. Queen b6 is always met by d4, so it's probably okay. But yeah,
rook to e8 could still. Oh, but I guess the bishop is hanging.
Bishop's hanging, but even if it just drops back, right? Who's better and why? White's very overextended, but has the pawn center. The bishop's if I just play after knight b4, if I try to keep things simple, knight takes knight.
A takes.
Takes.
And rook takes a2. I was not thinking anything deeper than that.
Queen b6 check, there was pawn to c5 defending the bishop, so not an issue, but I'm a bit afraid of this rook being so active.
Maybe it's nothing. This bishop on b4 is the glue that holds everything together. Just to let you both know that I did quite like our producer's comments. They'd gone away for a little bit and then they came back and they're like, what is the rook doing on e4? And I'm sure everyone is doing a double take if you just joined us. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you have to really be creative to figure out how it got there and how white got this pawn structure in the first place, right? With the duo still sat at home.
I'm just excited to see how long it takes for Ding to move a center pawn. Like, wondering if there's cases where the pawns just stay back the whole game.
He's been breaking some rules. I think game 1, that French defense you mentioned, he castled on move 31, which is notoriously late. My record is move 37, castling queenside. But
there's a website that one of my fans made for the viewers. It's called rosenscore.com, and it's basically you plug in your online account on Lichess or chess.com, and it calculates the Rosen trophies that you earn, which is basically all the exciting kind of weird things that I like to do in my games. And there's one trophy where you win a game that includes castling after move 40. So yeah, Ding was close, but not quite.
And you've done all these things. So.
A lot of them are kind of obscure, like checkmating with like under promotion, or checkmating with a pawn, or castling with mate, or the castle fork where you castle and you attack a rook on b2 and you attack the file too. So just a bunch of kind of weird, exciting things that you don't see every day.
Confession time. I've actually been on that website. I remember trying to challenge myself to do these things, and I think it was maybe just after the pandemic. But yeah, I forgot what the website was called. Now I need to go and do that thing again.
Okay. Rosen score.
Yes.
Yes.
It's difficult, all those challenges.
Yeah, I can imagine. How can you deliver checkmate with castling? It's not going to happen every day. And talking about, you mentioned Rosen score. When I was doing some research on you, I found out that there is an Eric Rosen Day.
Oh dear, yeah, I forgot about that.
It's not your birthday?
It's not quite an annual thing, but when I was in high school, this was back in 2011, I won the U.S. high school championship. It was a K through 12 national championship. And my town had a day in my honor, and they called it Eric Rosen Day. And the mayor did some ceremony, and there was a lot of cake, and yeah, it was good memories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Eric Rosen, I love the concept.
Yeah,
you should make it an annual thing. Bring the cake, have processions.
I think I have to keep winning championships to make it an annual thing, but yeah, it was definitely a cool story to look back on.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry, I still pretty remarkable, right? Eric Rosen Day. And you know, you're a content creator, you're very diverse. I mean, but you're still very much playing chess. Do you have any goals?
That's a great question. Because a lot of people ask me if I'm striving for the Grandmaster title. It's like the logical next step. I'm an international master, but I'm still very far away from the GM title. I have no GM norms. My rating, I think, is in the 2370s. My biggest goal with chess is to keep enjoying the game and keep learning. So maybe that will lead to more improvement. But I mean, these days I'm really just using chess as a vehicle for traveling and for teaching. And I still compete from time to time. I played 3 very strenuous classical events over the summer, all throughout Europe, in Spain, Switzerland, and Norway. And coming up, I'm playing in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship in New York City. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I know FIDE gave you a wild card, and you mentioned that you were going to begin training, already in training for this event, because you're going to be playing the best in the world.
Yeah, I was looking at the player list on online, and there's, I think, close to 200 players, and you have to scroll down very, very far to find my name. Like on top, there's Magnus and Fabiano and Hikaru, and I think Faruja. So it'll be my first time being in the same section as all these top players. And it's been a long time since I've been one of the lowest seeds in a section, and I'm really looking forward to that. I prefer to be on the lower end rather than the favorites, because it takes away all the pressure. And yeah, I do have to start training. David, have you played a World Rapid Blitz before?
I've played a few times. It's very intense. The last time I played, I was playing against the likes of, I actually played Gukesh 3 years ago when I last competed. I played like Erigai, Prague, and they were all like 2100.
How did you do against? Did you beat them all?
Not all of them. I beat Gukesh.
Good job.
So I'm hoping if he becomes world champion, 100% score. But
sure.
No, but I mean, it's tough. I mean, all these youngsters, and they've all got kind of these set openings, which are very tricky at Blitz. But I guess you specialize in that as well. So, I mean, hopefully you can use some of those weapons against them.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I'll get to unleash some fun openings. Maybe if they're not the most objectively sound, I want to play at least one Stafford Gambit. That's on the bucket list.
Should definitely.
But do you have any advice for me? Because I'm trying to seek advice from all the strong players around.
I don't know. I'm so slow these days that Blitz isn't my forte. I mean, I think you should use. I mean, you should use that, as you mentioned, being one of the lower seeds. It is a bit of a superpower. It's kind of everyone's going to go all out, and whether that's kind of allowing them to come at you and counter-attacking, or whether that's just, I don't know, attacking them and knowing you've got nothing to lose, is definitely embracing that, I would say.
Yeah, some of my best wins in classical chess have come from games where I just play really solid and the stronger player over pushes. So might try that strategy against players who are prone to over pushing.
Yeah, and talking about over pushing, knight c2 makes an appearance. We were expecting maybe knight d3, but... And the reason I mentioned over pushing is still the move f5 is calling me like a siren.
Yeah, but forward, why not f5? I guess he's at least created this square for the white rook if he needs, but that feels equally clumsy. Maybe he's hinting that he might play knight d4 just to try and swap rooks off the board. And
I'm wondering if the rook can like just plant itself on d6. If he wants to play rook d4, rook d6, and like both the knights are a little bit far away from actually attacking the rook, but it still feels really weird to plant a rook on such a square where eventually there might be a knight coming to f7. I like your arrow there, knight h8, move to the corner.
Could go this way, but sure. More instructive. Yeah, I mean, that other plan, that secondary plan now of d4, d5, if you can kind of brute force your way through, then suddenly you look like a genius with this rook maneuver. But yeah, it's either very good or very bad, I guess. One of those types of those plans.
But
I like it though for white.
Yeah, I like it as well. But just look at the win-draw loss bar. Suddenly it's shot up in Gukesh's favor, 30.4%. You might get one of those positions where it's not so much about a draw.
Yeah. It might be time for, especially Ding to go into damage limitation mode at some point. But for now, it is very much up to Gukesh to prove something. I mean, long-term, white's doing great, right? White has targets, white has the bishops, white has the pawn center. So Gukesh is the one who needs to be quick and energetic.
So forcing moves. Okay, there was a consequence, right? After knight c2, you're no longer able to meet queen b6 with c5. This is a trivial point, but maybe...
Probably I go into the corner. Just for argument's sake, I'll slide.
And now...
Now you want to put a knight on f2.
I'm dreaming. Okay.
Knight e5 again? Could we actually try and turn that into reality? This pawn. Maybe the idea is to just kind of neutralize. You cover the square, cover g4. Maybe you could have thrown in a rook b1 as well.
I like the totem pole on the e-file with so much clutter.
Next move, queen e1. Bishop e7.
Done and dusted, yeah.
We like our pretty patterns here. just so tense, right? It's so complicated, this position. So many options as well for both sides on every move. Ding's clock is slightly worrying. We're at move 17 only after knight to c2. And he's got 42 minutes left. You had to kind of choose a player who's impressed you the most so far, Eric, or if you had to maybe make a prediction for the rest of the match?
Honestly, I've been more impressed with Gukesh in terms of his opening preparation and consequentially his time management too. It just seems like he's doing a much better job across most of the games with getting the time edge, and especially this game too. He played this, I think we can call it a sideline against English, and got Ding to start thinking from very early on. And that's an amazing spot to be in, especially with the black pieces. At the same time, Ding has been super resilient, and as we've seen, he does not go down easily. So, but yeah, if I had to predict, I think like Gukesh is still the favorite, and if he manages to win this game, I know Kevin was predicting a tie in the classical and then go to tie breaks, but I'm predicting that Gukesh is going to win before the tie breaks.
Okay, well, the only thing is that we will see if that happens, but I agree. I think both players have been exceptional in this particular match, both showcasing certain strengths and also weaknesses. But Eric, I would like to thank you for joining us and sharing with us your insights. And yeah, I wish you the best of luck in the fan zone, where you'll be taking on all comers.
It's been a big pleasure.
It'll be good practice out there for the World Rapid Blitz.
Exactly. I'll play some more 6-year-olds.
Well, we are going to go on a very short break, but when we come back, we are going to dive right into the action. So don't go anywhere.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Let's take a look at Ding Liren's best tactics, and we will test you as we go along. First up, this position which Ding Liren got against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at the London Chess Classic in 2019. With the white pieces, what is the move that Ding played here? Ding Liren now played rook takes g7 in this spectacular rook sacrifice, almost ends the game on the spot. Ding's idea is that if MVL plays rook b1, he has the beautiful retreating move, rook g1. Instead, in the game, MVL captured on g7. Now Ding gave a check on g1, the king doesn't really have a choice. It has to go back to f8. If it steps to the side to h7, there is bishop f5 check. So the king goes back to f8, and in this position, after rook f5 check, MVL had seen enough and resigned. If he were to capture the rook on f5, Ding would play queen g8 check, followed by a mate on f7. Let's look at some of the highlights of Gukesh's tactical prowess now, starting with this crucial game from the candidates tournament. Gukesh with the black pieces taking on Vidit. Now the position was winning anyway, but Gukesh found the most clinical way to end things. Can you do the same? The move that Gukesh played here is rook f1, and the idea of this move is twofold. Black is threatening to take the knight on f5 with ideas of queen g3 checkmate, or black also has another idea of maybe playing rook f4 check, sacrificing a full rook in order to checkmate the white king. The game continued with Vidit playing g4, trying to defend the knight on f5, but Gukesh said, I do not care, and took on f5 anyway. Here in this position, Vidit recaptured with the e-pawn. The king only has one square available, that is g5, but after knight h7, Vidit resigned here. The problem is that if he captures on g5, queen h3 will be checkmate.
And we are back, and well, it is getting critical in the game between Ding Liren and Gukesh. But for those viewers who just joined us, maybe we can do a little quick recap as to what actually happened so far, because it all started off with an opening surprise. Once again, Gukesh just choosing variations that aren't necessarily the most popular.
That's right. Let's just do a quick recap from the start. And this is the current position. We will break it down. Gukesh has just moved his queen. A bit of a surprising move, I would say. But we did start with an English opening, Jovanka. And the surprise you mentioned was not after e5. It was here, bishop out to b4. This is very well known, but after the knight hits the bishop, instead of the most popular move dropping back to c5, which features quite a lot at top level chess, the bishop went back to e7. And the reason this is maybe so rare is that black parts with the bishop pair, as we see here, provoking the white knight into capturing the dark squared bishop. And we'll see, potentially in this game, how important bishops can be. But it was here, pawn to f6, that Gukesh and his idea was truly revealed. Black is simply going to build a big pawn center.
And it actually becomes very difficult for Ding to actually come up with an active plan, because black's play is still very easy. You just centralize your pieces, now targeting the c4 pawn. So Ding just defends it with his pawn. Black says, absolutely, grab the space. And now the bishop comes out. So this position, it's very quirky. It's unconventional because it's not going to be very easy for white to unravel, to break open. But Ding does this. He first develops the rook, and out comes the a-pawn. And it does it in this particular way. He drops back with the knight, and we were envisaging a future where the knight just jumped forward right into black's side of the board. But in fact, the big idea was actually to break in the center with a really unusual pawn structure. And it's around about here where things become very weird and wonderful. I doubt that we're ever going to see a World Championship game where the rook plays such a prominent role so early on in the game.
That's right, and it's rare to see a center explode this quickly. What is a very strong pawn center for black, we should mention. Here, Gukesh simply said, no, I'm going to lure out that rook. Pawn takes pawn. The rook did indeed come out, and after another capture, black's center is gone. In the space of 2 moves, it's been eroded, but the main problem is this white rook, and also this pawn on c4 is a bit loose, and that provoked Ding into keeping his rook on this very active square, protecting the c4 pawn, but in danger of getting trapped in the middle of the board. And Jovanka, just to catch up with the current position, knight out to a6. A nice move, I would say, from Ding Liren. Knight c2, very flexible, covering some key squares. Maybe it's going to park itself in front of the pawns later to act as a shield. And this is the current position. What do you make of the last few moves, the most recent developments?
What was really interesting was that after knight c2, the engine evaluation, the win, draw, loss bar, which is determined by leader 0, really didn't like that move. Suddenly it went in favor of Gukesh, and it was basically because of the black knight just jumping into the center. I'm just checking it with the engine.
Yeah, so actually a couple of moves ago, so instead of queen c7, which to my eyes was odd, actually before the break when Eric was with us, we were thinking pawn to f5, rook to d4 hitting the queen, and the queen comes out to f6. And just in the break, I actually went to the bathroom. One of the spectators here at the match was listening to some commentary. It wasn't us. I told him off about that. But I overheard a different commentator saying f5, queen f6 is definitely what they would play. Looks great for black, looks fantastic. But yeah, maybe rook d6, and there's some work still to be done for black about unpinning here. But instead, you mentioned another move. Okay, we should catch up. But knight to e5 would have been very strong, leaving the white rook looking a bit awkward and hitting this pawn. Instead, queen c7 just feels like a bit of a nothing move. It's kind of getting out the way. Sure, it's slightly improving the queen, but giving giving Ding here a lot of time, and Ding took advantage by hitting the bishop, asking it to step back.
Yep.
This is the current position, Jovanka.
It is, and the bishop does drop back. Now, incidentally, David, on the subject of other commentary, we want everyone at home to join in our fun and be part of our action. And you can do that by tweeting using the hashtag #DingGukesh. Just share with us your photos, your videos, how you're watching the show. Do remember to tag at FIDE Chess, and the whole point is that we are going to collect a whole montage and we will feature them on the show. And there you can see there are beanbags, chessboards, electrifying atmosphere, and we want that both on site and online.
Hashtag #DingGukesh. And yeah, we want to see who's sharing this beautiful day with us wherever you are in the world. And yeah, this exciting game. I've got to say, this one's shaping up to be very dynamic, potentially. This one could go either way, even over the next few moves. I want to mention as well, these last few moves, Jovanka, this white knight, Eric Rosen, who was with us just a few moments ago, he talked about teleportation. This white knight wants to land on the d6 square, supported by its bishop, potentially supported by a pawn on c5, and it's close now. I assume we trade off rooks just because this rook looks so clumsy for so long. We get rid of that problem piece. Now it's a bit more manageable, a bit more orthodox to the position. But knight f5 maybe?
Yep.
Trying to jump in?
Yes.
How does black deal with this? Knight to b4.
Knight b4. I've been pounding the table for that one. Unfortunately, it doesn't have as much as an impact because on previous variations, there was a rook standing on a8.
Yeah, so now, for example, in exchange, and black's rook would love to be back on a8, attacking this little pawn.
Still, it's an unusual position because one misstep and the white king on g1 is vulnerable. So is the knight on f5, and we all know that expression, loose pieces drop off. So if black could transport a queen to c5,
I really want, you're right, actually, a queen on c5, this would be huge trouble for both of those white pieces you mentioned. But c5, I know this is a pawn sacrifice and it goes against my religion to give up pawns, but c5 right now, at least it carves out a square, an outpost for the white knight.
Yes, I concede that point. But on the other hand, you've put temptation in front of me, and it's irresistible. So I would capture the pawn on a2.
With the knight, bishop?
The bishop, so that you didn't come, well.
That makes sense. Makes sense. Now I will jump in, as promised.
And I'm almost tempted to be poetic and go for e5, just for fun. No, I wouldn't play that. I wouldn't play that. I'm just joking.
Centralization is normally good. Actually, I do feel rooks are the pieces that like centralization the least. Queens and knights love centralization. Bishops maybe less so as well. They prefer sitting far away from the action and staring across across the field.
I don't know whether I coined the term or just now, or I heard it somewhere. Well, it was just something that struck me, that bishops especially are speed monsters. They can work from afar. So can rooks, but they kind of do want to be somewhat in the middle of the board where they can be maximized. By the middle, I mean like in an endgame.
Looking at the middle.
Yeah, exactly. But bishops, you know, we saw how quickly Gukesh managed to activate those two beasts that he had on game 3. And, you know, it was so funny because literally 2 moves before, they weren't working.
Yeah, often bishops can be on their starting squares and still play a big role and still exert influence. I mean, this bishop on g2, the fianchetto, yeah, I mean, it often just sits there, guards the king, and still stares across the board. Yeah, I do wonder what else Ding's got in mind, actually, in this exact position. And he needs to make his mind up quickly. He's down at 34 minutes, and he's only played 18 moves. I just fear for this knight. If it sits in the center, queen b6 is always going to be a nasty hit along this diagonal. You never really want to play e3 to support this knight, partly because you want to win the game of how long you can keep your pawns on d2 and e2, but also partly because if you play e3, you lose the integrity, and suddenly there's light square weaknesses. Okay, we have a bit of history here.
Yeah, first time. World Championship history. White's pawns in the center have not yet moved. Maybe they should move now. d3.
Leave it as long as possible.
Oh, hang on a second. That was actually played.
Oh, wow.
Unless I'm...
You're right. d3. I was about to put it on the board thinking, nah, that's a mistake. Whoops. What do I know?
I was going to ask you, David. I was like, hang on a second. Would the rook be overprotected? Setting up for... It's just something I have noticed these days, that everyone is wanting to protect their pieces, their minor pieces. They don't want to leave themselves vulnerable to any potential tactics. And maybe it's a good strategy in an ensuing time trouble. You're less likely to get hit by dirty tricks.
Yeah, I think just in general, everyone plays a lot more blitz online or over the board, and we've all blundered pieces, right? As you said, LPDO, loose pieces drop off, so why not ensure they're as well anchored as possible and not too loose. I do fear for Ding here, sorry, that he still has some loose pieces, especially this knight. But just to mention, queen b6, less stressful right now because you can block with c5. Or you could just play the move e3. And I like it better now, e3, because you've kept them side by side, just like they were earlier, where you actually guard both light and dark squares.
Somehow, White's position is...
It's growing on me.
Yeah, it's weird. And we said that many, many times, but it is. But it's still quite solid. Which, on a psychological level, is that frustrating for Gukesh? You know, when your opponent does very strange things, and you're like, how can you play like this? But then it's okay.
Yeah, I have a theory, actually, that the young generation are less freaked out by weird-looking moves because they back themselves when they calculate. They know it's very specific. There's always a reason for any move, no matter how ugly. Every move has a purpose. In the past, we used to be a bit lazy, I think. Grandmasters, even with their calculation, we used to say that looks wrong, that feels wrong. I still say it a lot because often there's not enough time to calculate or go too deep. And we just say, okay, a rook on e4, ugh, that never happens. But we say it looks wrong because it's rare, not necessarily because it's bad. And often just that kind of bias, confirmation bias, we want to make it look bad. We want to make sure we punish our opponents. And sometimes there isn't a refutation, there isn't a punishment.
Yeah, and that thinking actually struck me a lot in yesterday's game when Gukesh played King E1. So we had Grandmaster Emil Sutovsky, and both you and him kind of went, not sure about that move.
Smells bad.
Right. And then later on, if you watch the recaps, like Magnus Carlsen pinpointed that moment as well. He said, you know, it wasn't good. It wasn't good instincts.
But that's where it's very much two distinct kind of strands of thought. It's like the instinct, which was correct on that occasion. Here, I think the instinct that the rook on e4 is bad is a bit misplaced because it was necessary. But yeah, instinctively, king to e1 yesterday was bad, but then you still have to back it up with loads of calculation and you have to see quite far down another path to know what was actually better. So it's difficult to marry that intuition with kind of objective thinking, which the young generation, they're so good at, and they're really teaching us a lot. Pawn to d3, Jovanka. Again, long term, I would take white here every day, because these pawns are really flexible. They might march up the board long term, and the bishops are so strong long term. But for now, black is really nicely centralized. What moves come to mind?
Knight b4.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it knight b4 again?
Yeah, the knight on a6 is not working.
And let's say I just react by defending my little
Yes.
pawn on a2.
Then here I would centralize the knight onto e5.
This move's scary, actually. This rook's a bit...
Yes, I was thinking about bishop g6.
Sneaky. I really think Ding might regret not trading off those rooks while he had the opportunity. Because now you have to try and run away again at some point. But that's going to cost a lot of time.
But maybe if the trades were a one-shot offer or like a one-time deal, maybe not knight b4 is the move, maybe knight to e5.
That's clever. So lock me out first,
Yes.
and only then... I mean, knight b4 is not running away anytime soon. Also, you could just play rook to d8, kind of reiterate that this knight is a bit loose and might drop off. And also bishop g6 will kick away the defender of that knight. That's why we say it's just like it's like a battle, right? You want the infantry to lead first, you want the pawns to march up the board, and then you bring the cavalry, then you bring the horses, then you have the machine guns, the bishops behind. But yeah, here he's leading with the horse, leading with the rook. Feels like the pawns aren't happy about that being blocked. I don't know, though. Again, it's concrete, of course. Knight f5.
And now there's no immediate problem. So knight b4. I need to stop your knight getting into d6.
I've got a one-track mind. It's just this one square, basically. So you'll cut across it. Makes sense.
My next move, I'm going to give it to you for free. Although I know that you know it's bishop g6.
Yeah. No, I'm scared of it. I mean, it's a pin, right? And we've talked about a lot of pins already this game. It's all about those tactics. We talk about pins, forks, all that stuff, but normally it's when the board starts to become a bit more open that the tactics start to appear, and it's a very open position. I've got to say, dynamically now, I really like black. Also, there's some sacrifices. I mean, rook d8 might set up some sacrifices on d3, breaking open the white pawn structure. White's king is definitely more vulnerable than its counterpart. Bishop g6 is a nasty hit.
Yep, and let's not forget the old chestnut that is queen b6 and maybe a knight jumping into g4.
Yeah, queen b6 followed by the knight jumping in, and easy checkmate. A Rosen checkmate, we should call it. d3. Okay, what could be the downside of knight to e5? Don't really see it, Jovanka. Okay, so let's say queen d2, d2.
Yeah, but I can still put my knight on b4. But okay, so let's be forcing about it. Let's go bishop g6 first.
Okay, I move my rook probably this way.
And now I do really like coming in with the knight to b4.
I take you.
I'm going to take.
I take you.
Oh, I wasn't factoring that in. Are you gonna do unpleasant things to me?
I don't know.
To my king? No, rook takes a2.
Rook takes a2. Yeah, just to point out, c5, white can dodge this fork with knight to b5, safe material. So that's not too stressful. Also, queen takes b7 is very possible. So yeah, queen takes b4, rook takes a2. I wasn't trying to checkmate you. I was just trying to survive. Now c5 maybe.
Yeah, this is what I thought you might do, like c5 and queen b3.
Well, you've always got bishop f7.
I do. I
just need to, again, teleport. At least I've locked down your b7 pawn, your queen side. And now the knight on d4 is on a semi-outpost where it cannot get hit by a pawn anytime soon.
Yeah.
Playable for both sides, I would say.
It's definitely very much a 3-result game. Like I can see, like somehow you want to destabilize that knight on d4. Leave the rook on a2 if you can, get away with it. And start the pushback. But it's not easy to do.
Not easy at all. This is the type of position I would be very confident in outplaying a lower rated opponent with both colors, to be honest. With black, you somehow, like you said, try and kick this knight away, or you try and bring your other rook in and try and infiltrate somehow round the back or on the second rank. With white, you kind of consolidate, you don't blunder anything, and then long term, you're doing very well against this backward pawn. So clear strategies for both sides. But this is assuming that Ding tries to play queen d2 in the near future to stop knight b4. It's also assuming that Gukesh is going to leave this white rook on the board, which is not a given yet.
I'm kind of curious as to what the oracle is going to say.
Reveal all.
The oracle goes 0.0, 0.0, 0.0. It's like, lol.
That's just the top 4 moves, right?
Yes.
Maybe the top 5 or 6 here are all.
Okay, knight e5 is definitely the 4th choice, where his verdict is 0.0. And then the whole thing, queen d2. Oh wow, we're good, David.
Are we good at chess, Jovanka?
We are. Yeah.
Sometimes.
Very careful. Like, literally, the top engine choice in this line is exactly what we said. So
I think we've just been watching these world-class players so long that it's starting to transmit.
Yeah. And now here, the only way for white to kind of not quite bishop takes knight. That wasn't.
I was so proud of that one.
Although it is a possibility, it's second choice, but in fact it says throw the knight over to f5.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it's interesting because what it really wants to do is it kind of wants to go c5 at some point as well.
Black.
Yeah, which is alien to me because I would never dream of allowing a white bishop to just plonk itself on d5.
Yeah, I mean, either after a capture on b4, or if you're somehow able to drive this knight away, like move the bishop to b2, then a3, then eventually there's a huge outpost. If I can nail the arrow, there we go. Huge outpost on d5. I guess the bishop can maybe get exchanged later with the black bishop, but either way, it's very anti-positional. I mean, there's also knight back to e3 into d5. Top players are very sensitive to squares and outposts, and this one is a hard decision to make. c5, I guess the idea is to just fix the white pawn chain, because now these 3 are stuck. So it's kind of, you have to give some in order to take some.
Yes.
So yeah, c5. Wow. I mean, this is one way. As you mentioned, though, I think this is actually clever from Ding because he's giving Gukesh a lot of choice. Maybe d3 was just designed to be super flexible, and it's definitely a match strategy. It's noticeable during at least his white games, Ding, that he's trying to broaden the path. He's trying to make sure Gukesh doesn't have a narrow path to a strong position. He's saying, okay, you have 5 moves here, please think. You have 5 moves here, please pick one, but spend some time calculating all of them.
Yeah, and again, just pulling up some of those engine lines, I can see everything is equal and everything is good enough, barring you losing material. You can take the rook, good. And the main strategy does seem to be to put a knight on e5 for black, but like the weirdest move I would say is queen to d7 of its suggestion.
Okay, with a threat to take the rook and win the knight. And I guess it does take away the f5 square from the white knight, this one. Yeah, but I know what you mean. It doesn't feel natural, especially because he played queen to c7, what was it, 2 moves ago? It doesn't feel natural to move Her Majesty yet again. But now you say it, it's one of those moves. It's like, it's got a clear point to it. But he does play knight e5, as we predicted, leaving the white rook slightly awkwardly placed. But at least the f4 square is yet again safe, as it was earlier. So I wouldn't be surprised to see moves such as rook to f4 or just queen to d2, as we were mentioning, just stepping up the board, covering some squares.
I'm just going to check, David. Forgive me for using the engine, but
it's
again,
nice.
The path.
We want to learn.
Yeah, so the path to equality is actually pretty narrow for Ding, and it's very much based on stepping up with the queen to d2 and moving the knight to f5.
In either order, or?
Yeah, so knight f5, it does recommend doing it now.
Okay, jumping in.
So
we mentioned 2 moves, I think, earlier. 1, we pin, or 2, we lock the diagonal of the white bishop by jumping forward.
Yeah, this is what we came up with, and here it says, yes, pretty level, 0.0 after queen d2. But it actually, how human is this? It actually recommends not jumping over the knight to b4, but instead putting the bishop on g6, setting up a pin. Now, I did obviously consider this when we got to this position, But I was very concerned about a knight jumping into d6.
Ooh, anyway.
Yeah. So I thought, well, I don't want to calculate that. Don't allow it.
Gukesh wants to calculate this. Yeah, so bishop takes rook, knight takes rook, and that would just end in an exchange. I wonder whether black can move.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 2 pieces attacked.
And again...
You're playing rook d4?
Yeah, you'd have to, right?
Wow. The loosest piece in the world, but it might not drop off.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow, David. Sorry, c5 is the recommendation.
Instead
not,
of rook d4?
Yeah, instead of...
Oh, wow. Sacrifice. Bishop takes rook.
Bishop takes bishop.
And the queen is coming. We talked about a smothered mate earlier for black, but watch out for the white. Watch out for the black king this time.
Mm-hmm.
White queen's coming.
Oh, yeah.
This is crazy. What if I... Ah, there's a pawn hanging at the very end. I was going to try and give back the material knight takes pawn just to try and get rid of this knight. Bishop takes. Rook takes. But at the very end, I was about to say black's a pawn up, but no, there's a check. And you pick off b7 and... Yeah, I would say roughly equal, but maybe slightly better for white.
Yep.
Okay, this is getting sharp, potentially. But Ding needs to speed up. 30 minutes now for his next 21 moves.
Yep, and I've just turned off the engine, David, because I feel like sometimes it clouds our judgment, and I also, it feels inhuman, but I like to use it as a decider, as a judge.
Nice to be enlightened sometimes, especially when there's so many moves available and we keep kind of banging our head in the same direction. It's nice to occasionally be told, okay, there's other ways to approach this type of position. Yeah, the reason I really wanted the rooks off for Ding as well isn't just because the rook is clumsy, but also because of the clock. It feels like the white rook is part of the reason you might have had headaches over the last few moves, and ridding yourself of that one reduces the risk, maybe reduces reward as well. But yeah, I think now the percentage bar tells us exactly how level this position is. 23% chance each for winning this game.
That's... But to be fair with you, I don't see this ending in a draw.
At least not in the near future.
No. Yeah. This is the kind of position that if you don't play accurately, you'll make a one-move blunder and oops, something falls apart big time. Like for instance, the danger for Gukesh is that he doesn't put the pressure on white, and then he allows white to consolidate, and then white has that lovely center to push from. He's also got the bishop pair as well. And for Ding, it's the king safety all the time.
Ding would love to get a couple of moves and kind of maybe play h3, put the king on h2. It's on a dart square there and cannot get attacked by black's dart square bishop, which got exchanged off a long time ago. But yeah, even on h1, it gets vulnerable, right? On the light squares, potential knight forks on f2. On g1, it's very, very vulnerable. That's why we say don't push the f-pawn unless you're sure, right? Unless you're a King's Gambit player, or unless you're kind of guaranteed to control the center, because often play switches and having only 2 pawns in front of your king can backfire. Ding shaking his head, though. I get the impression, Jovanka, it's not necessarily because he hates his position, Ding, when he's been shaking his head this match so far. It's more because he feels he's frozen a bit, and often he knows he's taking long thinks when it isn't always necessary. 5-minute think now we see on the bottom right of our screens from Ding, but he's taken the 3 longest thinks of the game so far. And there we go. He spent 15 minutes on knight c2, 13 minutes on castling, which was the most natural move in the position. Actually, Gukesh has had a long think just then as well, but yeah, it all adds up. It all adds up.
Yeah, but we're only on move 20.
Yeah.
We're only in move 20, so...
About to be move 20.
Yeah.
So still 21 moves in 27 minutes. I mean, we haven't yet reached the climax of the middle game yet. There's definitely some complicated decisions ahead. Definitely some tough positional and tactical moments for Ding. So this is quite dramatic. He doesn't look too confident.
No. But we have seen something from Ding, is that he has gone into the tank, so to speak, thought for a while, and then played a few moves in a row very confidently. We saw him do that yesterday. But I would argue that yesterday, when he started playing quickly, the position was straightforward. But now we have knight to f3. Okay, interesting.
I think that has a little bit of nerves behind it, Jovanka. Knight f3 is the type of move you play if you really want to get safe and you know that you're probably not better. We do see the percentages swing as well in Black's favor, and the bottom right, the live board there, it looked like it went down slightly, the evaluation bar in Black's favor. But okay, how significant is this? We said there was a wide margin to stay level, at least, not to be worse. Is knight f3 one of those moves?
I remember it being like third or third choice of the computer. Yeah, and it kind of took the evaluation down to 0.3.
Oof.
Which in these
double question mark
modern parlance, it's like, oh, Black is seriously worse. No, White, sorry. White is seriously worse.
I think, yeah, positionally it's very logical. Again, long-term, bishops become so much better and so much more influential when the board clears up, when especially when rooks and queens are off the board. Especially because Black's knight is probably his best piece, Gukesh, right now. So trading off makes some sense, but dynamically you're losing a bit of time. You're retreating. You're stepping back. Yeah, feels a bit, yeah, strange.
Yeah. So let's dive in and have a look at the most forcing. Bishop to g6. Come move rook.
Okay.
Yep.
It moves.
And now there's no threat. Let's ask ourselves what White is planning. Nothing. So I like this knight b4 concept.
B4. That is a threat. Are you going to do controversial things if I just play queen to d2? Defend my pawn. Committal things. Maybe
are you thinking about knight takes d3 or something?
Yeah, I wonder. Normally, giving up two pieces for a rook isn't the wisest idea, but here White's king is so open and the black rooks have two of the most beautiful open files you'll ever see. Slightly tempting.
It's tempting because this bishop on g2 isn't a great piece and neither is the bishop on a3. So yeah, I mean, this is the power of analysis. Let's go for it.
Again, I don't know whether it's worth the material investment for Black, although technically it's...
Okay, let's
Is it even a sacrifice? Here you have a rook and two pawns. That's worth 7. White has a bishop and knight worth 6.
Okay, let's... Okay, I want to take control. Rook e2.
Ooh. Getting in. I'll try and... Ooh, I don't really like it for White.
Double trouble.
Double trouble. Like Team Rocket. Prepare for trouble. Make it double. Okay, queen d1. I want to come in.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm not going to get sidetracked by the a pawn, however tempting it is. Rook a e8.
I was hoping for that one, Jovanka. Okay, or e8. You could move. I jump in.
And now I should just give a check just to get a tempo.
No, I don't really want to allow you to the f2 square, so I'll block.
What a shame I have a pawn on a5, because I would really like to play queen a5. But since that's not possible, I will go queen to b5. Come on, knight d4. Oh God, no, no.
Yeah, double attack, but this one you allow a check.
Oh no.
But I'd rather a pin than a fork.
Yeah. A pin is mightier than this. Okay, yeah, take it back. Oh no, I think I did blunder there. Okay.
I mean, this is quite far down the line, but in general, this type of position, I could definitely imagine Gukesh going for it and calculating his way to a position where it's a forced endgame, his rook is hunting pawns, or where he gets some attack against the white king.
Yeah, it's definitely very tempting. I mean, there's a lot of options there. Okay, so that was bishop g6. I mean, are there any other moves other than... I feel bishop g6 makes a lot of sense, right?
It's a tempo gainer. Also, you guarantee that you're going to get the open file for black without any exchanges. Rook e3 just looks so ugly. At the very minimum, black can play knight to g4, exchange on his terms, and then knight e3 is coming.
Yep.
This looks yeah, better for black. I'm not sure how much better, but definitely better for black. Rook f4 then. And I like it because as well, like talking of tempo gainers, if white ever takes knights, for example, knight b4, if you can even take out the pawn potentially, just drive the white rook back and then capture on a2 or even e4 and try and blow open the center.
e4 is very tempting.
I love bishop g6 just by feel, but feel isn't always the way. Knight b4.
Yeah. And then this is where you just stepped up with the queen to d2.
Just
yeah,
try your best.
Why not? And we experimented with, but we can also.
Yeah, black's not obliged, of course, right?
No, but then the question is what move to make.
I mean, you could gonna blunder a pawn and say rook d8.
Yeah, I also thought that direction, but what? Okay.
That a blunder of a pawn? Like, okay, let's say I play rook d8.
Okay, bishop takes knight. Let's take.
Take.
Yep.
And now I'll take here.
Oh. Spicy.
So knight takes. There's pawn takes. Maybe that's okay for white after rook f2, but just to show everyone at home, this is now a far more intimidating fork. And white doesn't have the bishop pair, so yeah, these black rooks will probably be better than the minor pieces.
And this bishop on g2 is just no good.
Ah, sleeping giant. Maybe knight takes knight. Well, actually, wait, I can take with the queen as well.
Oh, yeah. I've been having that trick on the back of my sleeve for a long time. Queen takes e5, and then you go.
Your mind.
Queen e3. Yeah, no. I forgot about it, I must admit.
Queen e3. Of course, this isn't forced, but this type of danger that Ding might be facing. I wonder what else is going through Gukesh's mind, because bishop g6 feels tactically and, well, just desirable in general, right? Maybe he's scared of rook d4? Trying to get bishop d6?
Yeah, but you still jump in with your knight to b4.
And now I'll regret putting my rook on such a bad square. Okay, I'm going to bite the bullet and just say, okay, it's not getting trapped yet. And at least I've stopped any knight takes d3 ideas.
Okay. We have, I'm just, again, looking at the forcing moves, c5, possibility. Force your rook to f4. I have...
Yeah, rook f4, and game goes on. You have others.
Oh, he's moved.
Wow, he drops his knight back. Oof.
Oh, wow. Oh, he wants to come in with a knight to c5. Okay, what's concrete play? Not what we expected.
I've got to say that's really surprising to me, because there's also this, I mean, again, Magnus Carlsen, when he was talking about one of the matches in this World Championship, he was saying bishop pair. Oh no, actually, I think it was Levon Aronian. He was saying bishop pair so much better when they have a knight accompanying them, because yeah, together they can do everything. So long term, I think it's great for white to keep the knight on.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight c5 is a nice square though for the black horsey.
Yeah, and maybe he's trying to get in queen b6.
Yeah,
check. I mean, it's just a check, but I always have to refrain from just checking randomly.
It's there.
I always have to remember that expression, you know, pass as is check, pass a play check. But okay, but it's there. It's there, definitely there as a consequence of knight to d7. The white king extra vulnerable.
I mean, on the one hand, I very much understand Gukesh's decision, and I think from a practical point of view, I quite like it. Just keeping more pieces on the board means more jeopardy for later, more tactical opportunities. One knight on c5, the other knight on b4, and you control the queen side, essentially.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very ambitious, which is great to see. But yeah, I think if I were black, I would be very hesitant to play a move such as that one. Ding has choice now. He can take rooks off the board. The other logical move, to my eyes, would be knight to d2. Again, trying to eventually teleport the white knight into d6. But normally when your opponent retreats, retreating yourself isn't always a great idea. Normally that's a signal to go forward. So the other alternative, Jovanka, maybe trade rooks, and is it time for d4 before the black knights start jumping?
Yeah, I am worried about the knight coming to c5 and knight b4, as you highlighted. I'll tell you what else worries me, is that Gukesh is going to just be able to sit with a rook on e3 and just take complete control over the e-line. So that's why we see a trade of rooks. He's taking with a rook.
d4, you're right, rook e3, and this bishop's hit.
Yeah, but in general, rook e3 is coming.
Rook e3, maybe queen d2 then?
Yeah, queen d2, and then, yeah, queen d2 makes sense. At least, no, but then you can still go knight b4.
Mm-hmm. You can indeed. Now I just want to pull the brakes. I want to take,
Rook takes.
and play like rook b or e1.
Ah.
e1, I'm hoping I get compensation here, but maybe I just don't get anywhere.
Oh, well, you get a lot of hope. Bishop h3 is coming.
Maybe rook b1 to try and force a draw, but that's very much playing for the draw and not Ding style.
But maybe that's what he needs to do. He needs to clarify the position so that it's easy to play at least, because, you know, it's only 22 moves in and he's not got that much time left. Okay, rook b1.
Quite like this one, because now knight b4 isn't possible, unlike earlier, because the white queen is defending her pawn. She won't be overloaded.
Also nice to see Ding just speed up. Okay, well, knight ac5.
It's for that reason I think he might be a small favourite if there are playoffs, God forbid, next week. Because Ding, once he's forced to kind of move, once he's got no time to overthink, which is one of my biggest sins, overthinking.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jonathan Rowson. Yeah, once he doesn't overthink, he gets in the rhythm and he plays great moves.
Yeah, I completely agree.
But yeah, it's when he's over kind of second guessing himself. That's when the mistakes start to creep in. And yeah, this is very annoying actually for black. Knight c5 isn't stable yet. There might be d4 in the near future. And if this knight is stuck, can't come to b4.
Maybe it's time to go. Again, I'm just obsessing about this worst placed piece on a6 and
b5.
I was going to suggest c5 in order to get a knight onto b4, but b5, oh, that's a gutsy move.
And we see the players, they've been fixed at the board for nearly the entirety of the game. Only been away a couple of minutes each. And Ding, oh, he reacts to that, slightly flustered by b5. It wasn't on my radar, I must admit, because I just thought you take a pawn. What is the idea, Jovanka? Is it the fact that this pawn is also hanging?
I agree with that. I think, well, there's a tactical justification. And check on b6.
Check.
Exactly. Pawn takes, and next move is b4. Before it gets prevented for good. No, I just...
Before you capture on a2? Yeah. Wow, b5. Great vision from Gukesh and great confidence as well, the speed. He's reacting to Ding's speed. He knows that Ding wants Gukesh to go into these long things. We've often seen mutual time trouble. One start off a lot lower on the clock and then the other player catching up. But if Gukesh can get to move 30, super complex position, and Ding's by far lower on the clock, then great success. Yeah, I don't think Ding should take, actually, in hindsight. I think getting itchy fingers here, this backfires. Because these pawns are so mobile, as you mentioned, b4. Now, if a knight ever lands on e3, it's just game over. And there's a clear path, knight back, in. But what else to do?
Yeah, well, this is where you have to not panic and think about the trumps in the position, and that is... But David,
I'm drawing a blank
if you don't take on b5...
What else?
Well, there's going to be problems with the c4 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, knight d2, you've moved that knight so many times if you're Ding and you're already feeling like it's the wrong direction. The percentages switch, by the way, so maybe rook b1 was actually a mistake due to this little tactic. That's where Gukesh, again, really thrives. So quick at seeing these 2-3 movers, and Ding shaking his head. Knight d2, instead, feels like it's the wrong direction, even b4 again.
Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. So b4, and then the bishop goes back, and knight starts... Yeah, let them swarm into the position.
Maybe knight e5
knight
as well.
e5, go back. Queen b6 is coming.
Very much on the cards to play c5, a4, a3 later, once this black knight has sorted itself out. Wow, Gukesh, has a huge practical advantage, I would say. On the board, maybe it's manageable for Ding, but we don't see it yet. The clock is very much in black's favor. Trend after this one move. That's how quickly it turns, right, Jovanka? Sometimes you just miss one move, like b5, like we did, like Ding did. And the internal turmoil, the panic, might be setting in.
Yeah, well, it was like we kind of said, that White's position, oh yes, it's very nice in the long term, but short term, it's problems with the king. And once again, b5, it's a tactical problem for White to deal with. And yeah, okay, let's put our repair hats on. Knight d2 is the only thing I can see, as you pointed out. But
sad. b4. Maybe there's no rush actually with b4, but let's say knight e5.
King.
King h1. Ooh.
H3 actually. No, let me
h3 just to stop any knight jumps.
Yes.
Yeah, it's far from over, but yeah, this is what Ding has to do, surely, something along these lines. At least with the knight on e4 or f3 back, and he's not dead yet on the queen side. These two take a while to get going. I think this pawn on c4 is important to blunt the bishop. I don't think he can take on b5. But I just want to point out something that you taught me, Jovanka, because just 2 moves ago, we were advocating queen d2, and it's very manageable. It looks roughly level, because now the rook staring down the queen, there's no b5. So he actually, consequences, that's what you taught me. There's a consequence to every move. The white rook moves away. Now there's no pin on the c-file. Now b5 becomes possible. It's an optical illusion. Looks like you're covering that square, but no, this check. Self-pin as well, which Ding is very familiar with. And next move, b4.
Yeah, and now the pawn on a2 is such a vulnerability. Yeah, you're right. It's amazing how sometimes these concepts can help you. And it's also amazing how quickly you forget them.
Yeah, it's easy to have these blind spots, right? And it's always a move on the square you think you've got covered that breaks all your coordination in chess in general. I think they call them invisible moves. It's like you've covered b5 twice, the opponent only has it covered once, but somehow that move just comes with extra power if it's possible.
Yeah.
It's like when you have an isolated queen's pawn and the square in front of it is kind of covered by 3 or 4 enemy pieces. Sometimes you just push that pawn like as a sacrifice, you blow things open, and the opponent loses coordination while you get a bit more life to your position, just like Gukesh here.
It's my favorite type of move, actually.
Invisible moves.
Invisible moves, yeah. Do you know when you just push your pawn just to a square that has been protected by so many pieces, and sometimes you do it in an endgame so that the king can actually make a way and get into the opposing side. And one of my proudest games that I played a long, long time ago, it was actually when I gave up a pawn with check. And it was the whole point was just to get an entry line with the rook. So b5,
Who was that against? I want to check out that game.
Liren. Well, the computer doesn't approve of it. You know.
What do they know? Maybe new AI.
And I remember my opponent just looked at me like, what are you doing? Because it literally was, I went h6, and he could just go rook takes g6 check, because my king was standing on. And I was thinking, I cannot make such a move, allow rook takes g6. And the whole point was that I would actually do some funny triangulation with the king as well. So, yeah. And there, in the meantime, it's a big hello to the fan zone. Give us a wave, please.
Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Can you see yourselves?
I think our friend in the blue at the front has seen himself. He suddenly stood up and looked very excited.
I saw some waves. Hello.
There we go. Hello, everyone.
You should give us a thumbs up if you're enjoying the action.
Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us. Just to confirm, we're not keeping you captive. This is not a hostage video. They are here willingly, supporting the chess, enjoying the chess, watching the World Championship match here in Singapore.
Yeah.
B5.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jovanka, I don't know what's got over me.
No, it was a classic. Something someone needs to clip this and make it go viral.
B5 and poor Ding. Look at the clock situation. It's getting dramatic.
Oh, he takes on B5.
Does take.
Ooh.
Wow. He must have something very special up his sleeve here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it looks terrifying.
Interesting decision there. And we thought that this wasn't possible because of Queen b6, and suddenly the bishop on f7 has come to life. Yeah, Queen b6 played, very quick move from Gukesh, and then the whole point is that you can take the pawn on b5, that's now protected, and this pawn on a2 is a vulnerability. And maybe Ding is calculating that his play in the center is enough to offset all this. So I guess in king h1, or do you want to go d4?
Wow, he goes to f1.
Oh. Okay.
Hey, I mean, to my eyes, that looks so terrifying. If a black knight ever lands on e3 now, that's just over. And Gukesh smells blood, it feels like. Otherwise, he would just take this pawn. I don't think it's quite quick enough, unfortunately, to jump through with the knight. But why f1, Jovanka? Not not h1, sorry.
h1. Well,
an endgame, the king is better placed here. I guess he's protecting e2, so his queen is free, but so dangerous.
Right, I was expecting king h1 and queen coming to d2, but maybe he was afraid of queen f2. And
queen could have come in, maybe.
That's the only explanation that I can think of, but...
We see two grandmasters on the picture. We see Alexander Kolovich behind. He's frowning at that move. He's not giving much away there, our fair play officer. He's like, wait, what? King f1? Really?
Very brave.
Yeah, very brave. Okay, he's trying to keep a poker face there. Yeah, this could end decisively, Jovanka. Momentum is definitely on Gukesh's side. He feels it as he takes back on b5. Ding has to show now why he's just allowed this bishop to spring to life.
And
hey, he drops his bishop back.
Okay.
Pawn sacrifice. He's giving up a2. I don't really see it. Why not take the pawn?
Okay. Bishop to d4. I'm trying to make sense of the king coming to f1. The queen is going to move c6. I mean, she has to keep an eye on b5.
You could also block, though, with a knight.
Yes.
Self-pin. Yeah, the thing is, the queen moves. I mean, yeah, it's a bit risky to go onto this diagonal.
Oh, yes.
But if the queen moves to b8, now I see the idea that Ding is going for. He'll slide his rook to a1 and then x-ray on the pawn on a5. He's reliant on bishop to d4, but knight c5. I did see the bar drop as well. Look at that 60% chance Ding's going to fall in this game now, that Gukesh is going to win.
And take a look at this. The evaluation changes. This is where you can see the evaluation drop, and it's dropped minus 1.11. So this means that Gukesh has a way to seize the advantage. Bishop b2.
That's a lot of evaluation to lose in the course of one move.
Yeah.
Especially because we see on move 22 as well, he lost 0.67 of the evaluation there. I think this pawn...
Yeah, it has to be bishop takes a2. Let's bishop d4.
Let's say black blocks, just to make sure that the queen defends both of its pawns. Slightly clumsy, but temporarily clumsy, hopefully.
Yeah, and maybe the idea is to go rook c1 and pin central.
Pin central, which cannot be broken. Well, yeah, it's a double attack now, so queen c2 is the idea. Hitting these two pieces. So rook c1 does come with a threat. Okay, I can kind of see the logic here. Again, it's hanging by a thread, but...
Bishop b3, is that not...
b3?
Can we not...
Oh, you can.
The queen on b6 is protected, so there's no funny business with...
No funny business. Also in that variation, yeah, the rook on c1 is hanging. So bishop b3 does gain a very important tempo. And now you can maybe try to unpin somehow, or if there's no threat, just b4. Black is just moves away from winning this game on the queen side. Maybe moves away from winning this game in general. This is where Gukesh, if it's winning, again, he can calculate his way to victory. Ding might have overplayed his hand here.
And you know what? Gukesh has all the time in the world as well. They're on move 25. He's got 46 minutes. That's plenty of time to work out the consequences of bishop takes a2. We should also be really thematic about this and just go through other forcing moves just to make sure we're not missing something obvious.
Yeah, but what other forcing moves are there? There's no checks. There's one capture on a2. And I don't really see any other threats.
He does it. And did you see how quickly he did it? Because I was expecting him to settle into a long 10-minute think. But bishop d4.
And Ding with a grimace there. Oh, knight c5. I think a simple block is going to force more shaking of the head from the current world champion. He might be falling behind.
Yeah, it's getting critical for Ding. Knight c5.
It's fallen apart so quickly, I've got to say. Just, it's been spiraling. Often they say mistakes come in pairs, because that's, I mean, pretty much what happened here. He missed b5, but there's no reason to self-destruct. The game goes on. Now he's just given up a pawn, and it's 2 versus 0 on the A and B files.
Yeah, it is certainly very, very dangerous for Ding Liren as Gukesh just snatches a pawn. Now, there's no way back for Ding. He has to play as energetically as possible. And on that note, David, we're going to go on a very short break. And when we come back, we are going to dive in and see what the players have played.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini has already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one. And now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back, and we join the players whilst Gukesh is pondering what to play now. And we did see the evaluation bar dip in Black's favour. It's definitely Gukesh who is in control, but this is such a sharp position, and he has to play it precisely now because a mistake could cost him the game. There's pins galore.
Yeah, and surprisingly here, I thought the margin for error was quite large. I thought Gukesh didn't even need to be so accurate because of the strength of his pawns, but apparently only one move keeps the decisive advantage, and it is a knight move. We correctly, kind of by process of elimination, got there. The black queen doesn't want to move. She needs to defend the pawn on b5 from the white rook, and it's very awkward wherever she goes. For example, queen to b8 would allow rook to a1, and the material balance is restored. Ding's right back in this game. But here I was advocating knight ac5. I think I'm very biased in general. I have this tendency to try and centralize pieces. They do say knights on the rim aren't great, so it looked like this was the right direction, but this would actually lose the advantage. Black should play the other knight to c5, and I'm not 100% sure on all the details. Still very hard to gauge exactly why, but I think it's the fact that this knight will actually support the pawns moving forward down the board. And the knight on d7 is actually a bit of a target in some variations. If we just show Jovanka, knight a to c5, which I said was very strong.
It's the most natural move on the board because, as you mentioned, you don't want your knight on the edge. And what could be wrong with it? And rook c1, it is all about setting up that pin. That's what Ding is very much reliant on.
Yeah, now massive threat of bishop takes knight on c5 and then queen c2 with the double attack on the knight and on the bishop. So if black reacts with bishop to b3, which we mentioned before the break, we said, okay, we stopped here. Black's just going to march these two pawns down the board. White actually is not worse, maybe even slightly better. This isn't me, by the way. This is a computer. I briefly checked. We've turned it off again, so we'll try and work it out now. But queen to e1. And there's no chance Ding has seen this, but he might stumble on it by, again, the fact that he has no options simply. And queen to e1 is dual purpose. One, you want to slide to f2 with a nasty pin. And actually, I think more importantly, you're leaving d2 vacant for your knight to hit this bishop and later to come forward to e4. And this pin is very hard to break, actually, without dropping the a5 pawn.
And there's also bishop to h3, because it is an eternal pin, or it feels like an eternal pin. So exactly, in this type of position, just go bishop h3, and the knight on d7 is an unstable defender. And yeah, but that's such a small nuance that it's very difficult to see further down the horizon.
For example, bishop h3 here, if the black knight were over on a6, let's just imagine, temporarily, then black could just play rook to c7, move out of the eye line of this bishop, and black is just winning. But here it's very awkward, suddenly. You can play moves like bishop to e6 to break the pin. Yeah, rook c7 doesn't work anymore because this knight drops, and then the fellow knight drops. But yeah, bishop to e6, for example, breaks the pin, but after an exchange, queen takes. Suddenly we see the purpose of the white queen, and queen takes a5, and level material, Ding would probably actually be significantly better here. And he's moving a knight. He brings which knight?
He brings the A knights, yes. This was the most logical move, but oh, well, we're in for a big fight. Knight dc5, so unnatural. And you have to see so deeply to understand that the knight on d7 is actually not a good defender.
Yeah, that's hard. I mean, I think I would have played knight ac5 just like Gukesh. I think 99 times out of 100 in a blitz game. The one regret for Gukesh, if he doesn't win this game now, is that he still had so much time on the clock. And normally, I mean, he's so good at calculation. I've been lucky enough to sit in with some sessions with some of the top Indian coaches. And often when it comes to calculation, there's a few ways to do it. Process of elimination was one. Comparison method is another, where you look at one variation, you go as deeply as possible, you go through the other variation, and you try to see if there's any difference at all. Do you give your opponents more options? Do you want a piece on which square? Often there's a massive difference. And here you actually, counterintuitively want the knight on a6. Rook c1 played by Ding, only move really to amp up pressure on this knight, and game on.
Yeah, big threat. And Ding's play, it was very unconventional, lifting the rook into the center, moving the king to f1. And we were speculating that king to f1 earlier on was such an unusual move that it caused the fair play officer, Alexander Kolovich, to frown. But just to clarify, he probably was frowning at some air conditioning unit issue or something like that, because there are no screens in the cube.
Okay, yeah, I was joking. I think I meant more that our fair play officer, also a grandmaster in King F1, just looked like a weird move.
Yeah, it completely is.
I wasn't hinting at anything. King F1, I don't think he was even the best move, so definitely nothing untoward happening here. Yeah. Sorry if I misphrased that anyone. Yeah, King F1, just weird looking. But like you said, Jovanka, it might be inspired. If it comes down to an endgame, we talked about the square on previous days. These two pawns might be running down the board. Imagine black sacrifices material, relying on these pawns running. The white king is actually within touching distance now to just sprint on over. And of course, king's centralized in the endgame. Much better than king sitting in the corner. So maybe Ding just with the foresight there to see what might eventually occur. And suddenly it's very awkward for Gukesh. The big threat now. Bishop takes knight, followed by queen to c2 with that double attack on the 2 black pieces.
And the white king on f1 reminds me of a story by Alexander Grishuk. Well, he had a horrendous opening and his king was stuck in the middle of the board. He couldn't castle. And he goes, oh, I'm not going to last very long. But then as the game continued, he found that his opponent wasn't putting him away. So it's like, OK, well, I have a bad middle game king. And then it became, more pieces traded off. Now I have a good endgame king.
Exactly.
And he won.
Yeah, it's like me when I play chess. I don't wake up until like the 4th hour, and often it's the same for kings. Kings become much more powerful much later in the game.
I always have this analogy that I use when I'm teaching young students. I say, think of your king as an old man, like a cranky old ruler that you constantly have to justify your existence to, because you know. But in the end game, it really is an attention seeker. It wants to steal the glory. He wants to be out there taking all credit for what the other pieces have done.
I mean, it just reflects battles back in the day, right? Where you keep your most valuable ruler behind your own lines, nice and safe, but ultimately, comes to seize the glory at the end. So yeah, at this position, we speculated on bishop to b3, which might actually drive the white queen where it wants to go.
Yeah, okay, so let's not do that. So let's put the bishop.
Just to point out.
That
diagonal.
Yeah.
Put it back.
Let's put it to e6.
Okay, bishop back to e6. No longer a loose piece, and you're preventing this plan.
Right.
We also highlighted hitting the defending knight.
And coming to a cinema near you would be b4, a4, a3.
Thanks for the preview there, the trailer. Okay.
You're welcome.
How does white react? 2 moves come to mind. I want to really hammer home the fact that black is pinned.
Okay.
So I'm going to hit this knight.
And say I don't care about material. Can I live that way?
Wow. Push pawns.
Yeah, just to clarify, right? Okay, rook c8 would be something that I might consider, but I'm afraid that the bishop will step back and there will be still pins galore.
Double pin now. Actually, that's very clever, Jovanka. Just bishop e3 and pawn to d4 will overwhelm black.
Yep. So can we try b4?
Okay. In this position, b4 defending the knight?
I'm not really.
Sorry.
I'm not. Yes, I'm not. Yes. Very good. Very good. Sorry, I was thinking I'm not defending the knight. Why are you saying?
Pawn to b4, and okay, I'll just, for argument's sake, take.
Yeah, and now let's continue.
Take. You taking queens off as well?
Let's go the whole hog.
Okay, let's go.
Even though I'm not. I'm doubtful. But a4.
A4. Is where I start to panic slightly because those pawns look very scary. But okay, I've got so many candidate moves: knight back, knight forward, rook across. Okay, I'll try and pin your a pawn down. That's the one I'm scared of most. Knights are notoriously bad at stopping these pawns, the rook's pawns, so I'll stop it with my rook.
Okay, a3.
And I'll try and stop the other one with my knight. B3 is possible, actually.
Yeah, I was looking at rook b8.
Ooh, wow, rook b8. Give up the whole house for the pawns.
Because I like to be a little bit extra.
And, okay, knight takes bishop.
b3.
b3, bishop to d5. Finally, that bishop comes alive.
Ah, b2, you go a2, and it was too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Close, but not close enough.
Okay, well, those are the defensive ideas, and it just goes to show I can't be so optimistic. But hang on a second, we can.
Could you tweak the idea?
Yep,
maybe start with the a pawn, so bishop back, queen c2. Maybe start with this one.
Okay, let's do it. Bishop takes knight.
It's the same idea. Take everything off the board. I think this is the last resort for Gukesh, by the way. Giving up a piece when you were doing so well is going to be a reluctant thing. But a3, 2 squares away now.
And after rook takes b5.
Want to go behind?
Yes.
I'll play a2.
I'll go rook a5. And
now,
you're just going to go rook to
one of these
b8.
2 squares.
But how is
this endgame?
How is this endgame? I smell draw.
I mean, actually, knight to d4 cuts across this.
Well, he plays bishop to b3.
He plays bishop b3.
Oh,
that was your first instinct. I think the most natural move in the position, but it actually helps Ding. And the key here was to choose a very awkward square. It's a choice of two, essentially 50-50, where the white queen slides. But d2 gets in the way of the white knight retreating back to the square, gaining a valuable move, a tempo against this bishop. The knight needs that square, also wants to jump forward to e4 to overwhelm the black knight, which is pinned. e1 just looks awkward, though, because any queen stead down by a rook feels uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Look at the percentages, Jovanka. Ding was done and dusted. He had like a 5% chance of winning this game a few moves ago. Gukesh was up at 60-something% chance of winning. It's all turned around.
Yeah, and it's all because of this very nuanced idea that black's best was actually to go knight dc5, leave a knight on the edge of the board. Incredible stuff. He moves his queen. Did he move it to e1? Yes, queen e1, setting up queen f2.
Ah, beautiful move there by Ding. And just to point out, the reason I initially ruled this out, queen to e1, was due to the queen sitting on an awkward square. But knight takes d3 I thought was possible, actually. With a pin on the e-file, you cannot take this knight because rook takes queen comes with check. And likewise, I don't think you should actually take the queen, because after knight takes, the bishop is hanging, so there's no time to really take the black knight on e1. I think the key detail that Gukesh might have missed is that after knight takes d3, you don't have to do anything at all. You just move your queen, and it's a triple attack. You're attacking the bishop, you're attacking the queen, and you're attacking this knight. Game over.
Oh.
That's the hardest thing when there's forcing moves, when there's so many captures to calculate, to do nothing at all, just to play it cool, play it calm. That's easy to miss. So knight takes d3, not on the radar, not possible for Gukesh.
And we looked at the idea of just moving the queen away and allowing the white queen to capture the pawn on a5. What happens if you just start pushing your pawns? Because black does have two very scary pass pawns. Can that be a practical try?
I think it might have to be the try for Gukesh. Once he recovers from the shock of not being winning instantly, which he thought he was, pawn to b4, I would say. a4 feels wrong, maybe, Jovanka, just because of queen b4
queen
ideas.
b4, yeah.
And blockade and this pin is really annoying. So let's say b4. Okay, two moves. Knight to d2 gains time, so forcing move, it's a threat, or queen to f2, also with a pin. What strikes your fancy?
Knight d2. Just a quick calculation whether knight takes d3. I hadn't seen that idea. Is even remotely possible. I don't think it is.
Knight takes d3 now?
Yeah.
That's a good point. Oh, maybe you can... Too messy for me. Can you be really sneaky with which piece you capture now?
You can take...
Okay, take the queen, maybe?
And then take the queen.
Take, so it's level material. Black's 2 pawns up. But everything's hanging. This bishop is hanging, this bishop is hanging, this knight is hanging.
You take the knight.
Take the knight first, right? Before it escapes and takes this piece.
Yes.
So take here. Yeah, and when the dust settles.
Although, although still calculation central because a4 is coming.
I think white should be winning here after rook c6. And either the bishop will join with a triumphant check, or you're just in time to get behind the black pawns. Wow, this is so complicated, though. I mean, this is like a 6-move variation that you have to calculate in multiple directions. b4, okay, knight to d2. So knight takes d3 doesn't work. Elimination, bishop back feels wrong somehow because of knight e4. Maybe.
Maybe, but maybe you just have to accept the piece will fall. Or can I go rook takes knight?
Maybe you give up the rook rather than anything else and...
a4.
Okay.
Extraordinary.
If this were a book pre-2015, it would just end here saying unclear.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very hard to tell who's better. I mean, variations, for example, queen f2.
b3?
Yeah, you give everything up, and then you can probably just give everything.
Yeah, because...
Go a.
But you have rook c8 check.
Yeah, rook c8 check's coming. Why didn't we put the bishop on e6 after all?
I know. Actually, can we put the bishop on e6?
Now?
No, I mean like earlier on. Because now we've realized that. No, because...
All the way back. No,
yeah, because if it goes, then you've got the rook, yeah. Oh.
So many details here.
Okay, so you... Bishop f2. Okay, so bishop f7, sorry.
f7, knight, knight to e4.
And less. Okay, rook takes. So rook takes, we... Establishing not enough.
I don't know, maybe the black queen just moves. No more pins. It's only the exchange. It's only rook for knight right now. And meanwhile, black has this ace up his sleeve. The pawn's running. Gaining time now. One of the bishops is about to be exchanged. Although again, actually, wait. Take. Queen f2.
Oh.
Again, there's back rank problems.
Oh, we should put it on the board. Knight takes bishop is not going to save black because of rook c8.
Check. And it's not just the fact that you lose the bishop throwing itself in the way. It's the fact that at the very end, the white rook is attacked, the white queen is attacked, but you swoop back and win everything.
Yeah.
It's hanging by a thread for white, but it's all working at the moment in Ding's favor.
Miracle.
Yeah, it's a miracle. Looked like Ding was done.
Right, but then this all kind of stemmed from that position where he played king to f1.
Genius.
It was genius. It was incredibly creative. It was a huge gamble because it didn't objectively work if Gukesh had played knight dc5. But here, it is working a treat. And now Gukesh is faced with an unpleasant choice. Step back with the bishop. If he moves the queen, the a pawn is on prise. So...
Just trying to go through what the players are probably thinking about right now. For Gukesh, it's mainly moves, but also there must be a tinge of regret knowing that it could have been better. Now it's just very complicated. A bit of frustration as well for Gukesh that it's not immediately kind of resolving itself, the tension here. For Ding, whether he got lucky and stumbled across this whole Queen E1 idea, or whether he foresaw it, he's got to be feeling good. I can't see Ding being too panicked right now, unless he sees something troublesome on the board, but he doesn't seem too stressed.
No, but you know he did foresee it because he played this whole sacrifice with bishop to, super quickly.
He must have.
And king f1 came at tempo.
He's been spending so long, Ding, on easier decisions, and then to play this all so quickly.
He's world champion.
That's true. He's a genius. I'm not denying that, Ding. But maybe it's one of those things as well. He thought he was in trouble anyway, so he gambled. And it's kind of you make your own luck, right? You stumble across the best moves, or in practical terms, you set your opponent a trap just by kind of lulling them into this false sense of security. He brings his bishop back to e6, Gukesh, and the bar slides again. Could it be a second mistake in the space of 3 moves? Gukesh, has he blundered? Suddenly the bar shoots up. Suddenly the percentages we've been talking about. Look at the graph there. Ding replies instantly. It's pin galore. There's pins all over the shop now. The black knight is caught in the crossfire along the C file and along this diagonal. And bishop to e3, an idea you mentioned, Jovanka. Pawn to d4 is going to overwhelm and win this knight.
Yeah, and suddenly you see the evaluation bar and the win, draw, loss bar, 43% in Ding's favor. And I do think that Gukesh had to risk it and just push those queenside pawns, see how far they could go.
Gukesh, he started his first mistake. He had 45 plus minutes on the clock when he was thinking, and it was so complicated. It was just a 50-50 of knight moves. And he's normally so disciplined. I think he just got excited. He saw the finishing line in sight. He thought he was winning, and he was. But yeah, easy mistake to make, choosing the wrong knight. But then this last bishop move, bishop to e6, which is actually apparently a blunder, at least according to our evaluation bar. He played that quite quickly. Still got 25 minutes left. That was the key moment. There must have been a way to stay relatively safe to minimize the damage. It was a level position. But he's losing a piece now, pawn to d4. There's no way to keep this knight intact. You cannot stay defending this knight while keeping your rook protected.
Okay. Yeah, I completely agree. Although, maybe now time to move the rook to some protected square. Rook c7.
7. Good move. So now d4 doesn't work due to knight to e4.
Yeah.
Attacking the queen, and rook takes rook doesn't come with check. But now white will add one final piece to the mix.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm afraid of.
Knight to, let's say knight to... It's not that easy. You're right.
No, but okay, you can go knight d2.
Apparently, Gukesh, he lost over 1 point of evaluation there. We see on the bottom right of our screens in that little box, moves 26 and moves 28 were big mistakes from him, but it's just so complex. It's just one of those positions, Jovanka, impossible to be accurate.
And it's also one of those positions where you can't believe things turn on one move. Like knight, if we can go back to this knight ac5, it looks like it's one of those moves that you just automatically play by hand, and it must be right.
Yeah, he came to the correct conclusion that his queen was hit, and he needed to block using one of the two knights. Just to repeat what we mentioned earlier, knight d to c5 is just winning. The knights control each other. Actually, the knight on d7 is a real liability, as we see in some variations of the game. But mainly, you're just pushing these pawns through to victory. And I think Ding wouldn't have lasted long here. But knight a to c5 was the start of that slippery slope.
Yeah.
And actually, we see it in the game, Jovanka. Like, if this knight were to teleport itself over to a6, the pins don't work because the black bishop defends its own rook on c8. Maybe it's just that simple.
Yeah. It's so deep, but also, as you say, so basic. Huh?
Yeah, it's one of those. You have to see so many steps in advance, but once you do see it, it's
and it's the kind of idea and concept that will be playing on Gukesh's mind. He's like, oh well, why didn't I not just move the other knight? Especially if he was hesitating about which knight to play, and chose to move like the A knight just on principles.
It was literally, it's like a coin toss, right? And then it just happens to fall on whatever you didn't call.
Yeah, and there we see Gukesh having to think in order to save himself from the pins. And of course, we do have an AI assistant. So let's ask Gemini, tell us more about pins.
We asked Gemini, what is a pin in chess? Explain it concisely using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. Imagine you're a bodyguard protecting a celebrity. If you step away, the celebrity is vulnerable. In chess, a pin is a tactic where a piece is trapped because moving it would expose a more valuable piece behind it. Like the bodyguard being forced to stay put, unable to defend themselves or the celebrity. Now imagine the celebrity is the king and the bodyguard is a rook. If an opponent's bishop attacks the rook cannot move to safety without exposing the king. The rook is pinned to the king, forced to stay put, even though it is under attack. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yup, the knight on c5 is a bodyguard to protect both the queen and the rook as well on c8.
Yeah. Two loose pieces, two vulnerable celebrities here, trying to avoid the limelight. But these cheeky little paparazzis on both e3 and c1 just staring down the lines. And wow, this is really awkward. We haven't yet found the refutation, though, Jovanka, of rook to c7, trying to at least protect one of those celebrities. And, yeah, this knight on c5 for now, staying on the board.
Okay.
Where is the knockout blow, if there is one, for Ding?
Well, we have two tempting moves, knight d2, knight d4. Any other forcing move? There's d4, but that doesn't work.
D4 doesn't quite get the job done.
Knight e4.
Yeah, knight to e4, this looks awkward for white. So, okay, knight, which one would you start with if you were playing? What would you start calculating here?
Okay, let's go knight d2.
Knight d2.
Because at least it doesn't break the pin.
True. Knight d2 to e4 now is the threat. And, okay, 2 questions. What if I just move out the way?
Well, then you have bishop.
Well, he does play rook to c7. We're going to find out.
Okay, we're going to find out.
So this is the current position. How far has Ding seen into the future? Knight, it's got to be a knight move, right? He goes knight to d4 instead, and lo and behold, the eval bar drops.
Oh.
Still better for white, but was there an even stronger move?
Oh, wow, David. Yeah, it's knight e1 is the engine. The knight d2 is not even a good move, according to...
Wow.
Yeah.
Knight to e1. I do not blame Ding at all for not playing that move. He actually played this move around 20 moves ago, but very different circumstances.
Okay.
But that is hard.
Yeah, that's deep, right? Knight e1 in order to threaten d4 and not allow rook takes rook. Check.
Yeah, that's a key detail, actually, because often, for example, if pawn to b4, d4, if the black knight moves, say knight b3, you can play d5. And wow, because you're now hitting the queen and you're hitting this bishop, you win material, and rook takes rook doesn't come with a check. This is the real bodyguard, the knight on e1, keeping the white king, which is, yeah, surprisingly sitting on f1, nicely safe and protected. But knight to d4, okay, I think this is maybe the most natural move in the position, so we cannot fault Ding at all. Knight e1. Maybe Alexander Kolovich would have stepped back into the playing hall, but knight to d4.
Yeah.
So big threat. Knight takes bishop this time, and when the queen recaptures, then a piece will drop off on c5.
Yeah, and Ding's winning percentage goes up to 54.1%, and it's problems. How are you gonna stop? Actually, what is the threat? I was thinking knight b3, but knight b3 is not a problem. But you say you go bishop f7.
f7.
I was going to make some big dramatic, how are you going to stop? And then it was like, where? What is the move? Bishop to...
Okay, let's say white
Just...
continues somehow. Good question, actually, if the bishop just reacts. And...
Well...
I mean, I wonder whether... Is it this one again? Is it knight to f5? Is it knight c6, which looks a bit weird, but
no, but that's
possible. Ended and
although so many things to calculate because I could go b4.
b4 now.
Yeah, because you don't. Oh, I could go rook takes knight. Let's try that one. Rook takes knight and let's.
It's knight. I'm kind of bluffing my way through this, hoping that it works out. Even if black doesn't have something immediate, black has good compensation longer term.
And you have a nice block on
g1.
On g1 now if you go queen h1.
Luckily.
But even so, this is not that easy.
Even this endgame, yeah. I mean, good luck trying to work out who's better here in advance. Yes, there's a check. Maybe that's the one saving grace for white. You get behind just in time, but still very complicated. Okay, so bishop f7. We haven't found a knockout there yet, but what if black just continues with b4 or a4?
Okay, knight takes bishop.
Bishop, queen takes.
Bishop takes knight. And is this where you go?
Now white's pinned.
b3.
b3, although maybe white just breaks the pin.
Yeah.
Ah, that bodyguard, just...
Too good.
Too good, too strong, too alert.
Yeah, and this bishop on g2 has woken up. It's covering all the critical squares.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so it feels like you need to move the bishop, or you need to react to the threat.
Okay. Stick with the bishop moving to...
7.
Yeah, I also wonder whether you could go a2. Yeah, go back there so that... Yeah, but you don't really support the pawn on b5, because as soon as the pawn goes to b3, bishop to d5 check is going to be annoying.
Yeah, I just hate loose pieces, Jovanka, especially with the time ticking down. We should mention as well, Ding was so far behind on the clock that it was hard to imagine Gukesh ever catching up. But at the moment, there we go. We see the 2 lines there, the 2 graphs verging on each other. That's because Ding has 12 minutes, but Gukesh down at 14 minutes. And Gukesh's moves are by far the more difficult of the 2 right now. Ding has upped his pace.
And also, he's set all sorts of tactical tricks to his opponent. So knight takes bishop, big threat. Okay, we didn't really find anything that convincing after bishop f7. So let's put that there.
Let's try again.
Knight c6.
6 maybe. What other moves are there? I'm attracted to knight f5, even though I don't really see what I'm doing next.
You and me both, but we can put it on the board.
Like if black just calls the bluff and says, okay, do your worst.
Yeah.
The problem is now d4, the black knight moves somewhere, and d5 doesn't come with tempo against this bishop. Also, rook takes rook always comes with a check. Looks like black is safe-ish. f7.
Hang on. After knight f5?
Yes.
Yeah, so
f5.
there is something I see. If
b4.
you go b4, knight e7 check?
Yep. I'll go to f8 just because Ding went to f1.
Yeah, okay.
Although
knight,
maybe I should go
and
the other
then
way.
this is knight d5.
Fork. Take.
Bishop takes.
And if black moves.
I was just going to be very smug here and say
Bishop,
yeah, bishop pair. That was.
That's by far more important than black's pawns. Bishop pair is just GG. It's just...
Well, yeah. Well, there's that. But yeah.
Now, if you could somehow coordinate, if you could get the white queen in somewhere behind, then it's great. But two knights, I think maybe this is something as well that you told me.
Yeah,
two knights fare quite well against two bishops, surprisingly.
Yeah, I remember being told this by my very first coach, and he said, two knights, they can cover both color complexes. So that's why they can fight reasonably okay in the right conditions against two bishops.
Especially if they have outposts to sit on. But yeah, right now, no safety for Gukesh in this position. He's behind on the clock for the first time in the game. Literally the first time in the game. A nervous glance at the score sheet. He knows he has to make 10 more moves to get to the time control. 10 moves here, accurate moves, while staving off the loss of material is going to be difficult.
He also has to adjust to the tempo of the game, because for the first time he finds himself on the defensive. The whole game has been about Gukesh putting pressure on Ding, finding aggressive tries, and then suddenly pins galore, and he has to navigate not losing a piece. And it's so many lines to calculate again, because you have to evaluate, is it time to defend the piece? Is it time to run with the queenside pawns? Not easy decision. Just 11 minutes on the clock, and he steps back with a bishop.
And he was shaking his chair quite ferociously there, Gukesh. A far cry from the meditative state we normally see him in. And meanwhile, Susan Polgar mentioning that this is a nasty double deadly pin that Gukesh has got himself into. The last few moves were indeed a bit strange. And yeah, rather than being on the brink of victory, he's now struggling to survive and cling on in this match.
And Ding 96
jumps in with material.
Very quick from Ding. Uh-oh. Okay.
He's banking material at least. Maybe there was more in other variations, other circumstances like knight e1, but that was weird. That was hard to find. Here he's going to win the exchange.
Rook takes knight.
Ding, he smells blood as well this time. The beast has awoken inside him.
Again, I'm impressed. It looked like Ding was in complete trouble over the board. Looked like he was just burning lots of time on the clock. And suddenly, he finds an incredible idea and starts putting the pressure on by playing confidently and quickly. And yeah, Gukesh is going to have to navigate this. So queen to h1, as we saw, no point in giving that check. White's big threat is to go bishop to e3.
Or queen h1 is just blocked.
Yeah.
White wants to move the bishop out of the way, somewhere e3 or potentially a3.
Yep.
And the rook talking of pins, I mean, every move, someone's pinning themselves. But we know that Ding, yeah, he has control here. He has extra material, so it's a rook for knight and pawn. Oh, wait, just a rook. Yeah, rook for knight and pawn. Some quick counting. These two. Yeah, it's not a two-result game yet.
No.
It feels like Gukesh will have some counterplay, despite our AI friends saying only 6% chance for Gukesh. I would say it's maybe slightly more than that, especially due to the clocks.
Yeah, but for the time being, Gukesh really has to play some fantastic chess, because the problem is the king, the black king, and Gukesh is going to have to lose some time to deal with that. And the bishop can kind of stave off those queenside pawns by, in an endgame, parking itself on d4.
The bishop will guard this whole diagonal. If the queens ever come off and the white rook starts getting behind the pawns as well, that's another way to stop them. I was going to say, what if he just moves the pawns forward, plays pawn to b4, and says, what's actually going to be your next move? I was going to throw the question to you there, but Jovanka, but instead a different question, h6. Feels a bit slow. How should Ding go about trying to increase his advantage?
Maybe King
G1. It's done its work. That would make sense. Everything on the dart square. No more need to worry about leaving your back gate open. Wow, he goes the other way.
Oh my goodness. That's so brave.
Wants an endgame. That's brave, but also clever. I've got to say, unpinned by defending your rook. What could be more natural? Ding's in the zone. Like, that might not objectively be the best move, but he's keeping the pace, keeping the speed. I love it. King to e1.
But it's so brilliant, because the whole concept is the king stays on e1 until it's checked.
Yeah.
And
then
there we see b4 quickly from Gukesh. So now, if he chooses to, he can just step up with the queen to d4, get mobilized.
And freeze the black pawns.
Yep.
They don't want to get blockaded on dark squares. If the white bishop ever steps back, for example, queen to d4, that variation you mentioned, Jovanka, bishop to a3. Yeah, now black's in big trouble. The pawns are never going anywhere. The white bishop and white queen will lock these down. Hence why he's got his own pawns on dark squares right now. I love your queen d4 centralization.
Dynamic queen, dynamic Ding.
Ding dong, knight to e5 maybe. But then, wait, this one is falling sometimes.
Yeah, and there's no perpetual.
Yeah, you've got to be careful here. Variation like this one. Queen takes pawn. You want to give a check?
Yeah.
Step up, and okay, you could maybe take this pawn, or you could, knight f3 I don't think quite works with the perpetual.
No.
Because the king steps up the board.
To e3.
But either way, okay, queen centralized looks like the right first step. You need, then you can secure the king on d2, potentially.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, look at those percentages. 58% chance Ding is going to win this game. That was unthinkable 10 moves ago.
Right. No, it felt like, and I we keep like talking about almost our surprise at how Ding found this incredible idea to trick Gukesh and just turn it around. And now it's Ding who's in full control. I mean, Gukesh at least has a very simple plan, and that is just to try and cause some nuisance with his queenside pawns. But yeah, sure enough, queen to d4, mobilizing the queen.
Yeah, and I think Ding deserves just as much credit as Gukesh maybe regrets his decision. I think it was a stroke of genius just as much as it was a mistake by black. It was just so hidden and so unusual what Ding was doing. It's like he curled up into a ball, ready to unleash suddenly all his pieces, and winning material in the process, while also preventing the advance of the black pawns. Just, this is Ding fully awake, fully alert, fully confident. But a lot of work still to be done, it should be mentioned. If this type of position is still intact at the time control, then Gukesh will believe that he can still survive the fight.
Yeah, I think Gukesh has to take inspiration from Ding's performance yesterday, because Ding managed to dig deep and just hold on to the point, to the draw.
Managed to ding deep.
Ding deep. You were the first person to coin defending, and then saw everyone copy that.
I don't think Gukesh is holding here, but okay, queen d4. What else? I mean, a blitz move, I would play king h7, just try and, again, curl up into a ball, put a bishop on g6, just try to avoid any checks. But Gukesh, what else? It feels odd to allow too many discovered attacks in the near future, although this is a pin right now. The black queen could well just move. Queen b5, queen b7.
Could you just mobilize a piece? I don't know how to do this. This is the knight. It has to be the knight. So you have to come in with your knight to e5. And since that allows queen to d8, yeah, king h7.
Yeah, and I have a feeling Gukesh, he's the type of player he's going to spend a minute or so calculating knight e5. If it works after queen to d8, maybe he'll play it. If not, then yeah, he might settle on a backup plan. So he'll probably already have that backup plan in his mind. Thought process, maybe queen b7. I don't think a check works right now. The white king just moves, defending its rook, and the black queen has to zoom back to defend its knight.
Yeah.
That's the problem piece, you're right.
Yeah, you kind of want it around the middle of the board, just sniffing around the white king. But I just wanted to confirm one thing. King goes to h7.
Okay.
I thought that queen to e4 is actually not a great transition for white, because even if like everything still remains the same, I feel like white's only chance of winning a bishop against rook is to keep hold of the d pawn and not
ruin the structure, right? The integrity of the pawns. There's also a big question, like what happens if you just take now and start racing? These pawns look very quick.
Yep.
Very scary. But in the meantime, he does indeed activate his knight. This is the move I think anyone would want to play, but it is committal. It does ask Ding the question, can you be greedy? Should you be greedy? Can check and take a pawn. You want to check, of course, and take that pawn.
Well, so interesting, because we thought, wasn't that dangerous for Ding to grab that pawn on a5?
Wait, is there a perpetual check? Your first instinct was, oh, just in case there's no perpetual check. Could you start here, Jovanka, with knight takes d3, check?
Yes. E takes d3.
Now, check.
And now I have to hold on to the rook.
Now I'll take this pawn, check. I have a feeling this is a draw.
Actually, I can't because if you go king to d1, ooh, that's bad.
Whoops.
That's bad, yeah.
Check, and yeah, checkmate, next move. The king cannot step onto a light square, essentially. Whereas, if you step onto a dark square, if you go back, black continues the checks, and yeah, repetition, at least.
And if you run up with the king to e3, then...
Take this pawn, and be careful, don't go to d4. Checkmate, and... King of the hill, the king gets trapped in no man's land. So actually there's a hidden trap. That's why Gukesh spent a minute or two there. He's hoping for this greed from Ding, which is tempting, I've got to say, very tempting if you have no time to calculate. But yeah, queen off in Siberia, it's this typical pattern. I remember we commentated on the Champions Chess Tour once, and Magnus Carlsen got checkmated twice in a row against Daniel Dubov. Both times his queen was out on a5. And meanwhile, bad stuff was happening to his king on the other side of the board. So yeah, you never want to separate your royal family so far like that. And Ding, very wisely, keeps everything protected instead, breaking the pin. This rook now defended. And the bodyguard on c5 that we mentioned, free to roam.
Yeah.
Bishop takes pawn is now a big threat.
So you have to move the queen. And where to go with Her Majesty? Queen to g2.
Sneaky. Pin.
It's
all about the pins.
It's all about the pins, and then now knight comes to f3 is the big threat.
And I guess white could break the pin in turn after queen to g2, queen to f2, offering an exchange. And I think the white king is so near these pawns now that any endgame favors white.
Yeah, I was hoping to win something on the king side. so that I could deter you from a queen trade. But I guess you just go queen to d5.
Oh, actually, wait. Yeah, I don't really want to allow that coming in. He does jump in with queen to g2.
Okay. It's the most active move. Big threat on the board. Knight to f3, queen f2, and now I'm expecting queen d5. Do you think that Ding might be tempted to draw this, to agree a perpetual, if the queen came to d5, queen to d4?
Ooh, big question. We've seen him willing to take all risk out of the position in the past, even at the cost of his own winning chances.
Well, it was more to do with the fact that those passed pawns are scary.
And White's king is still out in the open while queens remain on the board.
They're not privy to the computer assessment. What is the computer assessment? Actually, 0.7.
Okay, so it's an advantage. It's not winning for Ding any longer. Okay, second time we see this position. Gukesh should not even think about anything other than repeating right now. He does bring his queen back to g2. Wow, big moment. Ding has 7.5 minutes. Gukesh has 3.5 minutes. We're one move away from that magical move 40. So Ding, if he wants to repeat, he should spend all of his remaining 7 minutes looking for alternatives. He drops back with his queen. We're about to see a draw. He's got his extra 30 minutes. The problem is now that the black queen is about to jump back into the center, Ding cannot copy. He cannot bring his queen back. That would be the third time we would repeat the position, potentially.
But it is move 40. So that does mean that if Gukesh drops the queen back to d5, he has the time to work out an alternative. And Gukesh thinking?
Gukesh will not play for a win. How can you play for a win when you're worse? I know he's done it before, but that time he wasn't material down. I'm shocked at Ding. That's... in practical terms, the main criticism directed at him by viewers, pundits, by other grandmasters has been his lack of ambition. He cannot force a draw from a position with strength, of strength. 7 minutes on the clock to make one move. Think about it. Don't take a draw. He's not risking anything. Gukesh is dreaming of a perpetual check.
That's true, but it requires this objectivity, David. And the trend has been, Ding was worse.
The trend's in his favor. He's no longer worse.
I know he's no longer worse. But what I'm trying to say is that Black has these two scary queenside pawns. He has an exposed king. I can understand why Ding goes, actually, this is maybe complicated. Black has enough to hold the balance, so it should be a draw, therefore a fair result.
Yeah, but I agree. Maybe a draw is a good practical decision, but spend your time.
Yeah, that's
he had 7 minutes. He didn't need to repeat immediately. It feels like he doesn't want the tension. Anytime he gets offered a safe route out, Ding, he's been taking it without thinking throughout this match. Oh, I don't know. I've got to say, I'm shocked. I'm surprised that Gukesh is even contemplating playing anything other than queen back to d5 and repeating the position. He's got 1.5 minutes. Anything else would be huge risk attached.
In fact, again, checking the evaluations, queen to d5, by far the best computer move. Any other queen retreat is going to be significantly worse from him.
The best human move as well. Queens deserve to be in the center of the board.
Exactly, and they deserve to have an eye line towards the enemy king. So, Gukesh, well, we're taught as juniors to take our time, never to hurry. So, I guess it's good that he's considering all options, but 57 seconds, and it's just impractical of Gukesh if he tries to play on.
Yeah, an endgame without the queens on the board would simply be winning for white with the rook versus knight. So Gukesh keeps the queens on, he centralizes the queen there. We have reached move 40, and look at the score sheets. Gukesh actually wasn't writing down his moves for the last 3 turns. Because he was under 5 minutes, they're not obliged to write. The arbiter there brings the other copy of the score sheet that they have been keeping. And Ding offers a draw, essentially. He's brought his queen back. As Gukesh catches up with the moves, we're at move 41. The players have half an hour extra each on the clock, and it's up to Gukesh yet again. It's like a mirror image of game 6, Jovanka. Ding was better there and offered a repetition. Gukesh said no that time. The power's in Gukesh's hands. He can stop the clock now, actually, and claim the draw. And yeah, if he brings his queen back to g2, that's the third time we've seen that position.
Yeah, and Gukesh can relax, take a sip of water, and contemplate whether he wants to play on. Again, the best thing to do is actually just to repeat moves, claim the draw. Another possibility is to, and I'm just checking this with the engine, is to go and play queen a2 and then just dance with the queen to e6.
That will likely be blocked by the white rook.
Yeah.
And yeah, just to put that on the board, queen to a2 check would also make some sense, and then to retreat to e6. But a position like this, as long as the pawns aren't too dangerous, you're just playing for tricks with Gukesh. A check, for example, I wonder what the plan is in a position like this one.
No plan, just play.
Plan, just play. Pawn on b3 is very strong, to be fair.
Yes.
Would make the white rook slightly passive if it has to block.
But again, it doesn't feel like black is actually playing to win this. Black is simply playing to hold the balance.
Yeah, and just to repeat for everyone at home, queen to g2 now would be the third time we've seen that position, and it's 3 move repetition, we call it, but it's actually 3 times the position, yeah, repeating itself, where you can claim a draw. So the power in Gukesh's hands, and again, the practical thing to do would be to spend 10-15 minutes verifying. If you think there's nothing better than a draw, you can take it. Anything more than that, playing on would be too much for a risk, essentially. And
but it keeps everyone glued to the table, right? If you spend 10 to 15 minutes, Ding can't leave because queen g2 might appear any second.
We can't go on a break because queen g2 might appear any second.
Exactly. So we just have to wait in anticipation for what Gukesh is going to do. He can stop the clocks. He can, well, the way to claim it is simply to write the move down on your score sheet that you're going to play, stop the clocks, and call over the arbiter and say, I'm intending to play queen to g2. And when I do that, the position has been repeated 3 times.
Yeah, and the arbiter will verify it, then the players will shake hands. This is the only time in the game that you can write the move down before you play it. Unlike the old days where that used to happen on a regular basis. I've played several opponents who would write down a move. They'd let me see the score sheet. I'd start calculating, and then, of course, they play something else just to throw the opponents off the scent, but no more gamesmanship like that.
I can tell you, David, it made for very messy score sheets. I remember my dad was like constantly, because I would write the move down, because he would tell me, and you'd go through all this performance of like covering up your move. You'd put a pawn on top of it, and then you'd cross it out. No, but in fact, it's note taking, so you cannot do that. And there we see Ding leave the board.
And talking of messy score sheets, Jovanka, how would you rate Gukesh's handwriting? How would you rate his score sheet now that we've got such a nice close-up camera angle? Actually, of both of the players.
I would say it's relatively neat.
Oh, me too. I'm quite impressed. Some of the top players, it's scruffy as anything, the handwriting, the score sheet. But
yeah,
it looks like they both keep their writing in check.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to sometimes earn some, I wouldn't say money, but some brownie points for inputting games.
Oh, side hustle.
Yeah, no, it was for the Four Nations Chess League, and I remember being given the score sheet of Viktor Korchnoi. Wow. Impossible to read.
Wow.
I think I got to move 10.
It's an honour, though, Viktor Korchnoi.
Yeah, if I had thought about it, I should have kept those score sheets as mementos, but I...
Probably worth quite a lot these days.
maybe someone out there is interested. But there you see a tweet from Jan Pomriashi saying, everyone is happy. Yes, it is a hot chocolate moment. Everyone's a winner.
Right, and it has been Ding's strategy. He's been consistent to what seems like his pre-match kind of planned. Yeah, I mean, basically, if he can be safe, he's got to be safe. Gukesh, it seems like going into the whole match in general, any risk he can take, he will take. If he can play on, he will play on. It's just one of those circumstances where playing on this time doesn't have much added value to it. And you're risking a huge amount. What are you gaining, really? Not that much. I think both players will actually be quite relieved to get out of this game. Both of them were losing at some point.
Yeah. I have to say, I think the draw is a fair result. I can understand why Ding felt like the best thing would be to repeat the moves, because like I said, the king is out there exposed in the open. You're facing these two connected queenside passed pawns, and it's difficult to see progress. Objectively, we see the engine, we see the evaluation, and therefore we can see that the path is actually not as good or clear for Gukesh. But I have to say, hats off to Ding for finding some incredible defensive resources. This whole idea of king f1, you know, giving the pawn on a2, setting up this incredible two-way pin. And then for Gukesh, actually, for holding his nerve, because the momentum of the game completely shifted, and he was able just to keep the game alive and just keep those choices. King, queen a2.
Wow, Gukesh. Wow. He's going to make a lot of fans happy all across the world just by playing on, keeping the action going. There's still some jeopardy left. There's still some action left in this game, and Ding has an advantage potentially. But this is going to be psychologically tough for him. He might have checked out of this game. He might have thought, okay, it's about to be a handshake. But no, they've got to fight on.
Wow. I'm gobsmacked, David.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this is wild.
Playing with fire.
He really is.
I know Gukesh said that he likes to play chess, but rook c2.
Play with fire, you get burned.
You do get burned. Wow.
Game 6, but...
And then the queen has to drop to e6. And I know he's banking on these queenside passed pawns, but they can and have been stopped.
Really fascinating, just psychologically, Jovanka. This kind of, both players have gone against everything we're taught. Like for Ding, he repeats the position, but he had more time on the clock. He only had one move to make before the time control. He could have sat there for 7 minutes, looked for something else before coming to that conclusion. We're often advised, don't rush to these huge decisions, because there might be something better. He spent no time at all going for the draw. And likewise, Gukesh, you're taught to be pragmatic. It's a world championship match. You're exchanged down.
Yeah.
And of course, he plays on. But it's consistent with both players and their pre-match strategies. They're not it's kind of a game of chicken. Nobody wants to blink first. Ding wanting to play safe, Gukesh wanting to play ambitiously. It's great to see this clash of styles, the rule breaking, but it is surprising.
It's also from Gukesh forcing Ding to play out these positions. And the more he does that, the more confident Ding is going to get. So queen e6 on the board. Ding now having to think about how to respond to that. The game will continue, and that is a sign for us to take a very short break. And when we come back, we are going to dive into how this position should be played.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Game 8. And here we see, just before we took a break, we just saw Gukesh reject a threefold repetition and play on. Now, it's interesting with Gukesh because often, in the press conferences, he has said, no, he didn't think that he was better in certain positions. He just wanted to play chess. And here, you do feel that things could go very seriously wrong for Black if he makes a wrong move.
And Ding, meanwhile, just coming to terms with the fact that he has to play chess. He has to continue for an indefinite period of time here. Unclear how this game is now going to end. So yeah, Ding's fighting spirit will be tested yet again after yesterday. Very different circumstances, of course. Yesterday he showed his defensive skills. This time it's unclear whether he's trying to defend, trying to attack, trying to win this game. But you mentioned Gukesh at press conferences. Ding at press conferences has consistently underestimated his position. Yesterday, he said he thought he was losing straight from the opening when computer said tiny disadvantage. And in other games, when he went for the draw in game 6, he said he thought nothing at all. But computers thought significant advantage. Yeah. And it's often, maybe it's a confidence issue. It's often that case, though, when you finally get provoked into playing, you don't have that safety net of a draw, that you actually end up playing your best chess. So I do wonder whether Gukesh has provoked Ding here. I guess once a pawn lands on b3, by the way, that there shouldn't be too much pressure that Ding can exert. I think there's relative safety. There we see Levy Rosman, Gotham Chess, praising Gukesh's decision, calling him a beast. He is a bit of a mentality monster, as they sometimes say in sports. He's so strong mentally, so confident. Yeah,
it just takes my breath away. Now, the reason I was saying that makes one misstep is that the queenside pawns can be vulnerable. So at the right time, I'm just thinking put the bishop on b6 and the a pawn will fall, likely. And rooks, okay, they might be very straightforward pieces, move up and down and sideways, but they can get behind those queenside pass pawns. And the thing that concerns me the most is the potential of the d3 pawn, which at the minute isn't going to play a significant factor, but if the queens get traded off, its power is going to start to increase. So is Gukesh actually threatening queen h3? If they are, then maybe you can go h4.
Ooh, that's a clever move, h4.
Well, it's only because of queen h3.
No, but I mean, Black isn't really threatening anything, right? These pawns are very much going to be stuck in their tracks on the dark squares, even if they continue advancing. I mean, the main move that came to my mind was what happens if you just take this pawn.
Ooh, yes.
I hadn't seen h4, which...
Oh, I forgot about queen to d8. Okay, let's look at the most materialistic move, please.
Yeah, I also want to mention, tongue-in-cheek here, we will look at queen d8, but rook c1 is also possible. Aiming to play rook a1 to pick off this pawn. And now we saw a dance of the queen on the other side of the board. Now queen a2 check. Maybe we'll see a draw anyway. Because, well, what else is Black going to do, simply? So Ding's really insistent, maybe.
That would be very poetic. Okay.
But okay, queen d8.
Queen d8.
Check.
Queen d8, king goes, and then queen takes pawn. And I remember you saying b3.
And yeah, I'm unsure where to put the rook. Yeah. I think you have to go either back or to b2. If you go to c3, then maybe b2 just wins. Like queen b4, queen a2, for example. And this pawn runs through, promotes due to a discovered check. So, okay, rook c1 might be possible. Rook b2 just feels so passive. I want to put rook c1. I want to put my bishop back on c3 somehow and then activate this one slowly.
And you're getting ready to meet b2 with rook b1.
Now I round up this pawn with queen to c3 next move, most likely.
But what's likely to happen if the queen goes pawn hunting is that black is going to pirouette and go to h3.
In h3. Now I just wanted to try and eliminate the knight, which is quite strong in the current position on the board. Black queen is now the one off in Siberia capturing pawns like we mentioned. White's queen was doing earlier.
Yeah.
Don't really see any perpetual checks right now, and no danger as long as we eliminate this knight as white. For black, it's hard to know what to aim for.
Knight g6.
g6.
I just want to win h2.
Okay, rook c7. Now white's coming. This bishop is so beautiful on d4, protecting this pawn.
Okay, well, it goes to show I made a mess of this.
No, but I mean, it's just one of those positions, right? It's not clear what exactly black is aiming for.
Okay.
I think I would be too tempted to just get this pawn off.
Okay, let's get it off. Queen to d8.
h7, queen takes pawn.
What else
b3.
if not? Okay, you do have knight c6.
Okay, in this position, knight c6.
Yeah.
Oh, instead of b3. Or...
doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Knight c6. Now I'll step in.
Yeah.
Or maybe back to c3.
Okay, maybe not knight. I know, knight to g4.
G4, the other way.
Yeah, for the score, but then
H4.
Okay, he
gives a check. We're headed.
Yeah, we're heading into this direction. I'm king h7.
Surely king h7. Why is Gukesh playing for a win in this position? Maybe he likes to play chess and just backs himself to hold and to draw this, but I can't see any real world where you win as black. Maybe you trick white and you get a knight fork and you kind of get the knight for rook, and then it's opposite color bishops and it's a draw anyway. But there is significant risk attached. And look at the percentage bar. Actually, the eval bar on the bottom right says equal, but the percentages say that only white really can win this. Huge drawing margin, though.
Yeah.
Gukesh must have calculated something here, otherwise why play on?
Yeah,
bizarre.
It's a mystery.
Unless he wants, okay, how about this, Jovanka? b3. Oh, I forgot I was going to rook c1 instead
Are you
of
going
rook
rook c1?
Yeah, rook b2, I was going to say maybe queen d7 and something to do with knight c4 check. But even here, just journey on. Allez, let's go with the queen. Let's go with the king even. Well, it's got the perfect dark square blockade, and the knight on the dark square can only hit light squares.
Well.
Also, yeah, just rook c1.
Well, Gukesh is spoiling us. He feels like we need more chess in our lives.
Maybe he's getting paid by the move, or maybe he thinks the prize structure. I know there's win bonuses of $200,000, but there's no move bonuses.
Could it also be a question of endurance? Because the longer the match draws out, the more nerves, stamina, and if Gukesh just drags on the game, we've seen Magnus go for this type of approach as well. He just drags on the game, waits for the errors, the unforced errors to arrive in the 7th hour.
True, but Ding's in decent shape. He played football before the tournament. Last year, he won in the tiebreaks as well. I think he's the type of player who's hard to tire out too much. I think it's maybe emotional endurance that's more the issue than physical endurance for Ding. But in this match so far, he hasn't shown any significant signs of what we've seen over the last 18 months.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's his strategy, though. You're right, Jovanka. That's the only explanation for Gukesh playing on, right?
Yeah, between this position and the position he had, you prefer the position where he was still a pawn and a piece for the rook. But, okay, questions. So we did see that rook to b2. Maybe there's some tricky ideas of queen to d7, maybe queen to d5.
Queen to d5 as well. Yeah, I mean, if you could choose a square, you would choose c1 just because it's easier to get out. but you're relying on black not being able to push this pawn with any tricks, at least in the next few moves, while you kind of reorganize the white bishop. The white bishop is not well placed. It wants to be either on b2 or d4 or somewhere on the long diagonal. It wants to be somewhere here.
And the black rook wants to be on c7. Yeah. I managed to let you get that.
I mean, yes, please. The white rook definitely wants to land in 7th heaven.
And there we see the fan zone. Woohoo!
They get more bang for their buck as well.
They do. They are being spoilt by the players. Gukesh refusing a threefold repetition. And here we have to give a shout out to our fans in the zone. Look at them.
Hello, Singapore. They can't hear us.
Can they hear us? I think they can. Look, they're waving. Yay!
Hey. Our friend at the front in green, he's been waving throughout the day. Oh, wow.
I love it.
For the camera.
I love it. Smile, you're on camera. Oh, wow.
Exactly. Oh, wow, we get the waves. Well, let's get the Kalang wave, the Mexican wave. I saw the beginnings of one.
We have one.
Let's whee.
Yay. Okay, hang on. I got to do you do it, and then I go.
There's a delay, though, so they won't see it until 10 seconds later.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay, whee.
Yay. We're in for a long night, guys.
It's that moment in the day.
Buckle up.
We've lost our minds, everyone. The chess is too complicated. No, they're not joining in.
No, they are.
Some of them.
Big up.
Okay. Yeah, no, great to see, though, the atmosphere, the energy still high, despite the fact we're now deep into the 5th hour, as Ding is considering his next move. Yeah, we've been going 4 hours 15. I wonder how long would be the record for this match. Yesterday, I think they played 5 hours 20. So that was a bit of a marathon.
It'd be a long one as well today. Because if I were Ding, I would be a little bit annoyed. You know, you offer a threefold repetition, you have a position of strength, and now you've won a pawn.
Like a question of honor, almost.
Exactly. Like, who do you think I am? You know, like you can just agree a draw when you want to draw. No. But the thing is, though, this is actually a big trap that you make, because it's good to be unemotional. If you start taking things personally, then you're likely to fall victim.
Do that, though. we're all very proud people, chess players, right? Jovanka, ego is a big thing. Hard to be totally emotionless in situations like this.
Yeah.
As Ding composes himself before moving his rook.
Have you ever had that situation where you offered a draw from maybe a position of strength, your opponent turns it down?
Yeah, many times.
Yeah.
It either inspires me or it just confuses me, and I either self-destruct or I get really motivated and win. It's not much in between, actually. It's very rare for this type of thing to happen, and then it's kind of a peaceful draw. It might end up in a draw anyway, this game, but there might be a twist or turn ahead. I don't know about you, Jovanka. How about yourself? How would you react?
I get miffed. I'm like,
Just mildly miffed.
Mildly, yeah. Just, it's annoying, isn't it? It's like, you do feel. And he moves his rook to c1.
Yeah. That's the brave move. So I think rook b2 would have been the safe one, blockading the pawn, but the rook passive there. Rook c1, definitely, if you can get 2 moves now, bishop to d4, combined with rook c7, white's just going to win this game.
Yeah.
It's that simple. So Ding playing very ambitiously, and yeah, if I were Ding, I would be thinking, don't you know who I am? I'm world champion. How dare you play on when you're material down like this? But then again, yeah, it is nice to see. It's refreshing to see Gukesh's ambition. It's definitely going to give us more to talk about. It's going to give us more to unpick later. And also, maybe he's just protective of his rating points. After all, he's the high-rated player. In an open tournament, he would play on every time, 100 times out of 100. And he built most of his career on kind of getting these extra half points, getting these wins, even against the very best opponents, Gukesh.
It shows confidence, I'll give him that, but it's not a practical decision. But then again, anything can happen. And just going back to the position, David, because of your bishop to d4 which was really annoying me. I think queen to d5 should be the first move played.
Analyze it. And if white drops back with the queen, just to prevent any knight c4 tricks.
Oh, there's no. I came so close.
C4 tricks? Or
Yeah.
you just play b4 or b2?
No, I was thinking. Yeah, no, I wasn't quite making sense what I was thinking, but I was thinking some knight c4 ideas, and if you take with the queen, I can slide the queen over to g5, but there's an interception.
For example, something like this, knight c4 check, queen takes, and queen g5, unfortunately met by bishop to e3, and
yep.
you can go the other way, try to win the white queen, but now she saves herself.
The tricks don't work like that, but okay, queen b4.
Problem is now, white is seriously threatening queen to e4 check. Now that the black a pawn has disappeared, there's only one pass pawn. Any endgame might just be winning for white. How about bishop g6 to try and land a blow on d3? Some kind of sacrifice here.
Still, queen to d4.
Or now Jovanka, queen g2?
Yeah, but bishop to... No. I was so focused on rook c7 and bishop f8. I was like,
oh. The pin at the same time.
Yeah. It's okay. So I step back with the queen.
Queen f2, queen d5, draw.
No. It was a one-time offer. Now I'm going to go bishop to d4.
Yeah. Now white is so close to setting up the ideal blockade, but check. Now I'm going to come in, check. And here as well.
Yeah, okay.
This
is not.
Maybe it should be a draw. Still, but queen g2.
Okay. Let's be calm about this. So.
Okay, so go back to the current position. Queen d5.
Queen d5. I think that's the best move. Stop bishop to d4.
Queen b4 looks really natural. Don't know whether there's anything else.
Yeah.
Also go forward, maybe. I like that idea you mentioned of like a bishop getting to f8, just to point out the danger for black. Black's forced to retreat now. This type of thing. Okay, let's say for argument's sake, queen to b4. Under control.
And then you wanted bishop g6.
Just to stop queen e4 check. And now...
Let's go h4.
Okay, h4.
But then queen to g...
What if... Ooh, bishop takes... I haven't calculated this at all, but...
Queen to d4. No, queen d4 is going to be met by...
Maybe you can take the bishop, maybe.
Yeah, I was just taking your word for it, David. I didn't...
Why? No, never trust me. I'm a trickster. You know this. Now this queen g2 is just met by the king marching, queen takes d3. Maybe white's surviving. Like the bishop might swoop back to defend the king if the pawn on g3 is captured. Also, I just want to point out, after bishop g6, white is not obliged to go in for any of this. White could also play rook c3 and just try to round up this little straggler, intruder.
That's true, but it comes at a cost, right? So now you come in with your queen to
g2.
g2.
Yeah. And I wanted to take this pawn.
Now I've got bishop takes pawn. No, I can't. No, I don't. Rook takes.
Still defended. You can take h2 though.
Yes, that was the plan.
I don't know if knight f3 is getting anywhere. I was hoping to march forward with the king. Keep e2 defended. This is getting a bit weird and wonderful. Like knight g1, you could really enter, but then I come back with my queen and save the day. But yeah, maybe just after rook takes b3, just queen takes h2, and 3 versus 3, same side. But white must be a favorite here.
Yeah, white must be doing very well because the rook is coming to b7. You've got d4 and an eventual endgame. Yeah. This is not a good trade. Every game a thriller, according to Sahil. I agree with that.
Thriller. Yeah, it is a thriller, this one.
Actually, I had the mind, everyone's a winner.
Everyone's a winner. Everyone's a poser in Sentosa. Oh, I'll stop now. Yeah, I mean, this game is...
I wasn't expecting that, David.
Sorry, I just...
That's why I love doing commentary with you. It's like expect the unexpected. Okay. But okay, let me just add the engine to the equation. So the engine says, we hit the nail on the head. I love it. We can give ourselves a pat on the back. Queen to d5.
Okay. And how many other logical moves would there be? Is this significantly the best move? By
yeah,
distance? Okay.
yeah, literally, because queen to d7 is another alternative, but why would you do that?
Why go back when you can come forward?
Exactly. b2 is going to allow rook b1. We said that. Knight g4, you're in trouble, because, unbelievable, if you go knight g4, yeah, bishop to g1.
Wow, controlling the knight.
Yeah. And now everything is beautifully controlled.
Wow, white actually defends everything, and simple next few moves as well. You'll drop the queen back, keep an eye on this pawn, bring the rook to the 7th rank, and make your opponent regret their courage in taking the game on further. But queen to d5, of course, the best move is played by Gukesh. When there's by far one move stronger than the others, he usually finds them. And okay, let's follow that variation you mentioned.
Yeah.
Queen to b4.
Queen to b4, it's... Whoa. Okay, so bishop g6, excellent move.
Okay. Good move?
Yeah, excellent move. Queen a8 is another move, which...
Wow. So not fearing an endgame.
No.
Didn't see that one.
No, I didn't see that one coming, but I feel like bishop to g6 is a lot more...
Queen e4, maybe this isn't so simple because your pawns actually really are quite bad. And it's going to be hard to pick up the b pawn. Although I would still rate white's chances at... Oh, wait. It's concrete. b2. It's not a threat.
Oh.
Because rook to b1, there's bishop to a2.
B2, and then rook takes b2, knight c4. Class.
And a draw, opposite color bishops. So we always need to look one move further. Gukesh has probably seen this, you know. Queen a8. But anyway, carry on. Queen to a8, does white have a chance to play on?
The answer is no. Bishop g6.
Bishop g6
of the queen a8 is literally saying king e1. So it is still very much.
Oh.
Yeah, and then you always have this thing, the queen comes back to g2. Actually, it's never giving check.
Oh, wow. But same thing, I think, here. And then you go back to a8 and... Wow. Maybe Gukesh foresaw a draw anyway, and rather than queen d5, queen g2, which was just boring, he wants to oscillate between a8 and h1. That's quite cool. He wants to use these two squares to check the white king. That's very cool. But, okay, let's say queen to a8, which is a difficult move to visualize. So let's say bishop g6 instead. You mentioned another alternative.
Yeah, queen to bishop g6. That's what we suggested. And then we also came up with bishop d4, right? Or we didn't?
I said rook c3.
Yeah, rook c3 is also fine, but oh my goodness me, David, you are going to be very impressed. Rook bishop takes d3. What? What?
What a move. And the idea is after pawn takes, if black gives a check now, can't escape actually.
No.
Because king to c1 would be a huge blunder on account of knight takes d3 check.
Rook takes knight, David.
Walk. Oh no, my knight.
No.
And checkmate, kiss of death.
It is.
And you can't go the other way either, actually. That's really clever because of more knight forks. Queen f3, you can't go up to d4 because of this one, knight c6 check. I said the pieces were safe on dart squares, not anymore. Royal fork here. Bishop takes d3, and if rook takes, knight takes, pawn takes, again, same thing, right?
Yeah.
Queen to g2 check, and you've got to be... Wow, maybe you're not even saving this one anymore as white. If you go forward, queen check, and whoops.
b2. That's a new lady on the board. You know, I just had an idea as to why Gukesh is playing out these positions. Do you think it's because he wants to provoke a reaction, an emotional reaction from Ding?
Perhaps. Perhaps. He's definitely playing against something he feels is vulnerable in Ding's psyche.
Yeah.
Hard to pinpoint exactly what, but...
Because suddenly I got vibes of the Magnus against Vishy Anand World Championship match. Do you remember where Magnus was doing things like sleeping on the board? I think he had like a leg draped over the chair. And like Vishy was just like looking at him.
The audacity of this kid.
Well, that's what he might not have been thinking that, but that's what I, as a viewer, felt.
That's true. And it'll be interesting if we get Vishy back as a guest one day to ask him how he felt about that type of situation. I mean, Gukesh, yeah, I mean, it's no gamesmanship. Of course, he's not breaking any rules. It's really nice. Full, applause to him for playing on, showing the courage, showing his love of chess. But yeah, either way, he's trying to erode something in Ding, whether that is stamina, whether that is the emotion, whether that is just this this tension.
Yes, because you feel like Ding has been rock solid. You know, he hasn't tried too hard to punch through those victories, but at the same time, he's played good enough. And so maybe the strategy from the Gukesh camp is just to get him to be a little bit emotional, just to react a little bit erratically.
Maybe it's kind of instruction from his coach or coaching team as well, Gukesh. Maybe they just say, okay, as long as you back yourself to draw. For example, game 6, there was always a drawing margin. He was never lost. Here, he's never been lost. Maybe it's just a draw by force anyway here. But as long as you can manage the risk, and as long as you're feeling sharp, focused, confident, enough time on the clock, then play on. Why not?
Yeah.
Love chess.
Or maybe we're being influenced by the World Championship matches of yore, especially the Karpov Korchnoi. Nothing will ever beat that one. I would have loved to have been a commentator there.
Oh, wow. So much to break down. How do you stay neutral?
Like one of them hired a hypnotist to sit in the front row. Another one wore sunglasses to avoid the glare. Oh, another one hired some hooligans.
Intimidation.
Exactly. There'll never be a World Championship match like that one.
And meanwhile, he jumps into G2. I was going to say Queen to A8 would be incredible. And that would have been fantastic vision from Gukesh. Tactical vision in multiple different variations actually there. But Queen to G2 instead. And he's now seen that Queen Exchange is not a threat. But if Ding wants to force a draw, Ding can force a draw instantly. This is why I was surprised Gukesh played on, because now, just to point it out on the board again, Queen to E4, check, forces the queens off the board. Black can't really justify playing on here. You're the exchange down. White's bishop is about to lock down the pawn as well. And the white king is coming, so you have to push your pawn forward. Rook to B1, bishop into A2, attacking the rook, and at the very end, sting in the tail, the knight fork, and it's a draw, opposite color bishop endgame. So moment of truth if Ding wants the draw this time. What else could he consider? Here, Jovanka.
No draw. How to avoid that? Could you swing the queen over to
F4, H4? Yeah. It is a bit scary to allow any knight checks. Although I'm not sure it's a threat right now. More threatened is this pawn in H2. So Queen F4 defends some of the king side. Let's say some tactics now. Oh, not quite working. Let's say black takes the pawn.
Bishop to D4.
I'm just worried that black's lost a lot of time and coordination.
Yep. And now rook C7.
That is going to be a sharp blow to black's chances if the rook lands. Okay, Queen to F4 I like a lot. Just instinctively. How about now bishop to G6?
Yeah.
Some pinning.
We looked at this, didn't we?
Very similar, I think.
I think we didn't. Yeah. It rings a bell. Like queen, we were like Queen F2, Queen D5, Queen D4, and in the end, the merry-go-round continues.
Queen on F2 though is really misplaced. So I wonder whether then Gukesh would switch to winning attempt. And actually, this looks really scary suddenly.
Yeah.
I think Ding's going to take the draw. I don't think he wants to even think anymore. Just wants to get out of here, knowing that he was lost earlier in the middle game. A draw, a good result overall. Yeah, Gukesh, I don't think... I'm going to eat my words. I don't think I should have been too critical of him, or too surprised at least. I don't think I was ever critical, but surprised is the better word. Because he's always had some element of control. The B pawn is extremely strong. So many tactics.
Yeah. Especially with the white king so vulnerable. I mean, it would have been a different story if the white king were kind of doing some of the legwork on the king side.
Or if white just had one more move,
yeah.
bishop on D4, protecting, and a rook on C7, then we would have had to have judged Gukesh's decision more harshly. In the meantime, Ding, the more he looks at Gukesh, the more I think it's more likely. E4 check.
Yeah. Especially because after Queen F4, Bishop G6, it's for those reasons, and the Queen switching back to A8.
Actually, even immediately, Queen to A8 is a bit scary.
It is
now
very scary. Yeah, with B, so it's, you know, you can't really contain that activity as white.
That's fantastic awareness, I've got to say, Gukesh, using every angle of the board. I mean, how I would explain it here to a student would be, if you could pick up the Black Queen and put her anywhere, where would you put her? And A2 is one of their prime destinations, so it's just about how to get her there, and retracing the route back in a lot of these variations is actually really strong. But yeah, of course, difficult to see. And okay, prediction, Jovanka. You mentioned Queen F4 is a bit risky. Is Queen E?
Yeah,
he beat
Queen
us to
E4.
it.
I was going to predict this anyway, and we're going to go down that very concrete line. We're expecting Gukesh to play B2. Yeah, sure enough, it comes. Rook to B1. And now this is the point. Bishop comes out to A2. It's beautifully calculated.
Yeah. Very forcing. Gukesh, of course, calculation his forte. We see a check. It's just a matter of time now before we see the draw. And who's going to blink first? Who's going to offer the draw? Eye contact, handshake. Game 8 is over. Scores level now at 4-4 after this draw.
But what a game, full of creativity, full of stunning resources, and bravery as well from the teenager as he decides to play on. He could have taken a threefold repetition earlier, and instead he decides to push Ding to the limit. It was the fight.
It was fantastic to see the twists and turns there. Really dramatic game. Both players had winning chances at some point or other in that middle game. Ding ultimately will breathe a sigh of relief. I think he was in far more trouble than Gukesh ever was, but yeah, a real roller coaster. For the first time, both yesterday and today, I think the players starting to make slightly bigger mistakes. Yeah, the finishing line in sight now, Jovanka. Only 6 more games remaining, and they want it more than ever. But a draw, hard to separate them at the moment.
Yeah, everything is equal after yet another dramatic game. And there we do see Gukesh. He's about to leave the playing area and tucking the chair back in its place. Off he goes and gets ready for the players' conference. We are going to go on a very short break, but when we come back, we're going to break down all of the action that befell us.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Game 8 of the FIDE World Championship match presented by Google is over, and it was a game full of unconventional play, daring defense, and of course some courageous decisions. It starts off with Ding going for one of the opening moves he hasn't tried, the English c4, and then Gukesh, unsurprised, reacted with e5, and then after knight c3, the first small surprise with bishop to b4. So Gukesh already starting to steer the game into lesser-known waters.
Yeah, and Gukesh with the first surprise. A few moves down the line, the bishop dropping back. This isn't the most popular move, but it was later that his idea was revealed. White here, fianchettoing a trade, knight for bishop, and here, black playing a very surprising plan. Pawn to f6. He's actually just building a big pawn center pretty much by force here. White has the bishop pair, but black is just in time. There we go. After attacking a pawn, pawn to d5, and this is a beautiful pawn formation. Jovanka and Gukesh got a strong middle game.
He certainly did, and it's all because of the fact that it's not very easy for White to actually come up with a mode of challenging Black's central pressure. And there you see Ding just developing b3, a5, two of the funny moves on the board, and now it's roundabout here where Ding starts taking radical means in order to resolve the tension in the center.
Yeah, huge decision. Sometimes you've got to go back in order to go forward. This white knight a bit sidelined, but the idea is to break open the center, as we saw on the next move. Pawn to f4, luring out his own rook here, but breaking the black pawn chain in the center at least. And after another trade, we saw the white rook start to enter some really clumsy squares, getting kicked around the board. It stepped into the middle in front of its own pawns, and here Gukesh started playing really strongly.
Yeah, it certainly did, and it's very unusual to actually see a World Championship game with the pawns d2 and e2 not having moved. And after the bishop retreated, it was under attack. d3 consolidated absolutely everything, and it's roundabout here where Gukesh really starts to amp up the pressure.
That's right. Here, Ding started trying to take safe approaches. He tried to trade off knights. Gukesh said no, and after a trade of rooks, a slip maybe from Ding, a misstep here, sliding across with his rook, allowing a powerful pawn break, pawn to b5. And Ding here started shaking his head, but came up with something really cunning after a trade. A check now against the white king. The king shuffled towards the center, counterintuitively. And this is where Ding came up with what later looked like a stroke of genius. Bishop back to b2.
It was a gamble, but it paid off big time because Ding allows Gukesh to capture that pawn on a2. And here, this is the whole point, that the bishop will come forward and attack the queen, counterattack, and there is only one move for Gukesh to actually preserve his advantage, and it's really abnormal. It's actually moving the d knight, blocking that bishop, and leaving that bishop on leaving the knight on a6 in order to then get on with the job of advancing the queenside pawns.
Yeah, and ultimately it was a case of the wrong knight. He chose the other knight, and suddenly the advantage switched hands. Ding here with a pin on the black knight, and sliding across with his queen as well. Very cunning stuff. It ended up being a double pin, as the black rook needed to slide across now. A pin on the c-file, a pin on this diagonal, and a few moves later, Ding won material.
Yeah.
But this wasn't where the fun stopped.
Just going to point out that knight to e1 would have been a winning move for Ding. But knight to d4 was very, very normal.
Would have won, just making sure that there are no checks on the back rank later in some key variations. Knight d4 normal, as you say, Jovanka.
Very normal, very natural, just putting pressure against the bishop. And here is where things get really interesting, because Ding just launches the first blow. There you see lobbing his knight into c6.
Yeah, now there's too much pressure on this black knight. Gukesh needs to limit the damage. He gave up his rook for the knight, and once the dust settles, it was white with the material advantage. A rook for knight, Black does have a pawn, however, and two very dangerous pawns. And just a few moves down the line, we thought we were about to see a handshake. In this position, we started seeing a dance between the queens, Black's queen jumping in, White's queen blocking, the queen retreating, White's queen offering a trade. But after some twists and turns, on move 41, after the players had been given more time, Gukesh shocked us all, shocked Ding.
He did. It was an incredibly gutsy decision. He decides to play on, sacrificing a pawn. The rook must block the check, and now the queen dives back to e6. And here, it just looks like White is the one making progress. After all, you can come up and give a check, and then grab the pawn.
And this is what transpired. The Black B pawn, however, extremely strong, and White just not quite in time to coordinate the pieces. If White gets one more move, the bishop dropping back, undermining this Black knight. If the queen drops back, if the White rook ever lands on c7, for example, this would have been game over. White would be winning, but Gukesh here came up with some very accurate moves. He brought his queen back to the center. He jumped in now with his queen. Some huge threats, Jovanka.
Yeah, and there you can see that the game quickly ended after Ding just offered a queen up for exchange, and now there you see with the pawn advancing, a nice little tactical flourish to take it to an opposite color bishop endgame, and with it, it's going to be a draw. Ooh, quite the game, full of adventure. Can't wait to see what game 9 will bring tomorrow.
And there we go, scores 11.
The growing intensity that this match is providing, and the kind of maybe internal pressure you're feeling as your opponent and you are playing games that are just absolutely mind-bending.
Well, at the last World Championship match, there are a lot of ups and downs. There are not so many perfect games, and yeah, in last World Championship, only also one game there, he's winning at some point, and then suddenly I'm winning at the end. So. But today during the game, I didn't realize I was winning at some point. Yeah, I think he missed some important details. Let me get back to the game. Before that, he would totally outplay me again. And actually, I didn't feel so much nervous during the game. I just feel uncomfortable out of the opening.
Before we get to actual moves, I'd like to ask the challenger, how is it that you're turning down draws in positions where, again, your seconds must be thinking, why doesn't he just take the draw and leave? And you're just continuing to play positions that look like potentially you would risk losing.
Yeah, actually, this position where I didn't repeat, I didn't think I was in much danger. So, I mean, I always thought with this weak king and my strong pawn on b3, I should have played. I thought maybe even I might have some chances, but okay. Yeah, it was just a misjudgment of the position.
If we can get to just a few moves, we could analyze this for hours. Obviously, the game was so fascinating. But at one point, the move f6 seemed to give you pause. Was it a surprise to you?
I want to play something like b4 to create space on the queen side. Maybe already mistake. Like this. And d5 maybe queen c2. Gain some space on the queen side, but then I decided to play nature move castle.
You played this move f6. Many players, many people in the VIP room, including one of your mentors, Anand, said he was quite shocked by this move and surprised, wondering if it had ever happened before. Is it something that you had, well, it looks like something you had deeply prepared. What can you tell us anything about this move?
Yeah, I mean, it was part of my preparation, and I would like to also mention, my team. They have been doing a great job, not only Gayu, but my other team members as well, and we managed to surprise him in the opening. So we're doing a great job. I'd like to thank my team so far, and hopefully more such interesting ideas will come.
I'll continue on that vein. Later in the game, it seemed they had a fantastic position. You even took a pawn on a2, which seemed like maybe even a winning move, but just a second later, you chose to play your knight on d7 to c5 instead of, sorry, your knight from a6 to c5 instead of the knight from d7 to c5, which looked like a very powerful move. Did you consider that move, and what was the minus in your mind? Why you didn't play it?
Yeah, actually, this knight d c5 move just looked weird to me. So I was mainly considering knight c5, and I thought what I did in the game must be winning. But clearly he has, I guess with the knight on d7 he always has some tricks with bishop h3, and I need to watch out for the unpleasant pin. Yeah, I just didn't realize knight d c5 was that strong. I mean, it was also based on the fact that I missed queen e1 instead of in the next move, knight c5, rook c1. I mean, I thought queen d2, b4 is just winning for me, but I just missed queen e1.
Queen e1.
Yeah.
Was it because of knight takes?
Knight d3, queen c3, yeah. And it was actually very impressive that my opponent found this queen e1 so quickly. So yeah, great defense by him.
Did you spot this knight dc5 in this position as a serious move? Once he played knight, the other knight, you seem to just be on autopilot, playing all your moves pretty instantly. Very strong moves at that. But had you noticed this other idea of playing this knight to this square, which would have...
Just when I was calculating knight d5, he played knight a5.
I go rook c1. Queen c2. The same position with the knight on c5.
Yeah, it looks like your pawns are moving. Even if you lost this piece, these pawns...
Not so sure, actually.
It looks like a very strong pin along these lines, and which it is, but it's hard for white to exploit anything here.
Yeah, just a very tricky position.
Then the game turned quite dramatically, and suddenly you were winning an exchange. Did you feel that now, when you were winning the exchange, you had some winning chances, or it looked like it was always going to be on balance?
Did I miss some win here? Knight e1, but if you just go bishop f7.
Yeah, bishop f4, tricky and strange move. Sort of weird computer moves that seem to apply pressure.
Oh, take and go back. Finally grab the piece. I thought here he can play b4.
Yeah, but bishop f4. D5.
Bishop e3 is coming after rook c8. So did you have the feeling you might be winning and you missed something, or did you feel like you were just moving and going with the flow? Chilling, if you will.
I'm just trying to develop my pieces and to see what happens.
Did you feel like you were busted? Like when suddenly the game completely turned around and you were defending, you had to start finding some only moves almost. Did you feel like you were in trouble, or that the game was still within bounds?
I mean, I kind of felt that I lost control, but I never thought I was losing, because I mean, it's just a very concrete position. You either see the trick or not, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I saw this position which happened in the game with knight c6, take bishop c5, and I thought, okay, probably all my advantage is gone, but I mean, in the next few moves. Yeah, I probably thought all my advantage is gone, but I did not think it was even bad for me. Yeah, probably after. Yeah, now that I see the position, it's quite obvious, but during the game it was not.
Someone, I think it was my client, asked me, you're a half full kind of guy, glass half full,
Yeah.
optimistic. Was this another case of your optimism, or are you generally just fearless? Because a lot of players would have just taken a draw, especially later on here. It just seemed to make sense to just repeat, and you
Yeah.
decided maybe I'll have a chance to win, and you still kept playing.
Yeah, as I said, I didn't think it was like I was in a lot of danger. So, I mean, obviously, if I knew the position was bad, I would have taken the draw.
All right. Well, those are my questions. May I invite the press to come and ask their questions. Please line up at the microphone. Restrict your questions to just one at a time, please. We may have a chance to recycle.
Abhidaya from Chessbase India. My question is to Gukesh. Did you think you were better after you played b5?
Yeah, I thought I was much better, probably close to winning. Yeah, since my opponent also played rook b1, b5 just looked like a very, very strong move. And yeah, probably I was better, but yes, soon he found this bishop b2, bishop d4, and the position got very tricky. I had to be very precise, which I did not.
Just a little follow-up, like what were your thoughts when he played bishop to d4? Did you think which knight to put on, like c5?
Yeah, I thought knight c5. I mean, I was mainly thinking knight a c5, which I played in the game, but basically I missed his queen e1 resource. So I thought what I played was winning, but yeah, I missed queen e1. If I had seen queen e1, maybe I would have spent more time on knight dc5. But I still I'm not very sure. I think the position still has some tricks, but yeah, probably knight c5. The knight dc5 was better.
Yes, just last question off the chess. Today, the World Rapid and Blitz 2024, the players list came out. We did see Gukesh in there. Question to both the players. Gukesh, I think you'll be playing that, and also Ding, are you considering playing in New York?
I don't know. I didn't think much about it, but probably after the match I'll think.
Will you be playing in New York?
Thank you.
Mike Klein with chess.com. Just want to thank the players for the last 48 hours of chess. It's been great on our end. My question is for the world champion, Ding Liren. When you gave away the A pawn pretty much right away, you got a lot of praise on the chess.com commentary from Daniel Naroditsky and Peter Lecco that you gave yourself the best practical chance. So I'm curious if you thought giving away the A pawn was objectively the best move, or if you thought it was just the hardest path for Gukesh to prove an advantage.
Well, it's based on miscalculation. I mean, he can cover the queen with knight c5, both knights. I only thought queen c6, and I have rook a1. Knight b4, queen d2, something like this. Have great compensation. I thought he cannot take the pawn, then I think it's the best way to activate my pieces.
Okay, thanks for that.
வாசுதேவன் தரன்சியா மற்றும் ட்ரினிட்டி மிரர் திரு குகேஷ் அவர்களுக்கு இந்த கேள்வி. முதல்ல என்னுடைய பாராட்டுகள் என்னென்னா, முதலேருந்து கடைசி வரைக்கும் வந்து ஒரு த்ரில்லை வந்து விடாமல் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணுறீங்க. ஒரு ஹிச்காக் படம் மாதிரி வந்து எல்லாரையும் வந்து ஒரு டோஸில் வச்சிட்ருக்கீங்க. அதுக்கு பாராட்டுகள். அதே சமயத்தில் வந்து அதில் இருக்கிற டேஞ்சர், அது ஒரு பாயிண்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களோட 41வது மூவ் வந்து குவீன் G2 அப்படி சொன்னால் அது வந்து 3-fold ரெப்படிஷன் வர வாய்ப்பு இருந்தது. ஈவன் மௌரிஷ் ஆஸ்லி சார் கூட கொஞ்சம் வெளியே ஓடி வந்துட்டார், ஏன்னா முடிய போகுது, நம்ம ஒர்க்கை ஆரம்பிக்கணும்னு. ஆனால் நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் நேரம் யோசிச்சுட்டு குவீன் A2ன்னு வச்சுட்டீங்க. அதை பற்றி சில வார்த்தைகள் சொல்ல முடியுமா?
அந்த பொசிஷனில் நான் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் என்னோட அட்வான்டேஜ் போயிடுச்சுன்னு எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. பட் அந்த பொசிஷன் எனக்கு லைக் லூசிங்காக இருக்கும்னு நான் நினைக்கல. மேபி ஏன்னா ஸ்டார்ட்லேருந்தே ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்ததுனால மேபி அது லூசிங்காக இருக்க வாய்ப்பு இல்லைன்னு நினச்சேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பட் அந்த பொசிஷன் குயின் G2 objectively best no, but I like queen A2 rook C2 queen E6 எனக்கு இப்போ B3 வருது. ஓப்பனண்டோட கிங் கொஞ்சம் வீக்காக இருக்குன்னு பார்த்தேன். ஸோ எதுவும் அட்வான்டேஜ் இல்லைனாலும் கொஞ்ச நேரம் ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணலாம்னு நினச்சேன். ஐ மீன் ஒபியஸ்லி மைனஸ்ன்னு தெரிஞ்சிருந்தா ரன் ட்ரா எடுத்திருப்பேன்.
The question was, I had mentioned about when queen G2 was objectively best, and even I found that Maurice actually was running towards the conference room, getting ready, and then suddenly the challenger thought for some more time and made queen A2. So as you had earlier said that he is fearless, I was just about checking on that. அதே மாதிரி அப்ஜெக்டிவாக பார்க்கும்போது குயின் G2 வந்து நமக்கு நல்ல மூவ் அப்படின்னா அதை விட்டுட்டு வச்சுருந்தோம்னா ஒரு -1ன்ற போகக்கூடிய சான்சஸும் இருந்தது இல்லையா? அதை யோசிச்சிங்களா கொஞ்சம்?
எனக்கு -1 மாதிரி இருக்கும்னு எனக்கு தோணல ஆக்சுவலாக. பட் ஓகே.
அந்த ரிஸ்க்கு தேவையில்லை அப்படின்னு தோணிச்சா உங்களுக்கு?
அந்த மொமெண்ட்டில் அந்த ரிஸ்க் எனக்கு ஓகேன்னு தான் தோணுச்சு.
ஆனால் அதே நேரத்தில் அந்த ஃபேன் ஜோனில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் குயின் A2 வச்சோன்னே ஒரு பெரிய கிளாப் இருந்தது. அதாவது அவர் ட்ராவை விட்டுட்டு விளையாடுறாரு, ஜெயிக்க விளையாடுறாரு சொல்லிட்டு. ஸோ what I had mentioned is that in the fan zone when he played finally queen A2, there was a huge round of applause that he sidestepped a draw and went on to play for a win. Thank you.
Yes, I was actually all the way here when you finally played queen A2, and I had to go back all the way. So that did surprise me as well. May I ask, there's a lot of obvious interest in this game. May I ask the press that you just restrict yourself to one go-round because there's such a long line and the players are going to need to have dinner and get some rest because tomorrow is yet another game. Thanks.
Shali is asking on behalf of FIDE social media followers for both of you. Gukesh, we've seen you here with your dad. Ding, you have quite a few family members. So my question is, how is your family supporting you in this journey?
Yeah, as usual, I'm here with my dad and Gayo. Yeah, my dad pretty much takes care of everything other than chess so that I can focus fully on my job, and my mom is also supporting me in her own way back from home. Yeah, all my family, friends, my team, they're doing a great job, and I'm really thankful to them. Yeah.
Mother accompany me as usual, and she wake me up, and she sometimes provide food for me, so she's doing her job.
Hello, I'm Katarina from the German Chess Federation, and my question is to Ding. With the time management, we've seen kind of the same pattern as yesterday. When you were really low on time, you managed to play really good moves. When you look at your games, do you want to change anything with your time management, or were you happy during the game when you were so low on time? Yeah.
It's hard to say if I can play the quality as in the time trouble. I prefer to stay in low on time.
Hello, I'm Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and this question will be for both, but I'm going to ask Ding Liren first. So, 这个问题是给你们两位，但我先用中文问一下丁立人。要是你必须跟 Gukesh 一起去一个，你会选哪一个和为什么？冒险水上公园、环球影城、海洋馆。And please feel free to answer in English or Mandarin. Oh, sorry, I didn't ask in English, my bad. This question is for both of you, but if you absolutely had to visit one of the following with your opponent, which one would you choose and why? The Adventure Water Cove, Universal Studios, or the Aquarium?
没什么区别，都是那个，都是儿童乐园。
Ding says that there's not much of a difference, and all of them are for kids. So same question for Gukesh. If you had to choose one of the following, which one? Adventure Water Cove, Universal Studios, or the Aquarium? With Ding.
None. Yeah.
No. Okay, thank you.
Maybe it should be an ice cream factory. So, Maria, Photo Chess Kick Channel, I'm revisiting my yesterday question because I think we need the help of Nemo, kindly agreed to translate. Liren, do you have a feeling that in the last two games, your calculation in time pressure improved and you intuitively make much better moves quicker than in the first few games? And if you have that feeling, do you think there is an explanation to that? Thank you. And you can reply in either English or Mandarin.
你觉得这两盘棋，第六盘和第七盘，你是不是时间上稍微好用一些？你的步子是不是来得快一些，比你前面的六盘棋？你可以用英文或者中文，谢谢。
对，第三盘在时间紧张的情况下，我有几个严重的漏算，让他的局面能够很好的发展。然后这盘棋可能我的局面比较好下吧，然后我就走了。比较自然的走法，但也并不是最精确的，我可能走得更好，能有优势，然后还是会犯一些错误吧。
Ding says that in round 3, he feel like he struggled a little bit with the moves, but in the more recent games, he's felt like he's played a little bit smoother, but not certainly to perfection, and he's working on making the best moves.
Next question.
Matthew Griffin, the Saturday paper, Australia. This question's to Gukesh. I'm just interested, I'm sure you must have really mentally prepared for the experience of, or the intensity of the World Championship. Now that we're more than halfway through, is there anything particularly that's been surprising in terms of the experience that, not the games themselves, but just the experience of playing under such an intense environment?
Yeah, obviously for the World Championship, one of the main things that I focused on was mental preparation, and since I'm working with Paddy, we discussed a lot about this, and we prepared as well as we could. I guess the difference is that, like, firstly, this is a one-on-one match, which it's not very usual in just such a long match, especially. And also, obviously, there is a lot more at stake in this tournament than any other tournament. So, I guess there are more nerves and more pressure, but other than that, it's still a interesting match against a lot of interesting games against a very strong opponent.
The question is for Gukesh. As somebody, till the age of 12, 13, you were completely raced without the engine. Just on that line, how has that helped you in the last 2.5 weeks? You don't need to go into specifics, but is there any move that you've just made just because of the training that you've had as a child?
I guess it's I don't really think it makes a difference, especially in this match or anything like that, but in general, my style has been shaped in a certain way because of the work that I did before I started using computers, and I don't know. I mean, going into details, I guess, is too much, but yeah, I don't really see anything that has like been especially for this match or anything.
Hello, Abhinav from US Chess. I think the entire chess world can say that this is a fantastic game, and more uniquely, one of the first where we've seen both of you demonstrate some incredible resilience upon being surprised. Ding upon reacting to f6, and Gukesh, you upon reacting to queen e1. Without getting into the moves, can you describe a little bit about what is your thought process to find resilience or inner strength in these moments that you didn't expect? Or to put it more bluntly, how do you react to surprises?
Well, we need to find the best move in the worst position to stay in the game. And yesterday I run out of any ideas except f6 to have the threat rook d3. And today, queen e1 is the only way to create counter plays. Yeah, in worst position, we have to be patient and to wait for our chance.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, in this game it was a bit different because I did not think I was much worse. So, but yeah, in general, when you're worse, it's pretty much the same. You just try to make the best move and hold on for as long as possible, because generally the opponents make mistakes at some point. So yeah, I think that is the best way.
Thank you both.
I believe we have 2 more questions.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. My question goes to both players, but I'll ask the world champion first. Now that we are more than halfway through the match, if you had to rate your own play so far, would you say that you're exceeding expectations, meeting expectations, or underperforming based on expectations? And if you could just elaborate on why you would say so.
It seems recently every time I play a match, no matter online or the board, it's a very tense match, and even if I win with a very small margin, so it was on my expectation.
My play so far has been, I mean, the first game was shaky, but yeah, especially the last few games, I think my play has been quite good. Just a couple of moments where I missed my chances, but overall I think I'm playing really well the last few games, and but yeah, there's still room for improvement, hopefully in the next games.
Okay, thank you very much.
I am Ajit Kumar from The Hindu. My question is to Gukesh. Gukesh, you faced quite a lot of different openings from Ding so far in this match. Which are the other, have there been ones that surprised you a bit more than the others?
Not really. I mean, like when you're preparing for a world championship, you try to, be as thorough as possible. So, yeah, all the openings that we have played so far are good openings, and they are sound and solid openings. So, nothing came as a huge surprise, really. But yeah, there has been some really interesting stuff going on, and I'm glad about it.
And Ding, have you been surprised by any of Gukesh's choice of openings here?
Yes, considering the time I used in opening phrase, you can see fairly I'm surprised by the opening choice.
Thank you.
I have a very quick question for the players. As someone who has played in many tournaments myself, but never played for a world championship match or came close to, Are you, both players, I'll start with you, Ding, are you having fun?
Today, just out of the opening, it's kind of turgid. But the first game, I enjoyed most of the parts.
Yeah, I mean, playing in the World Championship has been my childhood dream. So, in that sense, yeah, I'm here where I always wanted to be. In that sense, I'm really happy and I'm enjoying the moment. But obviously, there is the games are very tense, and obviously there is pressure. So, yeah, I guess a bit of both.
Thank you for your frank answers. That concludes the press conference. We have Game 9 tomorrow at the same time. It'll be the day before the rest day. Thanks, everyone, and have a great night.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.